Hi, good morning, everybody. We're just waiting for everyone to come in from their morning coffee and the Women in AI breakfast that we've just been running. So while we're waiting, I'm just going to run through some very quick housekeeping. Apologies for but in terms of fire safety information, if the decision has been made to evacuate, an alarm will sound and everyone should proceed to the nearest exit. There's no smoking in the hotel. For the safety and security of all attendees, please wear your badge at all times. If you lose it, please go to the registration desk. Lunch will be served in the exhibition hall. As you know, restrooms are located on the left-hand side outside the conference room. We are introducing live captioning for this event and all our events going forward. It's provided by Verbit, and you can access it directly on the app. Any questions, please head to the registration desk and speak to a member of the Reuters events team. And finally, thanks, as always, to our speakers, sponsors, and attendees for joining us at the event. We're excited to be here. Let me hand you over to Lalit, who, again, is doing the grand job of chairing the day for us today, and he's going to introduce the first session for you. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Day 2. Didn't we survive the day 1? Well, I can tell you, it was such a learning day yesterday, and I'm looking forward to day 2 as well. A lot of good things, and I think one of the things that did strike out was multiple times we heard about how much still humans will play a role in defining the future of AI. It's not one or the other. And there were use cases that were highlighted, like that without a human interaction, whether it was in healthcare, whether it was in the retail, those are important and critical. And of course, other things in terms of the technology advancements and stuff. And I think we're going to hear more about that in sessions today. So without any further ado, I'm going to actually kick off day 2 with our first session here. And this is an executive interview on Powered by People, Enabled by AI, unlocking the transformation power of AI. For this session, I'm going to invite on the stage KPMG's U.S. AI Transformation Office Leader, Charles Arnold, in conversation with Thomson Reuters President, Corporates, Laura Clayton McDonald. And this session, our interview, is held in partnership with KPMG. So please welcome to the stage.
Conversation that we're about to have. And you may have recognized me from yesterday's conversation. So Laura Clayton McDonald, President of Corporates, had an opportunity to have a chat with Rochelle yesterday, and we talked about the optimism around AI and how it may change the work of professionals and also how businesses operate. So I'm really lucky. I get to switch chairs. I get to be the one who asks the questions of Charles here. So I'm so glad that you're here. I think it was a really good setup that we just heard, but I thought, we'd start with folks understanding a little bit more about your background.
Sure. So I'm Charles Arnold. I have the responsibility of changing every single thing in KPMG all at the same time. So if I
like a movie, that was
right,
the title of a movie.
and we named the program AIQ. It's AI meeting IQ, the confluence of both our people and the enablement of AI. And we did it because the name Everything Everywhere All at Once was already taken. But kidding aside, the charter of our program is as wide as our firm. So we are trying to address how we sell, what we sell, how we deliver the things that we sell, how we run our own back office, and everything that are encompassed in all of those things. And the program is literally as wide as the firm and as global as it as well. So it's a big role.
Well, we're honored to have you here, bringing your expertise and sharing it with our audience here. So let's dive right in, and let's talk about getting started with AI. Yesterday we talked about the optimism. We know that there's potential out there for AI. We know there's also challenges. What do you advise folks to consider when they're getting started?
The hardest part of getting going on a technology as big and as bold as AI now is, and of course we all know that AI isn't new. It's the Gen AI part that's the newest, but and has sort of lit us all up. But the hardest part are the choices. It's about prioritization. Where do you begin? And I had the pleasure of listening to your chat yesterday. You talked about an incredible use case in legal as an example, and there are fantastic use cases there, and so that's a great place to begin. But so is sales, so is service delivery, so is finance or procurement or any HR, any component of a large enterprise is a great place to begin. And so you have to make a choice. Do you start in one and radiate out from it with a use case-led approach? Or do you do as we've done and start everywhere at the same time and use a broad-based approach? And so we did choose to go wide because AI, we sell intelligence. That's what KPMG as a professional services firm does for a living. Artificial intelligence, therefore, is an enabler for us and something that we needed to harness, and so we went that big. The second choice that you need to make then, once deciding whether to go narrow or wide, is how to be safe. And so that's the next thing we did. And we immediately created what we call our Trusted Council to put up the appropriate guardrails to be bold and fast, but also responsible, and make sure that what we were rolling out was both ethically and technically safe. So we did that, and then the last but not least, and it's very much not the least, is we knew going as wide as we were, we needed to bring in everybody. So we put a multi-point leadership council in place. That's my team, that has leaders from every one of our functions, and we are as diverse as many of the companies that are out here in the audience, but for us, our nomenclature is tax, audit, and advisory, and they are very different businesses each, and so we needed to have leaders from each so that they could collaborate and compare, and we built the supporting frameworks to keep them all aligned with each other. So making those choices in that sequence allowed us to get going and to move as fast as we're moving, and it's fast.
It's fast. It really does sound fast. Maybe, Charles, you could elaborate more on that decision tree that you all went through in terms of going sort of the big bang versus the point.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to pat myself on the back here, but we think we have very smart people in our firm, and we do know, I do know, that none of us is as smart as all of us. I can't pick the perfect target zone that says that is the use case that's going to be the thing that's going to move the needle for us, as well as if I were to harness in the U.S. some 30,000 professionals and get all of them to think about where we can identify an opportunity that's the best. And so we went that way. We enabled our people as our first move to be able to make sure that we were identifying targets of opportunity literally across every single thing that everybody does every day. Mm-hmm. Now, the interesting thing that we found in that is that there are some use cases that surface as being really resonant, that make everybody have their aha moments. But there are a great many more, and I mean a great many more, that are really a bit here, a bit there. And our employees actually are finding those, and they are embracing them and sharing them with each other, so that we can get opportunity across the board. The way that I sort of phrase it, it's a little bit of everybody, but not really all of anybody that's being impacted here. No entire jobs are disappearing. Every job is accelerating.
Wow, that's really important. I think the principles that I take away from this part of our conversation is that, be aligned with your purpose and sort of how you go about doing your business. So it's much more seamless. And then, wherever you may start, whether it's big bang or small, make sure that you have that feedback loop there. It's sort of that experimentation, et cetera, that is encouraged. So that's very helpful.
Well, if I could sort of double click on that, you made a comment in your talk yesterday about a survey that you had done, and it aligns to surveys that we've done as well, that I think you said 80% of executives think that this is going to be a major transformative technology. I think we all agree that that's certainly true. But one thing that we're finding as a result of this broad-based approach is that the point of view on these technologies from leadership and from just collectively, I'll say, practitioner, is different. The leaders, not surprisingly, are looking for return on investment. Where can I get the biggest bang for a manageable buck? The team members in the field are looking to have the best and newest technology at their disposal so they can just make their jobs easier. And in fact, if you do a pilot-led approach only, you will have to contend with the fact that you'll have disappointed team members that feel that they're being shorted, that they want these tools. They have these tools. They're on their cell phone already.
Yes.
And if you don't give them a safe and sustainable version of it, they're going to bring one. And so we need to be aware of that too. But that group, they're champing at the bit to move forward into these technology things. And so we harnessed it. What we did was we built sort of two sharing forums, one technical, where all of our developers that are creating new capabilities and innovating in the field are putting those, we call them patterns, in place so that people can repeat those patterns into other use cases and go wide fast from a technical perspective. And then we have another that's sort of a peer-to-peer, we call it just the hub, the AI hub, and in the hub, we're sharing use cases in the field. So, how can you make your own day-to-day job better? And so between those two peer sharing forums, we're able to move much, much more rapidly. And again, that's a bottoms-up approach that isn't in conflict with the leadership approach of ROI, but it is a very different lens, and we think it's a powerful one.
Yeah, well, I think we just sort of created the segue to the next question that I wanted to ask about, and that's really about the people implications. And is there tension there, right? We want to make sure that we give our talented group the access to this information and AI and tools so they can do their jobs better. But we also are, very conscious of the fact that we have a short-term goal here. We got to deliver on the business results. What are your thoughts around it?
Well, it is going to reshape our firm. We know this to be the case. We don't know exactly the implications of ratios of how many partners to how many associates or anything in the mix. And I don't think anyone can reasonably predict. I will say that the most common thing you hear in industry, in my experience at least right now, is people think like they thought with RPA and other recent technology advancements that it's going to be the mundane, repeatable stuff, and so therefore junior team members are going to get swapped out by the technology. I'm not positive I actually agree. I think that because this gives us incredible access to information, it allows a junior resource to punch above their weight and get really effective really fast. So actually junior resources become more valuable than they ever were before because they can do better. Mm-hmm. I personally believe the squeeze is going to be the middle layer, the on-the-job training manager whose job it is to coach and coax a new joiner into productivity, in whichever industry, by the way, any knowledge work. And so I think that layer is where the training becomes essentially automated in a manner of speaking. That's, I think, where we're going to see a bigger impact. But regardless, understanding that you can't really exactly predict, knowing that it's going to change and having a message around the fact that we're going to responsibly manage that change and make our people a part of that change, critical. The alternative, if you didn't communicate well, would be fear, and fear is obviously disruptive, and we don't want that, and we don't want to treat our people that way either.
Yeah. Well, these are really good. I think about sort of elaborating on that a little bit further. So, if you were to give folks, here are the top 2 or 3 things to think about as you prepare your workforce for something as disruptive as the AI.
Well, I'll go with the top one thing, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
the
sure,
top one thing is, I think that we have a tendency, particularly senior leadership in general, has a tendency to overgeneralize and consider that there is a message and an approach that one should take with your executive team, and there's a different one that one should take with your college campus hires or whatever. And what we have, what I believe and what we've done in our program is take a slightly different lens on that, a human-centric type of a lens based on personas. The personas span those layers. And so, for example, we have one that we refer to as the tech trailblazer, someone that is all in, right? They're going to embrace the technology. They know that it's the future. They really want to be a part of it. They're excited about the change as opposed to fearful of it. That tech trailblazer could as easily be a CEO as a summer intern, right? And you want to harness those people at whichever level and make sure that they're enabled and that what they're learning and seeing and doing is communicated out more broadly. There are others that are very interested but don't understand, and you need to treat them with education and enablement and everything else to get them ready, because they're in, they just don't get it yet. So you got to help them get it and build the training learning paths and everything else associated with that. So, and then there's another group that I won't I refer to them as the recalcitrants, but it's the ones that just they're not going to play.
Right.
And honestly, in our program, for the most part, we're not ignoring that group, but we're not letting ourselves be distracted by it. There are going to be those who say this too shall pass, and maybe they're right. We've seen lots of hype cycles in the past, but I don't believe so in this instance, and we don't want ourselves to become distracted by that backdrag. We're focusing on the forward leaners, and so. To summarize that, the tip is to think about the people not by their level or even by their business function or job title or anything along those lines. Think about them for where they are mentally in this transformational change so that you can use them and make them a part of the change.
When you start sort of describing that way, I think about change management principles and really sort of extracting out who you're targeting the message to, bringing them on board, understanding that there might be detractors out there, but don't let that detract from the mission that you have.
And meet them where they are,
and meet them where they are, yeah. And so this sort of folds into sort of the next question, which is really about developing that long-term strategy. This is very thoughtful effort, and hopefully the audience, you're picking up really good tips and tricks here about how to think this through. If you're going to advise somebody about developing out the strategy, what would you do?
Well, the first thing I would recommend is that, in addition to the things that I said at the beginning, making the choices and building your frameworks in place to manage it, is to recognize that this is a very difficult target to paint. The reality is, and I think I mentioned this to you before we came up on stage here, that by the time we finish this talk, there will be some significant advancement that has changed everything again, and it's just going to keep happening because that's the pace of this particular technological wave we're in. So understanding that it is a moving target, for the most part, I think long-term strategies should be focusing on where it's heading as opposed to where it is. And you can, it is a choice. You can choose to build a strategy that says that it hasn't progressed close enough to where it's heading yet, and we're going to wait to jump on, or you can choose to become a part of it and try to ride the wave going forward. Different organizations in different industries have the ability to make different choices. We are in professional services. We do not have that choice. It is changing what we're doing in the way that we're doing it, and we had to lean in hard. Another industry that I think is very like that is financial services. It's all knowledge work for the most part, right? And very heavily regulated and everything else. All those things that are transforming, they have to be a part of the change, or they will be left behind. Manufacturing, as an example, maybe is a little bit slower, has the opportunity to be a little bit slower, those sorts of things. So making a choice to build a long-term strategy that's based on a trajectory of the storyline versus an endpoint of it, I think is the way to go.
Oh, that was really good advice there. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper here. Share an example of a company maybe that you've worked with. You don't need to name names, but and how you advise them, how they went about it, lessons learned.
Well, so I mentioned financial services, and anyone in the audience who is from financial services knows I will not name names. That's not the way that it rolls. But financial services, fundamentally speaking, has a pretty dynamic regulatory regime, and so what we've seen in FS in particular is a really tight confluence of regulatory change and adherence with AI programs. So they want to go down the path. I mean, there are all sorts of technological advancements that have been, by the way, AI-enabled, like Know Your Customer, for example, where they're using all sorts of algorithmic mechanisms to make sure that we're doing those things well. They're building on that and dovetailing it with the regulatory regime to make sure that they're reporting and dealing with adherence at the same time. So those programs where it's not just a digital transformation, but it is an AI meets core business function transformation, are the ones that we're finding that are the most successful. It's not an afterthought program or even a forethought program. It's an integrated program that gets to their primary transformations. And we're seeing it there's actually multiple financial services organizations that are driving in the same way. They're all kind of elevating up that storyline because they have been, and so it was relatively easier for them to pick up.
Yeah. Good, great, thank you for that. Let's see if we have any questions from the audience. Just checking out if anybody's going to ask any questions here. I don't see anything showing up on our monitor. Not yet. All right. Well,
I guess we answered the questions well enough, right?
Questions well enough. That's right. So, well, very much thank you so much for sharing your expertise. I want to give you the opportunity to share any more takeaways. What should folks take away from this conversation that we've had?
I think, and we titled this program the same thing. It is powered by people and enabled by AI. If I had any one thing to say, the technology is sexy as hell. We think it's incredible. Everybody does. It's really, really powerful. There is a question here. But beyond the technology itself, I think the people power is what really is going to make this thing stick.
Okay, great. Well, I'll read out the question as Charles gets ready to answer it. With respect to creating the personas, how does KPMG accomplish this task across 30,000 employees that you referenced earlier?
It's not easy, is the answer to that question. So, and by the way, it's 30,000 in the U.S. We're well over 100,000 around the world. What we did was a combination of focus group work, survey work, and some organizational design work that had already been done prior. So we were able to kind of identify the categories and make sure that we had all of their piece parts. The biggest thing that we did across the 30,000 was it actually wasn't our first decision, but it was one of our more impactful ones. We intentionally decided not to pay attention to our org. That is to say, it's not about people. It's not about partners versus not partners. It's not about practice or business function area. We intentionally set that aside to try to find the commonalities in the responses, and that's how we came across this concept of the persona approach.
Oh, terrific. Another great tip again, great advice to give us here. So thank you so much, Charles, for this very informative conversation. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that. Really will appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks, Laura. Appreciate it. Thank you for kicking off this day 2 on such a wonderful note. Well, they say that AI is the future. And if that is true, either it's really, really super smart, or it could be very scary. So it could go either way, and hence why it's important to really understand what we can make out of it. And I think, as Charles rightfully said, it's a moving target. You should be looking at the future, like, how we're really paving this versus like taking it point in time. And I think that's a key point to highlight. And to continue that discussion and discuss the topic of how to build real business value with AI, now I would like to invite on the stage our esteemed panel here from CBRE, Chief Digital and Technology Officer Sandeep Dave, from AT&T Chief Data Officer Andy Marcus, and from JP Morgan Chase Chief Data and Analytics Officer Teresa Heitenseder-Ritter. Sorry if I butchered the name. My apologies. And the moderator would be KPMG's USAI Transformation Managing Director, Aisha. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm Aisha Tahir-Khali. I'm a Managing Director within KPMG's AI and Digital Innovation Group. I'm honored to be with this esteemed panel today. We're going to discuss how to unlock business value with AI. As we reach the midpoint of 2024, AI strategies have really hit a new inflection point. In fact, KPMG's own AI Pulse survey that was released last week revealed that business leaders are looking at AI beyond just an investment and really recognizing the importance of leveraging it to gain competitive advantage and market share. And so I'm excited to see how our panelists are doing just that. But before we get started, let's take a minute to introduce ourselves. So we'll start with you, Sandeep.
Sure. So Sandeep Dave, I work for CBRE. CBRE, for those of you who don't know, is a Fortune 130. We do about anything and everything in real estate. So we manage over 150 billion in assets. We transact billions of dollars in transaction volume. We manage over 7 billion square feet in facilities. And in my capacity, I oversee all things digital data and technology, and then therefore AI.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Hey, I'm Andy Marcus. So I'm the Senior Vice President of Data and AI at AT&T, and I lead the Chief Data Office. And at the Chief Data Office at AT&T, we always say we have 3 core responsibilities. The first is to partner with our business to really drive significant and meaningful value with data and AI applications. And that's by far the first. Actually, we have a metric that we use for our team. We expect to return at least a 3x ROI on everything we do, fully looking at our investment and delivering 3 times that value to the business. The second half really is creating standards for architecture across the business. And the third one is really just helping modernize our technology to get to those standards. Not an easy task when you're at a legacy company.
Fantastic. Teresa?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Teresa Heitenseder. I'm the Chief Data and Analytics Officer of JP Morgan Chase. We're a leading global financial services company with 300,000 employees globally. We bank over 90% of the Fortune 500 and 80 million U.S. consumers, so roughly half the households in the United States. So not surprisingly, we have quite a lot of data and quite a lot of opportunity to leverage AI. Unlike my esteemed panelists, I am new to this space. I've spent my career at JP Morgan Chase in the investment bank running large businesses and was appointed to this newly created role. I'm a member of the operating committee of JP Morgan, and it just kind of reflects how seriously we're taking this from a business perspective and wanting to have somebody with a little bit more of a commercial lens driving the AI outcomes for the firm.
That's fantastic. And I think that leads me into my first question. Maybe we'll start with you, Teresa, and then Sandeep. Can you talk about your firm's AI journey and specifically your strategic approach to both embed AI and then determine what use cases to pursue that have the strongest potential for scale and value?
Absolutely.
So AI is not new in financial services, and at JP Morgan, we've been leveraging AI and machine learning techniques for over a decade in everything from risk management to fraud prevention. Think about our credit card business, in our customer-facing operations and how we customize products for clients. So it's very much embedded into the organization. Like Andy was describing, we have a central team that's responsible for setting standards, providing tools to enable the businesses and centers of excellence to help leverage their efforts. But we have embedded teams in each of the lines of business and very much think that the businesses are in the best position to understand what the most immediate opportunities are. As we've gone at the Gen AI piece of the equation, which is obviously the newer opportunity, we've done a lot to try to put the tools in people's hands to help them to experience and experiment. We're seeing some tremendous ideation, but we're also having to balance that a little bit with 1,000 flowers blooming and making sure that we are kind of having the right business lens on what are the things that are truly going to be most impactful for the organization at scale.
Fantastic. And then Sandeep.
Yeah, well, similar journey in the sense that AI is not new and we've been working on AI for a while. But what's happened since the last year and a half is this excessive attention on the technology and almost a hyper-focus, which is then resulting in a fear of missing out, which is then resulting in a need to chase the shiny object. I've got stakeholders coming to me and saying, well, we've got to do something. And so actually, I've had discussions where somebody's told me, well, we've got to have an AI strategy. And I've said, well, what's our business strategy? And what is it that we are trying to do? What is most important for our business? And then let's decide what technology, AI, automation, what else goes under it. The other is that now suddenly there's a benefit of this plethora of use cases. But what we've also tried to do is strategic value on one side, but the feasibility on the other side. Do we have the data? Can we really derive? So value and feasibility is something that we also look at.
Yeah, I really like the business-led, tech-enabled approach. I think that'll resonate with a lot of others that are listening in the room. Sandeep, you mentioned the feasibility and analysis, looking at the feasibility of with the practicality of implementing AI. Can you talk about some of the challenges I think businesses are struggling with as the technology is evolving at such a rapid clip, and there's a lot of unknowns, and the value might not be realized right away. So can you talk about how you're addressing that at your organization?
Yeah, well, in terms of realizing value, this is where we want to ensure that we are aligned with our business strategy. Second, we are heavily focused on, I mean, this is a cliche, but we're heavily focused on trying something quickly and moving at pace. The other thing is partnerships. Partnerships play a critical role. I mean, especially most of us are not building large language models. It takes eye-watering amounts of investment and ongoing compute to run large language models. And so therefore, first of all, we need the partnerships. And, Sam Altman was trying to raise $7 trillion at one point. I tried to use that as a benchmark with my CFO. For some reason, did not appreciate that.
Did you get that budget?
No. So that's first, right? First and foremost, you want access to those foundational models, which, by the way, as you said, are moving and improving at a rapid pace. The other thing is that VC investments may have dried up across the board. I think VC investments quarter over quarter are down 50-60%, but not for AI.
Yeah.
And just if I look at AI in commercial real estate, in Q1 alone, it attracted about $1.5 to $2 billion in investment for just AI-focused companies. So we want to tap into that innovation as well. And so the other area that we are heavily focused on is partnerships.
Yep. And Andy, you and I discussed the importance of strategic partnerships and stakeholders. So can you elaborate on kind of what AT&T is doing in that space?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this will resonate with everyone. It's probably the part of the same journey that we're on. But as we think about, delivering value, it all starts with partnering with the business and understanding what's most important to our business. And we do that with taking the use case and applying a really vetted business case to it. And at AT&T, we've actually created a generative AI, transformation office that's part of the business that we work with hand in hand. And that team helps us vet and prioritize, the initiatives across the company and stack rank those so that we make sure that we're working on the things that are most important to AT&T, most important to the business, and that will drive business value. And the next thing I think we look at is to approach things in a very interoperable fashion. Best in class, as you mentioned, things are changing so fast. We can't lock ourselves into any technology because in 3 months it might have changed. So we have to ensure that we can pivot. The third thing is the partnership. At AT&T, we rely, a lot on I think truly, top flight partners. We leverage a lot of Microsoft, support. We work a lot with NVIDIA, who I know we have NVIDIA folks here. Databricks, we work with Google, we work with AWS. We work a lot in open source. Open source is extremely important to our strategy. So that's very important. And the other thing I would say is this, is that if we look back a couple of months ago even, there was so much greenfield here. Even working with these partners, executing use cases for AT&T, there was not that, thing out of the box that would do that. We would have to build it. Because, general knowledge is only so important for executing AT&T use cases. We have to make this smart on AT&T. So we were developing a lot in the greenfield space, but in a way that we could pivot. And now I think what we're trying to do is understand when, some of this functionality is becoming a bit of a commodity, when to leverage that from our partners, and when still to double down on the things that are very important to us and our business. And I would say right now where we stand, it's a few areas. Accuracy is someplace where we all know, like we're either from you guys experimenting or from using this in massive production, out of the box, the accuracy is somewhat, spotty, right? So accuracy is very important, and we put a lot of time in things like RAG and fine-tuning to really, maximize the accuracy. And we can see, 20 to 30 percentage point gains in really having that best-in-class process. The other thing is the cost and latency. Like we know at the scale many of the companies here are, this can get very expensive. So, focusing on small language models, focusing on, fine-tuning those, and really I've heard the Honeywell person yesterday talk about this. In many cases, we find that solution's much more accurate and much more cost-effective than a large language model. And the last thing I would say that we're focusing on to really, drive that value is making sure we have that single source of truth. We always talk about that in the data space. It applies to the AI space as well. As we embed, our information across our domains at AT&T, we want to do it once. And then whatever generative application we use on top of it, we hit that same common vector store. So we don't have our data dispersed through many systems, many different places. We have one common source of data that we can all rely on that will deliver the truth that we need.
Fantastic. So one of the key takeaways I got is really establishing your build, buy, and partner approach and leaning on the partner ecosystems. So I'm really excited now to do a one-click down and understand what are some specific use cases that you have realized value within your organizations. And so maybe, Andy, we could start with you at AT&T. What are some of the things that you're most excited about?
I'm excited about everything. It's really a great time to be, in the space. Let me start off by saying at AT&T, we created this application I'll call Ask AT&T, and Ask AT&T is our version of being able to execute generative AI at the scale of the enterprise across the firm. And I'll just describe it quickly and then get into the use cases. But Ask AT&T, we now have rolled out to over 100,000 employees and contractors. I think we just crossed the barrier where we have over 100 million API calls. Our employees access it through the web interface or a Teams interface, but the bulk of it is integrated into our systems. And so we have a single screen experience, and we're leveraging the best-in-class generative AI that it can produce. I break it down into these categories. The ability to ask information of documents, the classic, summarization, classification, doing Q&A against our knowledge corpuses. Asking data, the ability to make, human language the new computer language, the new SQL, the new, Spark, the new Python. That's really a lot of use cases rely on that. Asking images, understanding information in our data that are pictures, that are tables, that are graphs, that are charts. And then finally, I would say ask agents, applying an agentic framework so that we break down our problems into smaller pieces that can be solved individually, and tying those together with the control agent, and then enabling those agents to take action. So that's the foundation of Ask AT&T. And then there's a coding piece too. So how does that relate to business value? On the coding side, we're reimagining the entire software development lifecycle using generative AI. So once the user story is created on down, from creating the test plan, from generating the code, from executing the test plan, helping with implementation, to managing the back-end vulnerabilities, all of that is being really fueled by generative AI. And what we're seeing already is that depending on tasks, somewhere between a 20 to 30% increase in productivity with that enhancement. The human's still in the loop, absolutely, right? Mm-hmm. The coders are so important, but it's just helping them do their job better, so they can focus on more and get more done. So coding is a really big point. If you think about the software development that happens at AT&T, there's a lot of numbers behind that dollar sign on making that productivity gain. Another really big area, I call it contract AI. We have the last 3 years of the contracts at AT&T embedded into the single knowledge base. And imagine, for that supply chain team, not to just manage this thing, how they have done it in the past, but to be able to ask these very, specific questions. Tell me the credits rebates that I'm owed this month. Tell me, the contracts where the indemnity clause is not standard. So that really, provides a lot of value to that team. And then if you think about everything across care, across field, across how we both administer and manage our network, we have a lot of use cases there. And I'll sum it up with this. Last fall, our CFO committed to another $2 billion cost efficiency program for AT&T. That's on top of a $6 billion program that we just successfully implemented. And, our CEO actually publicly stated that we're going to generate a lot of that efficiency using AI, and he inferred generative AI. I helped with that messaging. But that's the kind of the scale at which we believe this will, bring value to the company. So it will help our employees, be more productive, to do their jobs better and serve our customers better.
Fantastic. Thanks, Andy. And what about you, Teresa, at JP Morgan?
Yeah, our experience is very similar to what Andy described. I think when we look across the portfolio of all of the use cases that we have, they do tend to fall into the categories that you outlined. So it's working with documents, it's asking questions of data. And what we're trying to drive is a little bit more of a horizontal thinking across the organization so that we can get that type of scale, that we're not creating the same capabilities multiple times. And that's where having the central team is very helpful, because we do get that overarching look at what are all the things that people are working on. And you may not, naturally equate the legal team with something, over in the KYC team, but they're really working with documents, or they're working with images, or there's a lot of commonality. So we're trying to create the capabilities that we can just help people go faster by looking at those things. I think when we look at the highest priorities, again, they're very much aligned to what Andy described. We have a big initiative underway for helping our employees just to be more impactful within the organization, like having information readily available to them through a better employee experience. We're working, obviously, on the technology piece. If you look at the firm, roughly half of our employees are in technology and operations. So as we continue to grow and scale, we want to make sure that we are creating more and more capacity for those folks. So whether it's issues around, again, looking at the whole software development lifecycle, how we look at cyber, how we look at maintaining the plant, so to speak, of all of our applications as they're running, these are the places that we're employing it. And then even across our operations teams, we've taken the leaders of our two main divisions And they're working jointly to look at where are those common applications that they can leverage and we can kind of work on one time and be able to use across the organization so that we get, more results faster.
Fantastic.
One thing Teresa said that's really important, I'd love to talk about it for a second, which is the commonality. Like traditional AI, and we're all very steeped in traditional AI, was always a bespoke solution for each problem. And now, of these patterns, like we're seeing about 85% or more of these use cases are solved with the pattern. So it's the reuse is incredible, right? It's really just building upon top of that core functionality of those core patterns, and you're able to address so many of those standard use cases. So we're kind of hitting a point where generative AI is really becoming more of a general AI, and it's a really great thing to be in our space and do that.
Yeah, identifying those common patterns with Gen AI and then scaling them across the organization. And Sandeep, can you talk about what you're doing at CBRE?
Yeah, well, so as Andy was going through his list, I felt like, us too.
Those patterns that he was referencing.
Yeah,
I got to go first.
So I think there is that. It's interesting to see these use cases like contracts or software development support. We have, similar to Ask AT&T, we have an LSAI, which is open to all our employees. 100,000 of them, 25,000 active users who are querying documents, summarizing, translating, and some of the prompt library that we see emerging from it is just so interesting and so diverse. But the one area that I'll touch on is that we have been very focused on how do we infuse AI in our workflows. And we manage facilities, as I was saying, 7 billion square feet is what we manage. And we've got several AI interventions in there, from as small as which work order is likely to miss an SLA, which projects is likely to get delayed, to should you repair and replace an asset, how do you bring down, compress false alarms by 98%. We've got several AI interventions, and that AI-enabled capability is infused in our operating platform, which is live across 20,000 sites and 1 billion square feet, which is massive. And that has amazing business impact for us, which we are very excited about.
Fantastic. Now let's shift a little bit to some of the challenges. I think some of the questions that are top of mind for most businesses is they're quickly learning that high quality curated data assets are key to enable and unlock value with AI. Data, in fact, has become the new oil. So can you talk about, and we'll start with you, Teresa, what are some practical advice you would offer to businesses that are struggling to prepare their infrastructure for AI?
Yeah, before I get to the infrastructure, one of the things that I've certainly found most challenging in this role is speaking to business people about data. And I can certainly relate to this, having come from a business that, like, the data people would come to speak to me, and I would try to move them out of my office as fast as I could, right? And I think that what you want to have is like a language. You have to help business people understand how is data being used, because data that's in an application for a particular line of business is different than data that's being aggregated for financials, is different than data that's being used for machine learning, is different than data that's being used for generative AI. And just explaining the various uses and what needs to be in place to be able to facilitate those uses, give people a framework that they can kind of get familiar with. I think that's much more impactful for kind of rousing around the support you need from the organization. You can build the infrastructure. That's not the most straightforward thing, but it's doable. It's the work of the organization to change the culture around data and really get people to take ownership and think about data truly as an asset that has value. And I think unless you can kind of galvanize the business leadership around that and make them really understand what's in it for me, what's the real value that will derive to the organization if we implement these practices, that's, I think, one of the bigger challenges before kind of creating all the tools that you need. Obviously, data is foundational to everything. You have to have the right guardrails. You've got to have the right protections and privacy and all of those things. But if you don't have people's hearts and minds behind it, it's going to be a much more difficult challenge to kind of really move at the pace that you want to be able to move.
Okay, and then Andy, from your role, can you talk about key advice that you would give to others?
No, I think Teresa hit a lot of really great points. What I would say is, I would say three core things I believe are really important here. The first, and it sounds very basic, it's very hard at a large organization, is to have that central data inventory, to understand where your data is and what it is, right? To understand, that data where we have the metadata associated to it that's both technical and the business metadata of how it's used and what it really is. That's very essential. We need that, of course, for all the risk areas of the company, but also for delivering value. If you don't know where your data is, you're not going to find the right data for your right use case. So I think it starts with a central data inventory. The next thing, in my view, is that curated view of the data that is the most consumable view of it, and we call that a data product. Mm-hmm. As Teresa said, there's always that use case where we need a data science application that would use raw source data. That's 100% true. But I think the bulk of the consumption of the data across the organization happens through a data product where the business logic is curated and vetted by the subject matter expert, and they've gold stamped it. This is the view of that data that I want leveraged across the company, whether it's the finance view, whether it's the network view, whether it's the consumer view in AT&T. That's a very important concept. So really democratizing data through data products versus having organizations going to source systems and trying to recreate the wheel is super important. And then the last thing is really what we're talking about here, AI and generative AI, making all that usable. At AT&T, we have, let's say 10,000 applications, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of data tables. You can't ask the average person to go into that environment and make this useful, right? You have to, put generative AI on top of it, have them ask questions, and then surface the most relevant information to them from the data products, from the data inventory, so that they can do their work, and then taking that ask data functionality and going one step further and allowing them to ask questions of the data and actually running the SQL or the Python for them. So I think those three things really make this useful.
Thank you, Andy. So we did get a few questions in about responsible AI. So I know we talked a lot about being bold and fast. One of KPMG's core tenets of our transformation program is balancing bold, fast, and responsible as we scale AI to ensure that it's implemented in a safe and ethical manner. So who would like to take that question about the approach to balancing bold, fast, and responsible AI?
I'll just start on kind of the approach we took. And I don't think this is the case anymore, but early on, many companies I talked to had a hard time getting out of the gate because of risk concerns of generative AI. The approach we took, one, was just to redo our AI policy, right? So that we embedded generative AI in that policy, and the way we use AI was basically tied into our employee code of conduct. So I think that was really, and get that out into the world, and everybody at AT&T understands that. But the other thing was to have our risk organizations at the table with us at the very beginning, so that as we charted the course here, we weren't coming in at the very end to ask somebody, is this okay? They were here helping us design it. So we always heard, you've always heard the concept of privacy by design. This was, security, legal, privacy, compliance by design. Those groups were at the table at the beginning with us, not telling us no, but helping us chart the course of how. And I think that was really important in our journey.
Fantastic. What about you, Teresa?
Very similar experience as well. I think that I can't stress enough the importance of having all of your control partners at the table as you evolve this. Obviously, financial services is highly regulated, and so we have had to be very mindful of, first and foremost, protecting client data, and privacy is job number one. Our business is trust, and we certainly wouldn't do anything to compromise that in any way. So we've been very thoughtful. I think what we've learned as we've gone through the process is that the existing controls that we have in place have served us well. If you think we're thinking about data controls and technology controls, including cyber and model risk governance and all of the things that were already established, didn't really have to change that much from a generative AI perspective. It's perhaps the emphasis changes a little bit, whereas in a traditional model where you're building a model for a specific use, you might be more focused on the details of the algorithm, where in Gen AI, if you're using a foundational model, it may be more of what's the use case. So we've been very focused on what's the outcome that we're trying to achieve, whether it's fair access to credit or how we are dealing with consumers, making sure that however you're applying AI in whatever form, that you're focused on the outcome, that you have the appropriate requisite controls to make sure that you can create the right outcome. We've also spent a lot of time on training for our employees as they're getting access to the tools to make sure that they understand that the tool could hallucinate or that there could be potentially these risks that you should be very cognizant of. And we try throughout, as people are using the tools, to give them reminders that check the outcome, here's the context, and just make sure that they are being very mindful in the way that they're using the technology.
If I can offer a slightly nuanced or a different perspective from not being in a regulated industry or not operating in a consumer industry. I have been in banking, and I definitely dealt with the kinds of demands that comes with that, and a compliance department that starts with, well, the answer is no, what is the question? But when I deal with our internal stakeholders, whether it's my own cyber team or our legal team, there is a surface level view of influenced by all the narrative that, oh my God, responsible AI, or there's bias, there's going to be prompt injection. And I tell them, guys, let's be clear about what threat or what responsible AI means to us. Because we are not building large language models.
That's right.
We are not the ones carrying the bias. So what is the threat? Is the threat data privacy and protection? Is it that there is an operational risk because you will get an incorrect answer, whether that's through hallucination or whatever else? Is it copyright risk? Let's be crystal clear about the risk. That way you know what you're trying to solve for.
Yeah. I also like the point that you all made about leaning into your existing structures of process, policies, and controls that are already in place, and then just thinking through what is the net new that you have to do because of AI. Let's see, other questions that have come in. This question I think we covered, but does business value for your firm equate to financial value, or what other types of value are you looking to create with AI? I think we covered a little bit of that in the first question, but Cindy.
Yeah, I can provide a perspective. The way we look at it is that we look at AI business value in the spectrum of either efficiency, which is I can unlock personal productivity gains, or I can create efficiency in what we do, or stickiness and differentiated client outcomes for us. Which means that if I can spot market trends better, then I can actually set up fund strategies better, or help set up fund strategies better, and make better investment, asset acquisition, asset disposition decisions. So that's where it becomes really important. Or if I can run an efficient facilities organization that can operate at 5% lower cost base, then that really creates an ability for me to compete more effectively in the market. So that's how we look at it. Given all the headwinds in commercial real estate, there is definitely a desire for, well, can I just replace X thousand jobs? Yeah. But I don't think that's happening.
What about Teresa or Andy?
I would say, that generative AI transformation office that we set up in the business is really important for us because they're tied into the CFO organization. And so when we prioritize use cases, we're prioritizing by free cash flow impacting business cases. They get the priority. They're going to get worked on. And not only are we working on those, but we've set up an investment pool associated to that development. And as a business unit would use that investment pool, their benefits of the use cases are tracked and eventually become a budget impacting impact based on a schedule that we lay out. So this is a very deliberate, diligent process where CFO is providing seed funding to deliver, functionality that helps the organization. We're focusing on free cash flow impacting use cases, and the budget will be impacted, good or bad, based off of the outcome of those executions.
I just couldn't hear anything after the fact that you said your CFO is providing seed funding.
There comes with strings.
So all investments come through with a business case and ROI that's reviewed, and then there's a decision that's made about.
That's right, and the benefits are tracked and budgets are, impacted accordingly.
One thing I'll add to that, though, it's not always apparent when you start the experimentation phase what the actual outcome is going to be. And what we hear often is if you box people into that too much, it could stifle innovation because they're trying to experiment and they don't actually know what the outcome is, and they're a little bit reticent to sign up for a number or a target going in. What we absolutely insist on, though, is that you have to have a measurable business outcome. Like, what is it? Is it maybe seconds on a call or a customer satisfaction score or something that matters to the business? And it has to be measurable. You have to be able to benchmark it, and then you have to be able to see kind of the before and after, what demonstrable impact has happened here, so that we've got something to measure. Otherwise, like we have, seen experiences where use cases go into production and they don't have a definite value associated with them. We're trying to really tighten that up so that, everything has it's got to have a business value, or there's no point in having it being worked on.
Yes, at KPMG, we also started initially with just the broad-based innovation, top-down and bottoms-up approach. But we didn't, in the first year, really attach an R to the investment, and now we've since done that and also formalized establishing OKRs across the program and across all investments to kind of measure on an ongoing basis the value. So I think we have time for one last question, and I think I would want to ask each of you, what is the one piece of advice you would give to everyone that's listening based on your successes and learnings? And why don't we start with you, Sandeep?
Yeah, sure. So I'll digress a little. I have a 14-year-old who sometimes reminds me of AI because he confidently spurts out any answer to any question, whether he has any idea or not.
He's hallucinating.
I would rather not tell him that, but I'm sure. So what do I do with him? I try to focus on what really matters and not pick every battle. I try to give him good input so that he can make good decisions. And then I take his confident advice every once in a while, but then I double check it. And I hope you get the gist. I'm certainly not providing parenting advice here. It's all about AI.
That's great.
Yeah.
For us, I would say, an interoperable solution is key. Things are changing so much, and they're going to continue to change. I mean, we're 12 months out before, things even start to get to a mature point. So make sure that, your solution is flexible. And then I think, pivoting around business value is uber important. I mean, one thing I see, and we live in a technology world. I'm a technologist. This is not a science project. We're not chasing a shining object. It's all about delivering that value to make our employees better so that we can serve our customers better. And that's what we try to coach our team on.
Yeah, I think I liked one of the things that you said in our sessions is we're not implementing technology for technology's sake, but really tying it to the strategy. So what about you, Teresa?
I think for us, one of the things that has been most impactful is you really have to spend the time communicating with the organization. The thing that I hear most often, there's a lot of enthusiasm, and we have great sponsorship from the top. Jamie Dimon, our CEO, has been very vocal about AI and the transformational potential that he believes that it has. So that permeates through the organization. But the question I often get is, I just don't know where to start. Like, how does this apply to my business? And I think the more you can communicate, the more you can bring people together to showcase this is a use case that we have happening here, it really helps that flywheel of people connecting the dots of, oh, I see how that could be applicable over here. So the more you can get people involved, the more you can talk to them about actual use cases and let them see what's being done. I think that's very, very helpful for people to be able to imagine the applicability in their particular area. And we've seen that really kind of help to accelerate progress across the organization.
Yeah, a real focused effort on the change and adoption.
Exactly.
Of this transformation. Well, fantastic. Thank you all for all of your insights and guidance today. It was great having you on. And for those in the audience, if you have additional questions, please feel free to reach out to them afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sandeep, Andy, Teresa, and Aisha. Once again, a lot of good points being made. And Sandeep, if you don't mind me, like 14-year-old still listening to you, man, that's amazing. Mine 14-year-old doesn't even listen to me at all. So kudos to you, AI and your 14-year-old. Good. So moving forward, now we're going to have an executive interview on the topic of how AI is changing the face of the content industry. And as you know, AI is revolutionizing every facet, every industry, and this in particular with the content industry. And for this discussion, I'm going to invite on the stage Paramount's Chief Technology Officer, Phil Weiser, in conversation with the EY America's AI and Data Analytics Leader, Hugh Borgen. Please, welcome to the stage.
This is the Hollywood section of your day, so we'll try and make it entertaining.
We're talking about movies. That was loud.
Or we can talk about corporate data governance. Which would you prefer?
Let's do that. Hi, I'm Hugh Bergen. I lead our AI and analytics practice at EY, and I'm joined by Phil Weiser. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I run our technology and operations across Paramount Global, which is the broader media company. And it's an interesting collection of assets because we have Paramount Pictures, which we all know and love, but we also have CBS, which does a lot of live programming and is probably the most consumed content in streaming, like NCIS, right? That's it's not a dirty little secret. We're proud of it, but it's a big part of the ecosystem. And then we've got streaming services, Paramount Plus, which I know you all subscribe to and consume every night, and Pluto TV, which is a free, a fast or free ad-supported television service. And then we've got a whole slew of cable networks, MTV, Nickelodeon, Comedy Central. If you haven't watched the new Daily Show with Jon Stewart, you should get all over it because it's actually really funny in this time. So I work across all those. Everything from production support through to end user distribution, whether it's through traditional channels or obviously streaming.
Thank you, Phil. Well, I'd like to talk about culture first, if that's okay. And your industry has actually probably had some of the most resistance to AI, or certainly public resistance to AI. What have you done to help enable the culture, the organization to adopt AI initiatives, to develop new skills that they maybe didn't have before? How have you helped overcome that cultural challenge at Paramount?
Well, it's been a multifaceted, I'd say, campaign. And just to talk about the resistance, we did, as an industry, go through a pretty tough period with a series of strikes with key constituents, of directors, actors, et cetera, last year. And it was all a result of just a lot of what the media was saying around how AI is going to take away jobs, which is a very valid fear. And the way we've been working to resolve some of that is just through putting the tools in the hands of thousands of people in the company. So we've got an AI everyday strategy at Paramount, which really, starting with the content side of the business, we did a deal with Adobe where we had access to their AI capabilities within products that our teams use extensively and rolled that out across the whole company, particularly with the creatives. And once they got in and actually started using this, a little bit of the fear went away because they saw everything it couldn't do. But then they got excited about how it would really augment the way they work. So part of that is just cutting large-scale deals, enabling the access to AI technologies across the enterprise. And as I say, running the experiment. The way we run the experiment is actually put it out there and see what sticks. So that's one key part of it. And I would say you hit on one thing, that public conflict or concern about AI versus private. The reality is, if you go to pretty much any production at this point in time, there's some AI being used somewhere in the process. So while there's not a formal top-down push in all cases, what we're seeing is the creative community figures it out. Like, they get excited and they go in and start using it. So whether it's someone going in and saying, I've got to read 20 scripts, I don't have time to do it, can I come up with a tool that will actually read through all those scripts, give me the key plot points? We even have tools that we're developing now that will read a script and estimate how much it will cost to make that movie or television show. It's just fascinating because it'll go through and read the script, identify how many locations are needed to film that. We'll go in and then make estimates about sort of the complexity of the scenes, et cetera, and come up with obviously a rough estimate. But that's fascinating because now we have humans that do that, and they have spreadsheet models that they're using. So when we start showing those kind of real quick wins, it's really changing the mindset. And I think it will organically get to the right level set over the next year or so.
That's exciting. Makes me want to join your industry.
It's an exciting time. Like, as you've heard, I'm sure from the other panels, like it's an exciting time. But I would say for content, even more than most industries, because Gen AI generates content. It generates media, which is what we do, whether it's text, images, audio, video. So it's really directly going to impact a big part of what we do.
Yeah. Well, you touched on this a moment ago, but one of the things that I've seen across all industries is the scenario where people develop a pilot for AI or machine learning or a proof of concept, and then it kind of dies off there, and it never makes its way into the day-to-day operations or the day-to-day lives of employees or customers.
Yeah.
I call it getting the AI out of the basement. A couple of years ago, all the AI and machine learning was happening, in the engineering rooms, not in the business areas. How have you helped Paramount overcome that and help actually drive AI use cases or AI scenarios into the hands of people that need it for their jobs?
Well, part of it is what I just described. So just, letting them figure out what use cases they really care about versus some corporate team hypothetically generating a spreadsheet of 150 use cases that they think could be cool, which I think companies make that mistake a lot. And that's where you see a lot of POCs that somebody in a centralized AI corporate planning team thinks is important, but when it gets out into the business, it just dies on the vine. So we're doing that, but very much hand in glove with the businesses that we're working with. So in addition to that organic bottoms-up approach, we just focused in on 3 or 4 key areas that we want to drive organizational and enterprise change and put most of our focus around those. And one was production, the way we create content. It's a core business. We should be really good at that. And then we do generate a lot of elements, some that I just glossed over in terms of scripting and pre-production, all the way through to how we're delivering that content, which we could talk about media supply chain a little bit if that's interesting. The other area is marketing. Again, as a content company, we spend most of our money creating the content and then marketing it. And marketing is an incredible category that you can benefit from Gen AI, because most of what we're doing in marketing is generating derivative content. So if we're producing a film or a TV show, we've got a lot of raw material that we can feed into a model to generate derivative content, either for advertising or just trailers, excerpts. So that's an area we're seeing a lot of interest inbound from our marketing teams once we've put that out there. And then there's the obvious just everyday enterprise use, which is we're working with Microsoft Copilot, we're working with Google, and Gemini just in our day-to-day sort of more text-based work. So for us, text-based areas, marketing and content are the key areas right now.
Great.
And just one other thought while I'm on it. So we also have an investment model that is very much inspired by venture capital, because I've got a background in doing a lot of startups. So we will go in and actually fund some of these things at a small level, and we treat it like pre-seed, seed, ABC type of investment. And we found that works really well if you're rigorous and you've got a real framework where you're basically spoon-feeding capital into the projects and never front-loading the investment. Just in general for technology transformation, it's really the only way to do it effectively.
Thanks, Phil.
I know it's a long answer.
No, I love it. We have a question from the audience here. So what are the biggest AI copyright issues you're seeing, and how are you managing these? I don't know if something comes to mind for that.
Well, it's the biggest issue we face. So outside of the impact on how we create content, what does it mean for our intellectual property? And there are a myriad questions that I can break some of them down. So last year, as all this was coming to fruition, a lot of people inside of the industry were saying, we really need to know what these companies are training on. We need to know what the training set is, because it's clear, and it'll play out in a couple of court cases, that they were trained on copyrighted material. And there's an argument from the companies doing the training that this is fair use. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to get into all the details of that. I've been living with copyright and technology my whole life. But that issue of what are they trained on? And then also ultimately, is our copyrighted material living inside of the AI somewhere? So you can imagine me trying to talk to our legal teams and others and saying, well, it's represented in this very large statistical matrix. It maybe, at some point, 100 years from now, people will figure out how to pull it out. But what we should really focus on is the outputs. And, and the reason we focus on the outputs is because it's something you can see, and then somebody can exploit in a way that may impact the value of your intellectual property. So whether somebody goes into Photoshop and creates a version of SpongeBob that they create, a video or use to exploit in some way that violates our copyright, or they generate that through an AI system, both of those are violations of our copyright. And it's pretty easy to understand, this is my copyrighted material, I can see what came out, and then also I can then, make sure it's not being exploited in a way that impacts my IP. So that's a simple view of right now, let's look at the outputs. The big concern is that with these systems, it's going to be very easy to generate so much infringing content that we'll never be able to keep up just by looking at the outputs. So we do need to engage now with the large foundation model companies and say, look, we need to figure out what economics look like. And we've seen these larger deals. News Corp cut a very significant deal with OpenAI. Other companies are attempting to do that. The New York Times tried to do it and resulted in a lawsuit. I think there is some merit in going in and engaging with these large companies, doing the foundation model training on the input side, but it's never going to make up for what we make in the way we exploit our content today. So it's an unsettled area. And just to go on the Wayback Machine and pull my dinosaur tail out, back when I started my first company in the 90s, there's this thing called the internet that came along. And for those that remember Napster, this was the same debate. Is this new technology medium violating copyrights? And then even if it is, what do we do about it? And how do we, organize the world in a way that makes sure that creators can still have a life? And YouTube was the next wave of that, right? And when YouTube came along, it was even worse because they were just directly putting up video, television content, and ultimately, it's not as though YouTube was sued out of existence. There had to be, some middle ground that was discovered, and ultimately now there's a different world order in terms of the economic model. But I think AI is going to go through the same sort of probably, decades-long journey to figure out, ultimately, how things settle out that creators can have a living creating their content. And that's ultimately what personally I care about the most is like, can we have vibrant art? And can people that create that art survive and continue to do that?
Thanks, Will. One of the questions I have is about, and actually couple of the questions here are about the production process and the content creation process. You've made the comment to me in the past that you could apply AI to a lot of different parts of your business, but your main focus has been applying it to the core of your business that's unique to Paramount, that's core to your business. How do you think about the impact of AI on storytelling, on creativity, AI fused with creativity? How does that come together, and how do you see that affecting your industry going forward?
I think I'm a techno-optimist, but I think it's going to be incredibly positive. And there's one fundamental reason for that is that, our creators are going to be able to iterate on ideas, kind of realize and play around with ideas at a much faster pace than they can today. So if you think about just even somebody shooting a scene with a lot of visual effects, the way it works right now is you have an actor, you put them on a stage, put a bunch of dots on them, they kind of, pretend they're in love with the broom, and then, a year later, you get to see what it looks like. And that's an exaggeration, obviously, but very long latency feedback cycle. And in the future, and not too distant future, you will be on a LED volume set where basically the actor's sitting within this large, projected LED volume with the images being created by an AI system and rendering. And that actor will be looking at the dragon that they're in love with and acting to that in real time. And the people that are directing and producing that will in real time see what that looks like and if it plays. And they can even change and say, you know what? I don't like the dragon's eyes blue. Let's make them green. Boom. And in real time, so that sort of feedback loop and sort of improvisation around the creation of content is going to go from that sort of scenario all the way back to visualization. Right now, when you have a script or a story and you want to do a storyboard and say, well, let's see what this kind of looks like and block it out. You hand that off to a bunch of creative teams and maybe you get it back in days or even weeks. Right? The people actually doing the scripting work can now generate that storyboarding and impact the story based on how they think it will come out visually in a much faster turnaround time. So I think that sort of thing makes me excited about not only just production, but how the upstream storytelling will be impacted. Mm-hmm. And we'll see that. It's all up to the creatives. I mean, they're gonna tell us how it works. I'm sitting here telling you what I think. But I think ultimately it's going to play out, in the writing rooms and on the sets as we create content.
Thank you, Phil. That is exciting. Are there any strategic big bets that you'd highlight? You're in a competitive industry. You have a lot going on. Some call it an arms race for how to differentiate in the market today. What are big bets you're making around AI? Is there one you can highlight?
Yeah, there's a couple. That's I'm like, oh. How much time do we have?
Not enough.
I know. So one I'll just summarize is a thing that we've been calling a franchise model. So we've got these billion-dollar franchises that we build on. Like Top Gun, maybe that's a franchise. Certainly Mission Impossible is a franchise. SpongeBob, which I always like to bring up because everybody knows that. Just on and on. We have these franchises, which are series of content based around the same kind of corpus of imagery, characters, concept, and a lot of content already generated. So the idea of a franchise model is like, why don't we train up the world's greatest, multimodal model that specifically understands the universe of franchise, and by that universe, you're feeding it every script, every image, every bit of video you have, whether it made it to screen or not. And then when you're going to do the next installment of whatever that franchise is, that what I just described around turning around things really quickly, the fidelity just goes up dramatically because now you've got an assistant on set that understands the entire universe of what you're trying to create or extend, and you can work alongside that to create new ideas, at a higher fidelity and certainly a higher frequency. So I think that franchise model concept is interesting because it's big to create a custom model at that scale. It's still unclear the best way to do it, like take an existing foundation model and fine-tune that or modify it, or do something with a smaller custom model. But that's the fun part. Like, we're going to figure that out.
Well, SpongeBob has a special place in my household in the morning. So
Paw Patrol? Yeah, Paw Patrol.
That was maybe about 8 years ago. I was a big Paw Patrol guy. Yeah.
Yeah, my nephew is like so proud of me because I work for Paw Patrol. And when he comes out, I take him in and show him Paw Patrol. Like, this is where my boss sits. I don't remember the characters all the time, but anyway, it's fun to see. That's the fun part of being in the content industry, when somebody's eyes light up based on that association with one of our brands.
Yeah, for sure. One last question for you. So there's a lot of executives in the room thinking about AI in their industry. How do we innovate using this technology? What advice would you give, given your experience and what you're looking to do in the future?
Don't lead the conversation with productivity. Don't lead the conversation with cost savings. One, productivity is nearly impossible to actually measure. And I don't think, in the other side of that ROI table that you're sitting at, that you're going to win that in a meaningful way. You have to win over the hearts as much as the minds of the broader executive team to drive this kind of transformation. And I've lived this through things like the cloud transformation that had started well over 10 years ago. And I saw companies that were overthinking things like multi-cloud, overthinking things like ROI, and then sitting on the sidelines for 5 years or more, while other companies were derided for, like, you're lift and shift, you're not being thoughtful about it. But you'd be thoughtful about it, but you in some ways you have to convince yourself this is a mega trend. It's not going away. It's not NFTs. It's going to be something big and durable, and we need to actually lean into it with an investment level that makes sense and that the company and the business can afford. But to me, that's the key thing. Convince people that this is a trend that you have to go after, and then back into what's the right investment level. Don't start off with, like, we're going to save 15% of our workforce across the board, because I just don't think it's a believable conversation, and you may find yourself not able to really prove it out when you get to the other side in a year or so.
Great. We are out of time.
That went fast. I hope it went fast for everyone here.
Thank you for the time, Phil.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone, for attending, and appreciate the insights.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
All right, thanks, Phil, and thanks, Hugh. Appreciate it. And then for our next conversation, I'm going to, and this is about the executive panel discussion on the topic of what does the responsible deployment of AI look like in a business. And for this discussion, I want to invite on the stage from Thomson Reuters, Chief Product Officer, Legal Tech, Kriti Sharma. From Prudential, Chief Data Scientist, Gaia Bellon. From Cardinal Health, Head of Data Science. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was trying to get this conversation going. But looks like we do have a coffee break, and my apologies. And I think we should very well take that refreshment. So let's go for a little coffee break, and we'll reconvene at 10:30. All right. Welcome back. And this time, we are on schedule. Sorry for taking your coffee break away earlier. My apologies for that. Well, for that sake, let me ask a question. What do you call a sad cup of coffee? Depresso. All right. Now that we don't feel any more depressed, let's kick off our next session here. And this time, this session is an executive panel discussion on what does the responsible deployment of AI look like in a business. And for this panel, I'm going to invite on the stage from Thomson Reuters, Chief Product Officer, Legal Tech, Kriti Sharma, from Prudential, Chief Data Scientist, Gaia Ballon, from Cardinal Health, Head of Data Science, Gen AI, Anna Vyas, and from Global Logic, Chief Operating Officer and Head of Engineering, Sumit Sood. Okay, sorry. I probably did not get the updated advice, but please, welcome. And this will be moderated by Leonardo's Chief Strategy Officer and Editorial Director, Termay Rossi. Please, welcome to the stage. And this panel discussion is held in partnership with Global Logic. So, please. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Very excited for this discussion as it comes on the heels of several other panels that have touched on some of these really key issues, and we get to deep dive a little bit more. So, framing, we'll get started with introductions, and a key question, which is, what does responsible AI deployment look like for each of you in your context, and what does it mean for you? So if I could ask you to start introducing yourself and answer the question.
Great, I'll try. Hi, I'm Kriti. I lead legal products, legal tech products at Thomson Reuters. And at the same time, I've also, a few years ago, did the most amazing and the most terrifying thing ever, which is I founded AI for Good, which is a social enterprise in the UK. And responsible AI, with my two hats on, comes to me in a couple guises. One is, it really pains me to hear about AI fear-mongering. It's going to come and take our jobs and cause all these challenges, which to some extent are true, but then equally, we can use AI to create so much more positive impact. And through some of our work, we saw we could create more equitable, affordable access to justice. We could reach people who we couldn't reach before. And that's really the impact in areas like legal and justice systems where there are unsolved problems, as well as reaching communities who wouldn't have an alternative. So I see responsible AI less as an academic or theoretical framework, but more as can we create that positive impact, and how do we build trust in these systems? So, and it's a very loaded term, we'll unpack that over the next 30 or so minutes. But really, how do we help just not only build amazing solutions that help solve problems, but also take humans along the way in doing so?
Gaia Bellone over here, Chief Data Scientist at Prudential. I wear a few hats over there. I'm head of Global Data Governance Program. I'm the head of the Global Responsible AI Program, and also I'm Chief Data and AI Officer for our emerging market. I've been in the financial services for quite a while, first in banking, now in insurance. And for us, the responsible AI, it's extremely important. It's really a way to develop, deploy, and manage AI solution under ethical principles that ensure fairness, ensure that we are able to share and provide services to the consumers in a fair way so they can trust our solution to support their needs, and we can offer our services to be in a way that is not trying to exclude minority, but actually open our services to everybody that needs them.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Anaga Vyas. I head the AI Center of Excellence for Cardinal Health. Cardinal Health is a well-kept secret. We're a Fortune 14 company. We distribute pharmaceutical drugs and medical products. Responsible AI is definitely all of those things for Cardinal as well. The interesting aspect, though, is like AI systems itself they're socio-technical systems, right? So there is an interplay of societal dynamics, of human behavior, in addition to technology, and that's what makes it so unique. So there are risks and benefits based on how these AI systems are built, how they are used, who is using them, what is the context in which they are being used. So for us, responsible AI basically helps us get to those benefits while also ensuring that there is safety and accountability as we're building them.
Wonderful. Srini Shankar, Chief Business Officer at Global Logic. We're a premier digital engineering and product engineering company with about 30,000 plus people globally. And I think when it comes to AI, we've done a fair bit of work. We're doing a fair bit of work in terms of training some of the leading LLMs, providing data curation, content curation, and actually LLM training services, some of the top LLMs in the world. Look, I think, when it comes to responsible AI, and to your question, right, I think what we're seeing as a service provider to our clients who are starting to build these enterprise-grade solutions is that in the last year, we've seen a shift from what I call peripheral proof point solutions. Stuff like, okay, I want to search all of my travel guidelines to find out what's my per diem in Spain for a vice president. I mean, those are the kind of use cases that we saw in the industry. Great, but truly not value accretive from an EPS standpoint. We're starting to see our enterprise clients shift now to use cases that are core to that business. And, when you're shifting to use cases that are core to your business, that are accretive to EPS, then you've got to really think about building a strong foundation around enterprise-grade Gen AI that's responsible, reliable, and reusable. And that's what we do for our clients. And each of these three have very deep meaning and connotation, which we can talk about.
Sounds great. What I would love to do is start with data bias that, Gaia, you brought up. And I think it applies differently across the industries. And so if you can talk a little bit about equitable access, you touched on it, but also then I would like to open it up with a focus on bias mitigation across the different work that you do. So if I can ask you to start off.
Sure, with pleasure. So let's start to understand what bias is. Bias is really when we make decisions in such a way that favor certain outcomes versus instead representing what is really your population in general. The first thing that we need to do for mitigating bias is truly being aware that bias can exist and where it can come from. Bias can come from the data that we collect in the beginning for training our models. Bias can come from the algorithm per se, or bias can also come from the deployment and the data that goes through the productionization of our algorithm when they actually touch our consumers in the end. So having a system that allows us to test and check for bias in every of the possible sources of bias, it becomes extremely important. Because definitely we don't want bias. Like bias, it's really touching the society. Bias can really make life, especially when we think about credit or insurance or financials. If you start to marginalize a part of the population, don't offer them the same credit opportunity just based on something that is not their credit situation, but it could be, for example, their gender. And that doesn't come because we want it to. Often bias is completely unintentional. It's just because in the data, we have rare events that are not really properly reflected. So when we use our algorithm, they tend to identify signal, but first would pick up the signal of the event that happened more often. And maybe what happened more often is that males have a higher income, so they would have access to higher credit, even though women with the same level of income, but there is not enough evidence that they have the same level of credit, they wouldn't get access to it. This is completely intentional. It's not that we were trying to, we included gender in our attribute that created the bias. It's just coming from how the data is representing the population and how the algorithm wasn't able to really pick up on the true signal and was kind of trapped in where there was a higher signal. So being extremely aware of the sources of bias that can come when you build, deploy, and manage your algorithm afterwards, it's extremely important to really mitigate it over time.
In healthcare as well, right? Biases actually, it can impact patient care, it can impact patient outcomes, it impacts health equity at large. So it definitely is a core sort of principle that we try to mitigate on a daily basis. Now, there are two types of biases, like the unintentional. So there's implicit bias and then there's explicit bias. Where there is explicit bias, you can make systemic, process changes to ensure that you're mitigating for that bias. But there is implicit bias, which you are not even aware that are happening, and hence you have to continuously sort of monitor them. There's also an aspect of there are individual biases that you need to mitigate, but there's also structural and systemic biases that come into play, right? So an example, again, something that's very close to my heart is like India, for example, is the diabetes capital of the world. Not something that we want India to be known for, but it is. But unfortunately, if you look at the clinical trials that happen for diabetes management, they are disproportionately focused on the Western population. So we have the same medications that have actually been trialed on this population that are being given to people in India. Now, there's a different food culture there. There is a different lifestyle. So there are other aspects, especially for a disease like diabetes, that need to be taken into consideration, and hence that medication management could be very different. So there are some of these systemic issues as well that we have to handle, when it comes to bias.
Look, I think just building on what you said, Anaga, on the healthcare side, I'm just reminded of a project that we're doing with a healthcare client that's in distribution of and disaggregation of care, which is care going remote, that allows care providers and caregivers to get information about specific disease states, indications, dosage, and all of that stuff. And you're absolutely right in the sense that when you train the model on smaller data sets, you don't detect bias. The moment you actually expand that in production to larger data sets, bias tends to creep in. So there's a few ways to deal with that from an implementation standpoint, which is to make sure that you're able to curate the data for larger data sets. We actually, in working with many of our clients in training LLMs, have very specific guidelines on factual accuracy, factual comprehensiveness, sensitivity, bias, compromising intellectual property, compromising non-public information. So you just have to append the prompts with these kind of guidelines that are in the background and built into these foundational models to be able to address concepts like bias, and not just concepts like bias, but also other aspects of responsible AI, like not compromising the company's confidential information or sending out PII data that might be embedded in, recordings, customer service recordings, and so on and so forth.
I would just add a very small but helpful framework that we use often, and that is risk categorizations. There are some scenarios where the risk of a biased system or an output is so great that you got to shut that use case down and not wait for, let's find a middle ground. There's some use cases too high risk if there is huge bias propagating through communities, like impact in criminal justice system and health and so on. And then there are other scenarios where you can live with the risk and you can build mitigations around it and be clear about those challenges. I just don't think we do well enough at shutting down these high-risk use cases or misuse cases. And then we just do blanket statements, bias, bad. These are really hard problems to solve. So I'm just saying, more practically speaking, a risk-based approach is perhaps one of the ones we find to be able to get out of the door, learn, and iterate faster and not create significant harm.
So a follow-up question for the four of you. Do you find that, I think 5 years ago, you had to make a case that the data could be biased or, it wasn't as, do you find now that this is something that most people are recognizing and actively working to kind of mitigate, or are you still kind of saying, hey, where's your data set coming from? What are the foundational pieces you're building into this? Like, has the conversation moved forward and has it evolved?
I can just start by saying, so yes, but the conversation has become a lot more clearer about data, about the quality of the data, and bias is one of the components of the quality of data. We're definitely seeing a lot smarter questions around what's powering the intelligence, and is it high quality information? Do we really want to use these data sets, and how do we make it more meaningful? For example, in industries where there's a lot of knowledge being generated, users don't want, or customers don't always want insights delivered from all of that data, because guess what? It has a lot of useless garbage in there that they don't want to train on. And so we're definitely seeing a lot more questions around not just, can you take all this data and do something with it, but curated content sets, extraction of higher quality knowledge to create newer forms of information. And then one last point I'd mention that we're also hearing a lot more on quality is many of our partners and customers are starting to ask the question of, do I need to organize my data differently for AI to consume versus human readers to consume? And that has been a more recent shift.
So I think my answer would be yes and no. The reason is, so the practitioner, they definitely understand bias better and better. But now we start to live in an era where there is a democratization of data access, democratization of AI access. Now with LLM, I can just write a sentence and it's going to write me a program that will solve a business problem. So we start to have people that would be able to build their own AI solution. And we know, as you were suggesting, AI provides solution at scale, but also cause problems at scale. And those people are not really trained in understanding what are the risks associated with those AI solutions. So on one side, yes, the practitioners are getting better and better. But given that now there are people that are not practitioners that are able to access in a much more easy fashion than before, data and algorithms start to become a problem, which kind of really make the data governance piece extremely important, and the responsible AI framework that you build to manage your decision-making extremely important. So you can actually guide everybody to make the right decision and ask the right question to themselves and their data. So it's a cultural shift that needs to happen. Everybody needs to know about the risk associated with AI, not just, oh my God, it's a super cool solution and I can apply at scale and I can do it without the data scientist.
That is such a good point. And I'm curious because we keep talking about put it out there and let people come up with their own use cases. And I wonder how many people also require people to take a course on guidelines and what you shouldn't do. So that's a really interesting point. And, Anaga, I think in the healthcare industry, it becomes even, I shouldn't say it becomes even more complicated because it is complicated, but you also have to deal with balancing compliance and privacy and at the same time being able to innovate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think to just continue the conversation on bias. Think about the additional data signals that we have started getting, and they introduce new biases into the conversation or the consideration, right? I'm not wearing an Apple Watch. You are, which means there is a lot of...
I feel like I should take it off now.
There are digital health signals that are being captured that you might choose to share with your provider, and hence they can take probably decisions that might not happen for me. Is that a bias? So there are a lot of these new digital signals and conversations that are going to continue to happen. So I think that bias conversation is going to be a really active area, a field that we have to continue to sort of keep an eye on. But to come to sort of data protection, yes, I think there are nuances in healthcare data that are significantly different from what we would have probably in the other domains. So just today morning at the breakfast table, I was talking to another speaker who was expressing frustration. He's been a caregiver for a family member that has been in and out of the hospital systems for several years now, and he was expressing frustration as to just how difficult it is to share information about that patient with different providers. It's next to impossible, even though we have all of our healthcare information exchange, we have the standards that, protocols that have been standardized. It still continues to be a problem. So I think from a data protection perspective, there is this delicate balance in healthcare. The more information that can be shared, the more insights and probably better patient outcomes that can be enabled. But then there is the privacy, and patients are reluctant to share all of the information. So there is this, it's almost like this delicate dance that we have to do between the availability of data, data security, and data protection. So I think we have all of the high trust, the HIPAA compliances in place to make sure that we are, the data that we are getting in is being used for the intended use. It's protected in the right way. But I think there are still gaps in that data that are really crucial to fill. So a lot of work needs to happen for us to get the data right. And then once we have that right data, making sure that we have all of the processes in place so that we can, solve for some of these compliance and privacy issues. I think the other constraint that we see, especially in healthcare, is that patients are willing to share certain parts of data, but then they're also saying that, okay, you can use my data for this purpose only if it is anonymized or, de-identified and things like that. So I think there is that additional check that we need to do as we use this data to build AI algorithms to make sure that we are staying compliant and respectful of our patient needs when we build AI systems.
And I'm very curious, are there use cases that have been identified in your industry where you feel the risk is too high and you're going to shut it down?
Sorry.
Are there use cases in your industry in health that you've identified where you feel the risk is too high and it's just not worth pursuing the AI scenarios?
Several times, yes. Sometimes, and especially sometimes de-identified data does not get us to the outcome that we need to get to. And I think, yes, there are, we do take the responsible call of, we move it to the shelf and wait for the right data to be available before we can move forward with that.
I actually have an interesting example around that it's around the human resources. I used to work in a company that at a certain point, actually really human resources, what they wanted to do, it was something good. They really wanted to understand what was the probability of attrition of our employees and try to address it in a positive way. But the risk that would
create actually adverse reaction. It was way too high. So even if the intent was good, the risk of adverse reaction was extremely high, so that project got shut down. And that would be a typical an example where, yes, I want to do something good, but the risk of using that information in the wrong way is not really worth it. So that's interesting because what that brings forth is trust, right? The trust that you build within your stakeholders, within the community and beyond. And especially in healthcare, I mean, there's some use cases of minorities having lost trust in how their health data is being used. But also, I think that touches all industries. And so, Kriti, I'm wondering, how do you address that question of trust, and what are the different ways in which you go about and have seen, the best cases of how you go about doing that?
So you can talk about things that work and things that need a lot more work.
Yes.
So what's working in very knowledge-heavy industries like legal or tax, these scenarios where you really, the human cognitive knowledge work that sits in the brain of a lawyer and accountant, is for you to trust a machine or a system, it needs to be able to cite its sources. And our customers and users value the explainability or just citations so much more than even accuracy or completeness. They just really want to be able to dig in themselves so they can understand and unpack. So some of those design practices, just explaining where the source came from, for example, simply, it's not that hard to do, but it does create very strong element of trust. Second thing that we're learning increasingly, and I wish I knew this a lot sooner, is bringing the combination of skills of people who understand the domain together with the actual engineering aspects of it. And increasingly, we're seeing these two roles fuse into one. As an example, in the legal industry, we've been rolling out a number of our legal AI capabilities pretty fast. And if 2 years ago you asked me what kind of profile of talent I was looking for, recruiting for, I would say a software engineer, ideally have operated in a legal environment. That'd be nice. Today, we need a lawyer who can also write code. And then in a few months from now, or a few years from now, I think it would look a lot more lawyery. Any lawyers here who can also write a bit of Python code, please come and talk to me afterwards. But I do think this, bringing in the area of expertise and the ability to build stuff, it creates that product design experience from the get-go, so you don't need to go through lots and lots of motions, and then the quality of the results is better. And so that expertise coming in and not just content and data is very powerful. One area where I do think there's a lot more work to do is benchmarking. When someone says this product is good, how good and who decides that? These standards, because these evaluations are hard to do and they are very difficult to standardize. So I do think we need more benchmarks and industry standards a lot sooner, so it's not so subjective, and we can create more trust broadly in AI.
And so, go ahead, Gaia. I think you had something.
No, I had a question. I was thinking, what do you think about certification? So that actually can be published. Like, okay, we already published our principle, for example, responsible AI principle are over there published. We say how we are going to use the data, etc. But what about create a certification that are standardized and that can be global, that people can actually try to be certified as a company and then publish the fact that they've been certified to actually gain trust across the public?
Yeah, I think that's very powerful. Pretty much every company has their AI principles on the website. How do you align that to how is it actually being embedded? But also, I go back to the benchmarks and standards. How useful is the product? How accurate is it? How do I understand it? When to use it? When not to use it? For sure. And in the absence of standardized regulatory frameworks, especially for global companies, we have a whole different set of regulatory landscape in the EU versus in the US and different parts of the world and the UK for various reasons. It is extremely complex to build an AI product for a global business at this time, given the regulatory uncertainty, when we have new governments and legislative changes coming in many parts of the world at the same time. So yes, but I would add, beyond certifications and alignment to the principles, also benchmarking of how good is the solution, or when to use it and when not to use it, and standardization will be powerful.
So, I think we talked about bias, we talked about trust. I think your question about how has bias evolved over the last 5 years. The fact of the matter is that we will never get it perfect. It's just the pursuit of perfection, constant pursuit of perfection. I mean, think about it, right? I mean, there's much publicized examples of some of the largest tech companies who have investment capital that's deeper than the Mariana Trench, who've actually had public issues with trust around their LLMs. So it's going to be an evolution. But the one thing that we're seeing is that when it comes to guidelines for factual accuracy, when it comes to guidelines for bias or prevention of bias, when it comes to guidelines of factual comprehensiveness, the guidelines in working with some of the tech companies are getting better and better and better. We now have, as part of our content moderation capability, PhDs in English literature, who can actually superrate two outputs to understand between two outputs what is more factually comprehensive, what represents less bias. So it's a combination of just evolving guidelines and a new genre of people, that need to come together to be able to drive to that pursuit of perfection.
And even with all of that, I would say there still will be critical decisions where you have to have the human in the loop. So an example is transcription seems to be a problem that has been solved, right? It's become better and better at understanding accents, really accurately representing what we are saying. But think about an AI scribe that is at a provider office that's sort of recording the conversation that is happening, and the doctor says, oh, this patient has confusion, and it's recorded as this patient has confusion. Can you think about how different the treatment would be for confusion versus confusion? Now, there's nothing wrong. I mean, it just is the nuance that is there. So reality is always going to be slightly noisy and imperfect. How do we make sure that we are still able to use the AI systems, but use them, with some level of human intervention? So,
yeah, it's look. I think there was one conference that I attended where there was a hypothetical example of, I mean, we are going towards driverless cars and level 3 and level 4 autonomy and stuff like that. There is no way a machine at the point of reckoning can make a decision if the choice is hitting a mother with a baby in a pram or hitting an old man. That's the only two choices. There's no way in which a machine can make that decision, so you're never going to get to that level of perfection.
I don't think a human should make that decision.
But exactly, it's like you are getting to situations like that where, it's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be some level of bias.
So it's interesting. There's two questions that come up, two different lines. One is, and you're touching on this, which is, so there's responsibility, there's guidelines, and then there's accountability. And then, so we can't talk about responsibility without talking about accountability, and we can't talk about accountability without talking about who's monitoring. You touched on regulatory framework. We know that we have multiple ones. A really easy example of this is many years ago when you started having internet providers, services talking to each other, and yet terms of service that were different from country to country. And it was like, how do you connect those things? So this is so much more complicated than that. So how do you, and Srini, I want to know exactly, how do you go about operationalizing this complexity? And also, what is there is momentum, and then there's rushing it. So how do you balance those things?
So momentum versus rushing into it, if that's the question, like the answer that it depends on really the use case. I'll give you two examples. I mean, you've got the use case of us building for a medical device company that's into class 2, class 3 devices, a product information bot. That had better have a very high level of accuracy because you're talking about a highly regulated product. If it's, for example, a insulin pump, let's say a patch pump, two patients who ask the question, how long can I wear the patch pump, should get the same answer. So the guideline has to be very strong. So there, I would index a lot more around not rushing in. You take another example of, let's say, technical support or service, right? This guided repair. Look, there you can afford to put something out there and then start iterating because what's the worst that can happen? The technician that goes out there for a guided repair chooses to ignore your bot that provides him or her guided repair. So it really depends on the use case where you have to set these standards and balance around whether you rush in or where you step back and look to much higher levels of accuracy and more stringent guidelines. So that's just the way. It really depends on the use case. And when we were debating a lot of these guidelines for some of our clients, I think one of our team members talked about the fact that it's called How Well Can the Executive Team Sleep at Night Index. Right? It is out there. I mean, depending on the use case, you've got to think about how well can you sleep at night.
So that's actually a really good segue to an audience question asking, do you start with a standpoint of, we'll never use Gen AI for ... which goes back to the use case that you mentioned. Do any of you have that, we'll never use it for this?
I would say that we will never use the word never.
Fair.
So it would be more like, as of now, I don't feel comfortable in using generative AI for these specific use cases because I need to understand the risk associated with it. So it could be more an evolution, like, for example, and actually it's in generative AI becoming really a way of adoption. You start with the human in the loop in every interaction. Then when you start to truly learn how generative AI algorithm is working in that specific use case, you can start to tease out what might be a lower risk versus a higher risk. And then you might have, okay, lower risk, I just do sampling for the human in the loop. And then higher risk, instead, it keeps going forever, that actually the person needs to check every single outcome. And then you can keep develop up to, okay, this part can completely be automated with just an audit every 3 months and automated monitoring instead of this other solution. Like, for example, if it's an underwriting, I want the human in the loop most of the time, especially if it's a complex underwriting. But if it's just a branding exercise that I try to be relevant on topics that can be on social media, that can be a completely automated messages generated by generative AI.
I would add it's a more meaningful question to ask in these agentic systems, or when a machine can take actions on your behalf. That's when you really need to start asking. I find it's a bit difficult to answer that specifically for Gen AI, but more broadly the category within agentic systems. You give a machine full control to act on your behalf. That's when this question becomes really important. And the short answer is yes, we start with the standpoint of there are certain use cases where agentic or full delegation does not make sense.
Yeah, I think in healthcare, that's probably an easier question to answer. We will never use Gen AI for a clinical decision that will impact a patient life without having a doctor in the loop or, a clinician in the loop at this point.
But you still might use it just to create all the reports so that then the human in the loop could
and assist experience and augmented experience is definitely very much on the table, and it helps with some of that decisioning, but the final decision as of today still stays in the hands of that expert.
I think it's going to get a very hotly debated topic in just a few more months when the autopilot or agentic systems, autonomous systems start to emerge a lot more.
Yeah, I never give your car, never let the car. I got that use case. But I have another kind of, we talk a lot about guidelines, about kind of, do you have committees? Do you have teams that set the guidelines at your organizations about kind of AI ethics, responsibility? Is it broader in terms of technology in general, or is it specific? If you guys could give the audience an idea of, who are on those committees and what types of decisions, like does every decision go up? Like how is that done within your organizations?
So in my organization, actually, I'm leading it. But it's actually a team effort where you need a lot of expertise. You need a data scientist, you need legal, you need compliance, you need model risk, you need privacy officers, you need procurement. Like another layer that we did not talk about yet today, but is actually one of the major risks, the harder risk to manage is the vendor side. Like everything I build, I have complete visibility. From a vendor side, whatever I buy, which kind of visibility I can have, because I'm still accountable for the solution that I'm buying. The risk doesn't transfer. The risk is still on me that I decide to buy the solution. So really the team that you need to build the guardrails, build the framework, build the processes is a complex team that actually need to leverage all the knowledge needed to properly manage AI responsibly across the enterprise. You will need the data people in there. It's really not just a risk. It's a risk-based approach, but with many different competencies that are needed to really evaluate all the different risks. I've been working on it for creating the program for about a year, and while the core team, it's about 15 people with the different expertise, but then the reviewers, it's even broader. So whenever we created the policy, we actually brought the policy in front of the business side to get their feedback, given that they are the owner of the final risk, because they are the ones that usually use mostly the solution. So it's really an enterprise level work. It's not just a small team work or a data science work. It's much broader.
Yeah, for sure. It's a cross-functional team that is needed. But we also it has to be sponsored at the highest level. So there has to be a CXO level sponsor that is responsible for AI ethics, and that's the way that it gets the due that it needs attention and the support that AI ethics need.
So just curious, and I would love to hear about, but do you have a standing team? Or is it kind of ad hoc?
We have a standing team.
Okay. We have a standing team as well.
Same for us. I would just add, our AI ethics team works very closely, if not the same, as the business ethics team.
Okay. And
as a service provider, when we build these solutions, we see multidisciplinary teams, including legal. Most people are warmed up to now having legal in conversations because they've also evolved their thinking. So therefore, we see multidisciplinary teams across the board, and including legal and regulatory, especially in highly regulated industries like healthcare, financial services, and insurance.
And actually, if I can add something, while we have a central team that represents all the different expertise across the enterprise, then when we look at use cases, actually every business usually have their risk experts.
So the one that are involved, the use case level, it would be the risk expert for the business. So it's a little bit different when you create the framework and you oversight the framework, and also you create escalation point in case there is a moment where people do not agree on the decision. But the day-to-day management of the risk associated with the use case, it's really related to the business in broader sense, which is the business and their risk partners and their tech partners, because they are the ones that understand the best the solution that they're trying to build and the risk associated with it. We have a really intriguing question, and I don't know if we have enough detail from the audience, which is about the example of transcribing healthcare, that it may actually benefit from bias. And I'm not really sure in what way, but I will go to how do you decide if bias is desired? Is there any case in which you can think of?
Is bias desired?
I do have an
example.
If you want.
Yeah, I mean, just in the transcription example, if you look at pharmacies, right, there is a certain demographic of people that are pharmacists, and they have certain accents. So, yes, if my, AI scribe is trained to understand those people better, I'll have better outcomes in terms of what is being transcribed. So that comes to mind, but maybe, it would be great, whoever asked the question, we're good to have a chat about this.
One example in healthcare is obviously a lot has been debated about diversity in clinical trials.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that the population that represents the subjects in the clinical trial should be a microcosm of the larger population that will be benefiting from the drug. And therefore, in that situation, if there are certain ethnicities, like there are certain indications that are prevalent in certain ethnicities. And therefore, I don't necessarily characterize that as inducing bias, but you've got to make sure that your clinical trial population is a microcosm and is representative of the population that's going to actually benefit from that treatment.
It went from 3 minutes to 0 minutes, so I think we're done asking questions. Thank you, all of you, for this. There's so vendor risk. That was such a good point. I didn't get to ask you about your science fiction favorite film and movie, so we have to talk about that. But thank you all for really thoughtful responses and for participating. And thank you all for great questions.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And once again, Shrini, apologies. That was the Global Business Officer and Head of Global Industries, Shrini Shankar from Global Logic Enterprise Session. Thank you. With that said, let's move on to our next session. And this is an executive interview on the topic of the AI hurdles, overcoming obstacles on the road to adoption. And this will be presented by Ericsson's Global AI Accelerator, Head of Hub US, Jelka Lemester, in conversation with Leonardo's Chief Strategy Officer and Editorial Director, Terme Rossi. And this interview is held in partnership with Ericsson. So I'd like to welcome you both on the stage, please. I'm not sure if you need another coffee break. See a little delay in the claps and applauses and stuff, but we'll make more entertaining as we move forward. Thanks all. Okay, over to you.
Thank you.
Hello again. So I want to start off. I'm so excited to have this conversation, and it's amazing because you have been part of this journey of AI for such a long time. And so you have seen so much of what's new again, what's new again. So, and the conversation we're going to have is really focused about taking all of these lessons and kind of for you to share with us in context of Ericsson and how that journey has been. But I would love to start with the fact, a little known fact about you is that you were actually you happened to work with Elon Musk at his first company. So, and we were talking about just what you have seen over the years. And I would love, as you introduce yourself and a little bit about your role, to kind of touch on that a little bit.
Sure. I came here to U.S. Silicon Valley many years ago. I don't want to age myself. And came here from curiosity to see how Silicon Valley works. And of course, then running into Elon Musk and his brother funding their first company and trying to find people for it. It was quite an interesting journey all the way up till now. Lots of small, mid-sized companies, some bigger. Now I'm at Ericsson. And what attracted me to Ericsson is actually the approach to adoption of AI. So being a big, huge, 100,000 people company across the world for like, I don't know, a century, it really takes strategic effort to like how to onboard AI in your company. So they decided to create an accelerator, AI accelerator, by hiring 300 data scientists and different other skills to be able to infuse AI into company. And I really liked that approach. Before that, I worked in smaller companies, so it was kind of more organically working how you integrate AI into other products. So it was more like product was there, but you wanted to make it better. And actually, in some companies, product was, AI was kind of integral part of product. But then merging kind of skills was easy on that level. And then kind of how do you do it? How do you take those lessons learned and put them into this accelerator? So that was kind of my big attraction for coming to Ericsson and being in this accelerator, which is almost like a mini startup within company. So that was my attraction.
So day one, you start, in this accelerator, and they're like, okay, make magic happen. So how did you start approaching it? What was kind of your first step, and how did you evolve that strategy?
So when I was at the interview for the job, like they asked me to create like a business plan for this accelerator. How would I do it? And at the time, actually, I didn't know which stage that accelerator is. So I started from scratch. Like, how would I do it if I have a blank piece of paper and start from scratch? When I joined, I actually learned that accelerator is already functioning in process. They already hired a bunch of people, and procedures were already in place. So then part of my role was kind of to see how do we make it more efficient, how do we optimize, how do we create reusable assets, how do we leverage things which this team builds to propagate across the company. So it was kind of that type of engagement for me.
So let's start with, everyone's talked about the importance of data and how that can be one of the hurdles that organizations face as they go through that path. What were some of the challenges that you've seen, and what are some of the ways to, because I think it was interesting, everyone starts with some type of data, right? So it's not like you're starting from scratch. So there's always this and I think somebody said, if you don't know you have a database somewhere, that's problematic. And I think everywhere I've worked, there's a database that nobody knows about. So how did you approach, how do you recommend people approach, let's start with data, the fundamentals.
So two aspects of it. Like one is knowing where your data is and how you access it easily. Another one is knowing what's the value of the data and what you should be doing and who you should be sharing with. So I'll start with first aspect, like, this lost database somewhere. It's very important to have data governance and kind of catalog where you understand where your assets are, who are the users, to have governance, who has access, who can do changes, what happened to data as it gets through the process of raw data to enriching and producing kind of some insights and actionable insights in data. But then, so we did it by creating what we call federated data lake, meaning like it's a structure on top of all these different repositories, which some modern tools let you create this kind of data fabric that you have view like it's all in one, but it's actually not. It's like in many different places, structured, unstructured, normalized, denormalized, but it's kind of accessible through this single pane of glass. So that's what we actually more recently, I would say, created, chose the right tool to have this. And that's also a tool which helps you kind of use the data, get insights from data without moving data from one place to another to, shuffling it. And so that's also kind of strategy for us, which we hope to leverage across with our customers, because like sometimes they feel like, hey, data residency, data has to stay here. So therefore, how do you do a query with this kind of geographical distribution? So those strategies exist to help with this kind of like centralized querying while data is fully decentralized.
Is that, just curious if that was a vendor tool or something you created in-house?
Yes. In our case, yeah, we chose the vendor, and
Okay.
we had some our own attempts to do it, but I think at this moment, with the maturity of data tools also, which support this type of very decentralized systems, big systems for AI, data had to mature. Data governance, data repositories, data access. So thankfully, that area also matured. So we are able to reap benefits of it.
So it's interesting because I think that's one of the questions that I see people start grappling with, which is why, so many people are excited to build something in-house versus actually trusting vendors that have been out there for a while doing it.
Yes, I think it's important to recognize where your strengths are and what you can leverage your partners, vendors for, and where you build on top of it, rather than always starting from scratch and everybody just in parallel. So that also happens in big companies. We heard talks about innovation. We did too, like a year ago when ChatGPT democratized whole AI, not just Gen AI. Lots of people wanted to experiment, and proposal was, let's let people experiment, try, but now it's time to homogenization, harmonization, and really picking the right platform, right sources of data, right governance, and just have it more optimized and more efficient.
So kind of when we talk about let everybody kind of play around and see what happens, it also kind of brings me to talent strategy and upskilling, and how do you? So you want to bring these tools. What are some of the ways that companies can, and what are some of the ways that Ericsson went about bringing everybody on board?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this accelerator was one strategy, meaning like have this centralized center of excellence of AI, where people like know how to build AI models. But then at the same time, like if you don't upskill everybody else, then those models end up on a shelf because nobody knows how to properly integrate them into product, how to create UI, which shows actionable insights from models into some reasonable UI. Also, business strategy people don't understand how that gets priced and how do you offer this to customers. So general upskilling is absolutely necessary across all functions, operations, as I say, strategy, marketing, not just development. And that at that time, then you have chance to kind of really see all these different aspects which are needed to really use it in production and have it like as a native part of your products.
So one of the things that I don't know if people take into consideration as much is the amount of time and investment you have to make in your change management strategy when you're introducing, these tools. And, in change management, what is it? Like you unfreeze, you change, you freeze. And that seems really difficult to do with these new technologies. Like, it's just like by the time you unfreeze, it's like, forget it, just put out the water. So how do you go about that, when you have all these different skill sets and all these different levels of familiarity with the different tools? How do you incentivize? How do you, make the case that it's okay if it disrupts your business a little bit, or it might take longer in the beginning to do something?
I think it's important to partner with, so let's say you're building some amazing AI tool for looking at anomalies of data for some NOC, some Network Operations Center. And those people there may, if you just build it without them as a partner, they may feel like, what's this tool here? Is it here to replace me? I don't know how to use it. And if you don't provide them UI which resonates with them, they will never use it. So therefore, you may just waste your time. But like if you partner with those people when you're building, you interview them as users, you ask, how would this help you do your job? How would it help you to become a super agent, to resolve some issue from like, instead of 1 month, it could take you 2 seconds. So this kind of insights, why you build it, how you integrate it, really helps with adoption and change management, as you say, like in terms of replacing maybe some previous tool where people are very used to and familiar with this something new, which then, and training, of course. So there's a various different ways. Also, having phased approach and having them get a sense of benefit of the tool and then go step by step further so people have more trust. So for example, when I drive my car, I think I'm a little more biased. We talked about that for autopilot because I've been working with those solutions since like 90s, like this kind of autonomous driving and stuff. And I find myself like very thrilled by technology. And so when I'm driving, I'm like literally kind of testing it too and seeing, this works well. Yeah, I trust it. And I get more confidence. So I think it's also this explainability we talked and responsible AI. Like if you provide some kind of explanations why this system is giving you these insights, then it's more trusty and people are more likely to know why. It's not some kind of magic black box. So that I think for adoption, this kind of explainability is huge impact.
One of the things that you were telling me about was that there's a foundational level of training and that you do for everyone at the organization, which I thought was really great because it gives everyone the same lexicon in some ways. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Sure. We upskilled about 35,000 people at Ericsson. So they didn't go all through the same program, but like there's, as you say, some base level where at least vocabulary concepts are shared. And then beyond that, it's tailored for different groups, So for example, different for maybe operations, different for some people who are development teams, different for strategy people, what can they do? And I think somebody touched on the topic of those low-code generative AI tool, which people are now like, hey, I have this, I can do all kinds of insights for my marketing strategy using generative AI. But still, they need to understand what data is being fed. Are they really making decisions based on the right size of data, right? So some basic understanding of bias, data preparation, outcomes, how you create prompts and stuff like that. So that's kind of part of those different, more specialized, domain-specialized training. But as I say, at the base level, everybody, including, I think our CEO, went through this kind of training like AI for executives, to understand what's needed for him to make decisions, to empower, to enable adoption of AI.
Who do you work with, like in your role? Who are some of your thought partners that you work with in terms of prioritizing use cases? And do different teams give ideas and use cases? Do you how does that work?
So it works kind of both ways. Like we, as this accelerator, we get to work with almost everybody kind of across the whole company horizontally, and otherwise we are somewhat separated in different business areas. So we kind of have a little bit of insight across the board. So sometimes we work with one team and we say, hey, we created some interesting use case. You could be able to utilize with some small modification. That's one way. Other ways is like those business areas come to us and say, here's the priority of cases. Can you work with us, partner with us to co-create on how to implement it?
What are some of the speed bumps that you've hit along the way?
Speed bumps. Well, of course, recently with Gen AI, we started working with OpenAI's models like way before ChatGPT. So it's always sometimes there's a speed bump. It's like, oh, we would like to access the API. And then we have to go through hurdles of approvals. Is it safe and how to do it? But then like when ChatGPT came around, of course, hype hit everybody and everybody wanted to do. Like, how do we optimize our company? How do we make it more efficient? Efficiency gains were offered like 40-50% across the board. So it's like, let's go, let's do it. But at the same time, there was still this legal fear, like, are those models safe? What kind of data they were trained on? So really working together with a really cross-functional team from legal to security, privacy, to understand like what can be done, and mutual education. So it's not just us asking what do you approve this or not? I think its big part is to educate them so they understand, they feel part of it, and they feel more easier, for them it's easier to make this decision rather than like if you throw at them, here's Llama, we would like to have it for anything, then they will say no because they don't know what they're going to use it for. So we tend to do those approvals now based on use cases. Meaning like for this particular use case, do we see any issue of like maybe issue with possible data training for code development? If this model is not being used for code development, suddenly this risk associated with possibly with this model goes away. So therefore, you're kind of peeling the onion a little bit and narrowing down the problem, because otherwise, when it's wide, people are just hands up and they're like, we don't know what to do. Okay. We don't want to take a risk.
So kind of expanding that out, do you feel like you have the right team members? Like, are you finding that you're getting the skill sets that you need today? Are you having to go and kind of find it out there? How has that talent strategy changed?
We have, I would say, good skills. What we, as a company, we are constantly kind of changing, figuring out like, okay, we have this strategy for this accelerator 4 years ago. Then like, let's say last year, we started thinking, okay, now we are here. We upskill this many people at the company. We are this level of adoption of AI. What's the next step? What's the next level? How can we best work with the company with what's current situation, not 4 years ago? So we, for example, realized that we need more people who are kind of advising rather than working on models themselves because of the scale, and other development units got educated, upskilled in this area. So therefore, they can maybe code, but just kind of shifting through this endless set of tools and frameworks and offerings, and I'll be able to give them kind of pros and cons and guide them. So it's more like I would say we are shifting towards some of these roles.
More R&D, maybe like market analysis and tool analysis.
Not market analysis, is much more like a tool and architecture.
Okay.
You know, for example, let's say you need to deploy some use case and you have data at one customer location, and some of that has to be in private cloud, public cloud. How do you architect it to satisfy all the data residency protection needs, and yet make something kind of cost-effective that you can, feel comfortable deploying, and that you have enough resources, that you're not spending too much resources, so stuff like that.
If you could give advice to, we talked about day 0, day 1, day 2 of where different organizations are. What is the one thing that you would recommend that they do to help with the AI deployment?
So you're saying from day 1, or?
You can pick which. I don't know how many people are day 1 is good.
Day 1 is
yeah,
good.
Day 1 is good. Yeah.
Well, I would say, I would assume that as a general, this industry now moved from kind of prototypes into like, okay, let's have it in production. What are the benefits of AI? So in that sense, I would assume that it's important to really focus on like what are the pieces of your frameworks and platforms reusable, how you deploy them, are they like kind of hosted versus embedded in your products, can you optimize the cost? Especially when it comes to generative AI models, the whole deployment is skewed towards cost. It hasn't been, even before resources were needed, like people were reluctant to add like several new GPUs to their standard product deployment, but now it's more than that. So understanding, really putting focus into those kind of areas, and even if you're starting with day 1, it's important to understand how do you build those basic components or buy them. Of course, doesn't mean that you have to build them. When I say build, I typically mean you have an architecture of how you want to serve those different groups, teams, development products, by maybe getting pieces here and there from other vendors, or maybe whole suite, like MLOps suite, but like you need to have the strategy. It has to be in your architecture, and therefore then you can replace those boxes later with something else if it's better, but you need to have a thought, like it cannot just happen organically. So starting with that as a first step is important, I would advise.
Thank you so much for all the advice, for your time. And we are out of time. Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of your time here.
Thank you.
All right, thanks once again, Zalka, and Leonardo for this conversation. Now, our next topic is how to accelerate organizational and creativity and innovation with AI. And before we invite the panelists, and this is important because even like when we engage, and in our case too at Digital X-Force, even though we are a cybersecurity focused firm, when we look at the use cases such as security control, automation, risk management, we ourselves are looking at how we can apply for our own workforce. Example being certain documentation that we produce for compliance reporting that gave us an idea, why can't we really do the same concept and apply that for the documentation that our team all produces internally, just as an organizational use case. And in order to now take that conversation forward, in a very similar scenario, I would like to invite on the stage from Eli Lilly, Chief Information and Digital Officer, Diego Rao. From Open Door, Chief Data Officer, Kushal Chakrabarti. From Calanova, VP, Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Loretta Franks. From Marwick, CTO, Rodrigo Becerrio. And from EY, Global Innovation AI Officer, Rodrigo Medanes. And this session will be moderated by Quantum AI CEO, Seth Dobrin. Okay? And this panel discussion is held in partnership with Marwick and EY. Gentlemen, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, well, thank you again for having us, and thank you all for joining us. And this is going to be a great panel. It's a big panel. We'll have a lot of different perspectives here, ranging across different industries, as well as some cross-industry perspectives. And so, again, we're going to start with kind of a prompting question, and then we're going to have a really good conversation across the 5 or 6 of us, and really kind of dig into this topic around organizational creativity and innovation through AI. And when I kind of prompt this first question, why don't you guys introduce yourself as part of this? And we'll start with really, thinking about, focusing on innovation and investment in AI. And when we think about, where you focus this investment for opportunities and value creation in this space, why don't we start, Diego, with you from a pharma perspective. Where do you really think about applying this first investment, and how do you prioritize it?
Well, thanks for inviting me to talk about this. This is such an important topic for all of us. We're all trying to figure out where to place our money. It probably goes without saying, there isn't a single place we couldn't apply AI. There literally is nothing. I keep trying to come up with an example across the company, and there isn't anything. But if you forced me to pick one thing in my industry, we make medicines, it would be in drug discovery. And that's because it has a huge impact on human health. And there are no shortage of articles that talk about the importance of AI in drug discovery, but I found that they're all super boring and abstract and pretty lame, actually, and they miss what's really, really exciting about this, because drug discovery isn't just one kind of thing you do and you plug a machine against it and you get it done. There are a bunch of different ways to use AI. If I just take drug discovery alone, I'll talk about 3 different kinds of medicines, each with their own technique for AI. First is oral medicines. Those are the pills that you take, the tablets. We call those small molecules. They're called small because you can actually write out their chemical formula on a whiteboard. And those are well studied. There are millions of molecules out there that are identified. Some of us, like Lilly, we've got 2 million molecules that are actually well described and that we keep proprietary as well. Huge training set where we can apply traditional AI techniques. And when we do that, we can do all kinds of things that were really hard for humans to do. We can do in 5 minutes what it takes us a year to do in wet labs. That's one kind of AI. Then if you look at injectable medicines, like your COVID shot that you got, something you can't put in a pill, a formula you can't write on a board, those actually we can take a different page from AI, and that is around image generation, believe it or not. If you think about it, when we want to generate a big molecule like a protein, that's actually just like generating an image, except that when you generate an image, you're generating something really big. You're generating 1,000 pixels by 1,000 pixels, let's call it 1 million pixels, and 16 million colors. When you generate the protein that's in your human body, the biggest protein that we have is about 30,000 amino acids. So it's much smaller than 1 million, and you only have 20 different amino acids to choose from instead of 16 million colors. So all of those techniques, the stable diffusion models that we've applied to generate images, can actually be used for us to generate proteins. And that's the second thing that gets me really excited. Third thing in drug discovery, and then I'll stop and let somebody else talk, is around gene therapy and gene editing. And that one is exciting for a different kind of AI still, because genetics, they're all written in the oldest code that we have, the oldest language that's on the planet, and that's the language of DNA. It's a rich language that actually has things like nouns and adverbs and punctuation. Guess what that's well suited for? Large language models, quite literally. And so if you think about it, it's not just one big thing to go invest in drug discovery. It's tons of exciting stuff of using traditional AI techniques in oral medicines, using image generation techniques to generate proteins, and using large language models to do genetics. And that's why if I have an extra dollar, I'm putting it all into drug discovery.
You also have two different parts of it, right? You have the targets that you're trying to optimize for the different compounds and molecules that you're developing. So you have target discovery as well, which are what causes the disease, which if you think about from a real estate perspective, right? When you start getting into real estate, the targets are essentially the properties. And so, how do you think about, real estate from this perspective as well?
Yeah, for sure. So maybe introduce myself and Open Door a little bit first. So I like being reductionist. I think it helps bring out the essence of things. So Open Door is in the business of buying and selling homes algorithmically. If you've bought a home, you know how painful it is. You go through this process. Maybe someone drops out and interest rates change, and it's just a mess. Instead, on Open Door, you go to a website, you type in an address, you get a number within minutes. If you like that number, there's someone that works with you to help you kind of guide through that process, and you can basically close within a few days. And all this is possible because of AI and ML, which is, say, we've been doing this for about 10 years now. We've been operating in about 50 markets, do multiple billions of dollars of revenue a year. I'm the chief data officer at Open Door. My org runs, among other things, all the algorithms to, buy and sell homes. We do lots of very interesting things, and then we'll get into that in a minute. But me personally, I've been doing this for about 25 years. Worked on the Human Genome Project, some of the conversation about the large language. Yeah. Started 2 companies, ran Amazon personalized recommendations for a few years, and then here now. To get back to your question, I think what most people miss about this AI revolution that's happening right now is that the thing is really driven by the models. In my opinion, it's actually not. It's driven by the interplay of models and humans. You'll hear this referred to in industry speak as reinforcement learning with human feedback, human in the loop, various things, but it really is this interplay between models and humans. And so when I talk about Open Door, this is really what we've been doing for the last 10 years. We have a fundamental process to be able to assess the value of a home without looking at it. And then we have underwriters who work very closely with that to really kind of produce the final number that we then underwrite. Now, we've learned a ton from that. And really, one of the things that comes out from there is that there's this false debate about productivity and jobs being lost. In my opinion, there's the best of both worlds. Humans have incredible intuition, but are notoriously inconsistent. Machines, on the other hand, don't have creativity, but are, if nothing else, consistent. And the question then becomes, what if you could bring out the best of both? What happens then? And in my opinion, what happens then is that you start looking at better outcomes. So you look at better outcomes for a customer. You look at better outcomes for shareholders. You look at better outcomes for employees. And there, I think that there's really that's where the opportunity lies. And there's this other part of this debate, which is that I think the productivity question, the cost savings question, is really a bottom line argument. It's really like, given the same revenue, can we shave costs? And then you end up in that conversation about, are there going to be lots of job loss? And if it is a race to the bottom, if it's a race to the bottom on cost, then yes, there will be jobs that are lost. But if you flip it, if you think about the top line, if you think about getting better, if you think about producing better outcomes for customers, kind of capturing the best of human intuition and capturing the best of machine consistency, then you can start talking about increasing the top line, more revenue. And that, to me, is really where the opportunity lies. I think one of the areas that Open Door is really focusing on.
Yeah, and if you listen to McKinsey, between AI and generative AI, they said we're going to create $17 trillion of global GDP through AI. You have to protect jobs. You have to retrain the workforce in order to do that. And, building on top of what you both said, Loretta, you work at Kellanova. First of all, what the heck is Kellanova? Right? It's an new company, it's an old company at the same time. So, introduce yourself and explain that. But can you kind of explain, how you think about creating value and at CPG, which talk about a human focus, right? CPG is all about humans.
Yeah, absolutely. So nice to meet everyone. It's Loretta Franks. I'm the Chief Data Analytics Officer at Kellanova. So I spent the last 2 days trying to explain who Kellanova is. So the Kellogg Company, which I think you're all much more familiar with, we went through a spin-off in 2023 and separated into 2 separate companies. So WK Kellogg, North American cereal, and then Kellanova, which is the larger entity, is a global snacking-led company now, which holds international cereal and our amazing snacks brands. So ones that I'm sure you're all familiar with: Pringles, Cheez-It, Pop-Tarts, all of those good ones. And Cheez-It is landing in Europe this summer, so I'm very excited. I have to fill my suitcase with them as I go home to share them with my kids. So, I think from a CPG perspective, exactly like you said, so we're in this amazing opportunity space where we're a 118-year-old legacy organization with fantastic, trusted brands, but we've also got this kind of startup mentality opportunity to actually really reposition ourselves in the marketplace as a global snacking-led organization, not the cereal company, from the Midwest that I think, really the heritage would let us go down. And we've got a lot of proof points that that kind of really drive our ability to be successful in that place. In terms of how we leverage AI, it's the examples I want to share are really more on the consumer side. It's where all the fun POCs and activity we're doing. So, everyone in this room is a consumer of some brand, and we're demanding personalized experiences. We want choice. We want service that is convenient with limited steps to have to follow. So that's a big focus for us as a brand organization. And we were just chatting earlier around some of the great stuff that we're playing with at the minute. So our characters are very well recognized across the organization, across the globe. And Mr. P of Pringles is a big one out there. And we've now got an AI persona-based Mr. P that's interacting with our consumers, gathering first-party data, getting insights which we can then feed into potential new flavors that we can launch from business opportunities. We've also got a web-based platform which is doing scanning on social media to look at tastes, menus, delivery platforms, what's coming in, what's the trends, how can that then feed into potential new recipes for us and flavors, which is also great. So I think there's a lot of opportunity around our consumer engagement, and that's really where the innovation part and the fun part comes with leveraging our great brands.
And Rodrigo Becerrio, I think I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about some of the work that you're doing, and you have the Rodrigo and Rodrigo are both consultants across industries, so we're looking across industries now. You were talking about some of the really cool work you're doing from a deep technical perspective, kind of similar to what Loretta was talking about. But can you talk about first introduce Marvik and then talk about some of the great work that you're doing and interesting stuff that you're doing that helps drive some of the innovation based on some of the investment prioritizations that you help companies do?
Of course. First of all, Marvik is an AI consulting and development company. So we get called when all of these companies have troubles, problems that they need to solve with AI, and they lack the bandwidth or the expertise. And that puts us in a situation where we get a glimpse into multiple companies at the same time, what they're doing, and at the innovation front of all of that. And I'm personally the CTO. I'm one of the founders of the company. I find great joy of doing this. In terms of investment, and I think aligned with what the other speakers are actually saying right now, one of the first advice I would actually give anyone is to align with what your core business focus is. So drug discovery, that makes total sense if you're a pharma company. Don't lose attention on LLMs applied to customer support or anything like that. Of course, at the very same time, you need to be looking in the short term, mid term, and long term with whatever you're actually investing. So deep tech actually moved really, really fast and created a lot of technologies and tools we can actually leverage. LLMs are out there, and we can use them to have a great ROI on a customer support project. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. But you also need to keep an eye on what's coming up ahead. And I think a good investment strategy in AI actually accounts for these multiple horizons that any company should be looking at. Next year, what are we going to do next quarter, deliver to the investors, to the stakeholders, to our clients, who at the very end of all of this actually gain this value because we drive efficiencies and lower costs, or on the other hand, we improve the customer experience. So anyone who is actually looking to invest into AI, it's a great moment. Please go ahead and do that. Technology enables many, many applications that were impossible before. You need to be really, really smart where to allocate the money. Don't go to train your own LLM because it's probably not going to be worth it for you. But there are a bunch of tools out there that you can actually use. And if you're smart, and I think Diego's examples were great in this sense, you can use generative AI image models to do drug discovery. You can use LLMs to code DNA. And there are many creative hacks in that sense that we can all be using to drive innovation and lower the investment cost. Because we using that technology that someone else invested a lot of money to develop to your own applications, you save millions of dollars by doing that.
Yeah, Loretta was talking about that earlier before, where Kellanova is not going to invest in time developing something that already exists. And I think I advised my customers when I was at IBM, why would you spend your intellectual capital building something that exists? Focus on innovation. And Rodrigo Madanes, right? I mean, your job is all about innovation in AI for EY, right? And can you start by talking about how you help EY's customers not just prioritize where to put money in innovation, but really get into how you help advise them on adjusting their business strategy based on that innovation? Because I think that's a key point that all four of your colleagues here on stage talked about. These are very experienced people in making these changes. Not everyone in the audience has done these shifts before. Maybe help provide some of that guidance to them.
Sure, that sounds great, Seth. So I'm from EY, large professional services firm, and I tend to talk to a lot of companies that are undergoing their AI journeys, and at EY, we're going through our own AI journey. I think a useful framework to think about how this could be structured is that there are three parts you need to focus on, and everybody's focusing on them. The part is what I would call foundations. The second part is what I would describe as innovation. And the third part is what you can describe as value engineering. So let me double click on each so you understand and map where you are and where you need to be going next. Foundations is just the basics, is setting up an AI program, making sure you have an AI leader or AI officer. Right now, there's been a lot of tumult, and that person has been maybe way down in the org, and they need to be elevated. So there's a lot of work now figuring out how the org is structured, how it's funded, how is the compliance put together. So all of these are foundations, right? You need to have a budget, you need to have a leader, you need to have teams, you need to set that up. Otherwise, you just won't get off the ground. And I'm sure many of you have participated in that. Once you have those foundations in place, then you can start doing what I would describe as innovation, which is starting to do the fun stuff, which is product development. What's the portfolio of ideas we have? Which do we invest at a seed level? We just explore. Let's go build something small. Innovation is not just technology building. You need to bring in your risk and compliance officer, privacy officers, because you're all dealing with a lot of data that is probably multi-jurisdictional. You need to make sure the regulations that are shifting as we speak, you're compliant. So it's not a trivial endeavor, but you're still playing at small scale. Many of you or many of us are playing internal first because that's safer. You have employees get access to these AI tools. You increase the productivity. But innovation is playing small as you learn. So you've set your foundations up. You've budget it, you have leaders, you have teams. Then you're doing innovation where you're learning with people, you're building great tools, or you're bringing in tools and making that move forward. And the third part is the value engineering or value capture, which is which of these do you now scale up? And who's benefiting from those? Is it your customers or employees? Is it the company? How do you distribute that value that you're creating? But you need to be methodical. You need to go, okay, we have 20 innovations. These 3 seem reasonable to now scale up. How do we scale them up across geographies, across different segments of your basis? And then you suddenly have a working, functioning program. So those are the 3 structures that I see in terms of how do you invest. You make sure you have all 3 pieces. You have good foundations, you have a program to create a lot of innovation, and then you're capturing that value that you're creating.
And all 3 that you described are really, really important, especially when you get into regulated industries, right? Having a leader, starting small, validating, building up, and then kind of going on is really important in regulated industries so that you can catch things going awry before they happen, have processes in place. So that's really important.
Right.
There's a question from the audience through the Slido about cultural shift, and that was one of the things we were going to talk about. And I think I want to kind of intersect this with 2 things. One is creativity, and the other is business strategy change. And Kellanova is a business strategy change in and of itself, right? Spinning off a company based on a change of business strategy, but you're also doing some incredibly creative things there. Can you talk about the cultural change that was underlying this change in business strategy along with the creativity that's going on there, and provide some of the examples you talked about too? That would be fantastic.
Yeah, sure. And I suppose building on what you were saying before about the framework, I think the key piece as well is it's not a linear process, right? I think for the sake of the framework, it makes a lot of sense to explain it that way, but the big benefit comes with the agility to be able to kind of loop back around that, because your foundation will potentially need to change. Your innovation part will adjust depending on your business strategy, and then your scale potential, again, depending on whether you've shifted that. So I think linking to the cultural piece and the business strategy, I think that framework's great as long as it's got flow and it's not just sequential, which I think sometimes can be a kind of pitfall that you can go into. So from a cultural perspective, Kellanova's got an incredible culture already around that we've got within our legacy for many years. We've just launched a new flavor of it called Culture of Best, and we've simplified the behaviors and the values that we're looking for in the organization around courage, integrity, and accountability. And if you think about those 3 in the light of disruptive AI and innovation and change, they really complement our ability to do that. The integrity is foundational. So it's not just about doing what you can do, it's about doing it the right way, especially as we deal with so much first-party data and, the ethical practices around it. We're not as heavily regulated, of course, as, maybe the banking industry is, et cetera, but it's still super important, and how we treat that data that we get access to. I think the other piece is the accountability of making sure that this is something that the organization owns, right? The change from Company to Kellanova, our business strategy, everything all the way down to all these emerging technologies, right? This is spreading far wider than just it being an IT functions problem, right? So I think that accountability is across, and then the courage is really trying to ensure that we lean into it. And a great example, practical example that we've launched at the organization in the last 6 to 9 months, and it actually sparked from the co-pilot for the web, right? Just, Teams, and that was really where the masses of the organization got kind of the first engagement with it. And we launched these curiosity clinics, beginning with a K, not a C. We tend to do that a lot. And they were optional. We didn't really know where they were going to go. Just trying to demystify some of these, basic tools. And the attendance rate has just been unbelievable. Every single executive member has popped into one of these optional sessions, and now we're able to expand them quite considerably in terms of being able to empower talent to present their ideas, whether it be to, launch different AI tools that we're coming into. So I think just really practical things like that just open up the door for it to not be something that is feared and actually make the transparency around it much broader. I think it's really helped from a cultural shift.
Interesting. And Diogo, being a scientist myself, having worked at science and engineering-based companies pretty much my whole career, cultural change at those types of companies is very, very different than any other type of company, because I've seen it from the outside other companies. How do you approach it there, right? Because scientists are always like, well, they want, it's almost like you have to do bake-offs for everything because, it's just very different. Can you kind of explain how you've approached the cultural change at Lilly, and really how you integrate creativity into that, and what creativity means at Lilly? You talked about that a little bit with the protein folding and things like that, but kind of describe that.
Well, you had like 7 questions in there, so that was awesome. Let me see if I can remember them all. But you are
remember them all. So.
You're absolutely right. I mean, one of the great things that I've really enjoyed about my role is working with all the scientists and some of the smartest thinkers out there. They're all inherent skeptics. Even the most enthusiastic people behind AI are actually the also biggest skeptics of what it can do. So the cultural change that you're talking about is absolutely spot on. And a big part of it ties to creativity, just like you were talking about, because what you have are chemists that say, there's no way a machine can do what I can do, because you have to be able to visualize a molecule in 3D, imagine how it's oscillating and what happens when a water molecule passes by, how that changes things. And they say there's no way a machine could ever imagine, do things like that or visualize it. And now we're finding out that, well, actually machines can do quite a bit that way. It is a challenge because chemists that have been doing the things the same way for 20 years can be resistant to changing how they do things. At the same time, the new chemists that are coming straight out of college, there isn't a chemist out there that we're hiring today, fresh out of school, that hasn't built a machine learning model. And so you do have a complete divide between the two. And so you do have new talent coming in that knows that's doing things a different way from the talent that's already been there. But to get back to the beginning of your question about how do you lead that cultural change, and I saw that part of the question said, how should this be led from the top? I think there's a very interesting point here about it being led from the top and going all the way to the bottom. So my boss, our CEO, said a couple months ago, "Hey, I want to learn more about large language models. Let's do a course." And so we did a course together. Except he didn't want to do AI for executives. So he's a CEO of the 10th largest market cap company in the world. He doesn't have. He's not a software engineer. But we did a real course on large language models. He implemented a Hugging Face model in Python in SageMaker notebooks. And not a software engineer. And he coded, he did it, and if he can do it as the CEO, he can show that everybody can do it across the entire organization. And so as I was walking out to come, leaving Indianapolis to come here, the receptionist had stopped me on the way out, and she was talking to me about what she was doing with AI and some of the things that she was trying out as she was getting into things. And so you can just see, led from the top, it really does matter. If the CEO is actually going to sit down and actually code and implement an AI model, that is going to cascade all the way to the organization. So tying it back to the scientists and the creativity, I do fundamentally believe that this cultural change, it starts from the top and it does absolutely cascade all the way through the organization.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's really important. And then Rodrigo Becerrio, I want to ask you a question based off of something that Diego mentioned. And he was talking about scientists, chemists thinking about simulations. And one thing a lot of people don't realize is that one of the most interesting things that specifically language models can do is simulations. Can you talk about, in terms that most people can understand, what are some of the capabilities that these large language models can do and things that you've done where you're doing simulations with these technologies, and how people can use language to then interact with these simulations?
Perfect, of course. And also going back
to way off topic here, not something we prepped you
so
for.
Perfect. It's great. Going back to the previous point on the image models and the language models, generative AI is much more than just LLMs. First, I think it's important to clarify that. These models, generative AI models, have the capacity of memorizing a lot of things because they're really, really big, and hence the L in large language models. And at the same time, you can actually tune how much creativity they can actually have. So there's a trade-off there that you need to take into account when developing these systems. These things try to memorize a little bit and to extrapolate that to a new reality, a new input that you give to these models. They don't really simulate many of these things. They just react. When you're actually training an AI model, you're injecting the learning through the examples. Once you're actually putting that into production, the models are usually not learning anymore, then they're just traditional software. A same input comes to twice, you get the same output twice. You can simulate something different with context and some of the keywords that many of you probably know, but this is something slightly different. And how you can actually use these models to foster that creativity that you actually want. These models are amazing because they learn from the CEO, from the people the trainee that just joined the organization. They'll learn from many of them. So you can actually have a conversation with someone that probably knows much more than you do, but you can also tie it to the human in the loop that we were talking about a few minutes ago. So I'm not sure if I answered the simulation question as expected, but these models have this great capacity of actually extrapolating to new realities while also keeping a feet on the ground on knowing what to do.
Yeah, no, that's great. And Kushal, in Open Door, right, you're matching, you're buying and selling homes, and you're helping people, close those homes quickly. It is a regulated industry. Many people may not realize that because you're also helping people close loans and underwriting them. How do you manage that regulated industry being actually one of probably the most, you're a horizontally integrated company doing all of these things, right, with the mortgages and buying the real estate yourselves. How do you manage all of that with the AI and in the regulated environment?
Yeah, we actually partner with some companies that do mortgages. But I think there's a few things there. Like one is that there's obviously the very standard things that you have to do around CCPA, GDPR, SOX compliance, et cetera, and we obviously all do those things. I candidly think that the risk of Open Door doing something untoward is a little bit lower than I think a lot of companies that deal with a lot of PII. Whether you think of the various companies, the social media companies that ingest a lot of data, that have whether someone is dealing with credit card, et cetera, we tend to focus more on the home. And so the home itself is we're trying to assess the value of that asset given everything that we know about the home as opposed to the person. And so I think there's regulatory things that we care about both from a legal and ethical perspective.
How does that play into the cultural change? I forgot to mention that part, but from the cultural change, how does that interplay with the cultural change? Does that interfere with the cultural change, or does that help drive the cultural change?
I think the culture, so as I think about the cultural change as it relates to AI, I think it really comes down to this creativity question. And it really comes down to the human-machine interplay that I mentioned, that really building off the strengths of each other. It really comes down to how do we structure human intuition? How do we take models that operate in trillion-dimensional, trillion-parameter space and take it into something that's understandable by a human so that they can react to it? It's like the model can say, I made this decision because of reasons A, B, and C, and the human can say, it's like, A is stupid, B and C make sense, you forgot D. And then all of a sudden, these models can now learn off each other, the humans can learn from the model, and you have this feedback loop. And we've been doing this for now about 10 years, and so I think this is well honed within one or two parts of the company, and then how do we take this core culture that we already have in parts of the company, and then how do we take this to other parts of the company? I think that's really the cultural shift that we're trying to drive.
Okay, excellent. And then, Rodrigo, again, from a cross-industry, big consulting company perspective, when you look at helping other companies drive cultural shift, these are big. Typically, EY doesn't work with small companies, right? EY works with the biggest companies in the world. These are heavy lifts, and you're helping these companies drive these cultural changes through innovation. What are some of the biggest challenges? And you kind of hit on having a leader. How do you help these companies recognize that a leader is needed? And is it really, really any different than any other cultural shift driven by, the shiny object of the day?
So let me first address that red herring, which is this another new hot wave and this is going away anytime soon? I don't think that is the case. And that's just from a personal experience. Everybody that I talk to, there's a big adoption because there's a lot of usefulness and value that people want to use this technology for, rewriting their emails, asking questions, images and videos. So we can clearly see already that there's a lot of value, unlike other emerging technologies in the past, which were more theoretical, let's say. The question is, how do we wrangle this hot technology? Because as we know, there are hallucinations and other issues that need to be done. Going back to the creativity questions and how do we drive the cultural change, this technology is interesting in that most people, particularly like Diego, as you mentioned, the younger generation, they're already using it on a personal basis. I think, I haven't seen the numbers lately, but ChatGPT is widely used already. Most people have experimented with it. So it's not like we need to go and educate on, this is how a large model, this is how you type it in here, and here's a prompt, and you get this out. Everybody knows. So it's more of a question of how do you manage it in regulated industries, and there's no one size fits all. So we work with a lot of companies, and every company is different. So you need to go in, understand the context they're in, what they're doing next, what's the right sequence of steps to take. But the cultural change that is needed is more one of having a healthy sequence of change, because there's a lot of already personal demand, because it's a consumer product that is entering the enterprise as opposed to a product born in the enterprise, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. And, it's interesting you mentioned that everyone's used ChatGPT or one of those tools. I thought that as well. I teach an MBA class at one of the largest university systems in New York City, and only about 30% of the MBA students actually have used one of these tools on a regular basis when they come into the class. And it's like 70 students in the class. Totally shocked. The first class I taught 18 months ago, even a smaller percentage use it. So it was totally taken aback by it. And so,
make a controversial claim off of that, possibly controversial claim off of that?
Yeah.
So I claim prompt engineering is just a programming language. And so in that lens, if you think about like the software engineers, programmers out there that are today, not that many people use COBOL anymore.
Yeah.
People use Python, people use Go, people use et cetera. I claim, to your point about the younger generation, in 10 years, if you haven't figured out how to use prompt engineering as a language, as a programming language, you've sort of fallen behind. You'll be a bit like the programmers today that only know how to do COBOL.
I say the exact same thing. Completely agree.
I agree too. And now this class I teach, it fills up within a week. So it fills up pretty quick. So yeah. Anyway, we have only a couple minutes left. If you guys have any parting thoughts you want to leave, 30 seconds. We'll start on that end this time.
Sure. Parting thought is the technology is still moving very quickly. It's growing in power. So try to skate to where the hockey puck will be. Try to start getting in learnings, because in a year and in 3 years, we'll be in a very different place. So if you don't start moving soon, you're going to be fairly behind.
I think also connecting with the cultural change, this is going to change things. AI is not going anywhere. If you are not using it to improve your business, to improve your service, products, or whatever, your competitors will be. So even if you don't know where to start, you need to take those first steps. It's an excellent moment. Technology is enabling many, many things that were impossible before, and you need to connect that where your business is creating value to your clients, because if not, you're going to be behind your competitors.
Mine would be focus. Focus and bring in your organization along with you. But if you don't focus on really where you're going to get the value, what is at your core, like we were talking about before, the build versus borrow, and what your organization is about, and then the potential for scale, you very quickly dilute the value across multiple things versus just really hitting it home. So
I would say, I think what I've been talking a lot about today already, which is I think avoid the false debate. This isn't about just models, it's about models and humans together. And if you do that, then you can drive the top line and not just the bottom line. So focus on the top line.
Great. Totally agree with that. The one thing that we haven't talked about today, which this is the first panel I've done or anything discussion in a long time around AI that we haven't talked about, is risk. But I'm actually thrilled that we haven't talked about risk, because I think we get overly fixated on risk. And every panel that I'm in, we're usually talking about risk and what's the risk of this and what the risk of that is. The biggest risk of all that we have around AI is that we don't use it. And in my world, if we don't use AI, people will die. Medicines will not be invented that will save lives. And so I think we all have fundamental things like that too. And so I just encourage everybody to be bold. Don't wait for regulation to come along. Regulation always lags. Don't wait for somebody to come up with something better to provide guidance. Let's go out there. Let's be bold. As you've all said, this isn't going away. This is here to stay.
Yeah, and I think I can summarize the panel, pretty what we talked about. We need a human focus. We need it to be value-driven. You need someone responsible for the organization. I think, and actually, honestly, I have a book coming out tomorrow. It's exactly what I talk about. And you need a strategy, right? You have to be able to prioritize. And then the only last thing I have to say is Pete talked about having transcriptions. I have been watching this transcription, and there is someone on the panel who's got a very heavy accent, and it did a perfect job with that transcription. I'm very impressed with the transcription software. So with that, I thank you all very much. Really appreciate the time. Thank you all for staying for the afternoon, and have a great day.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, that was super insightful. Yep, human focus, value-driven, be strategic, responsible AI, some good lessons. With that, if you're wondering, it's not lunchtime yet, but we are close. We have one more session now coming up, which is the executive presentation on AI, America's modern-day moonshot. And for that, I'm going to actually invite on the stage American Edge CEO Doug Kelly. And this presentation is held in partnership with American Edge. So, Doug Kelly, please, welcome.
Great. Well, thanks, everybody. Let me just say, this has been a fantastic conference. And I just want to give the Reuters events team a hand for this, because it has been really, 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 truly insightful. Like he said, my name is Doug Kelly, and I'm the CEO of the American Edge Project. What I want to talk about today is the race for global technology leadership and the three obstacles that are in America's way of winning that race. The first is China. The second is excessive global regulation. And the third is fear. Fear of the unknown. But here's the deal. The stakes are so high in this race for global technology leadership that we need everybody engaged, including yourselves, including your government relations team, to help pass a public policy agenda that helps accelerate innovation, that doesn't hamper innovation, and that ensures that America wins this tech race. The stakes are too high for anybody to sit it out. But let me set the table a bit by looking back in history at a time very similar to this one and how we responded then. The year was the late 1950s, early 1960s. The United States was competing against another authoritarian superpower for global influence. And in this case, technology was also a critical battlefield, the space race. Now, our opponents, the Soviet Union, got the first jump. They launched the first artificial satellite. A few years later, they launched the first man on the moon ahead of what we did. And so President Kennedy said, hold everything. He had a big, bold vision that we're just not going to launch a satellite. We're going to put a man on the moon, land them safely, bring them back, and we're going to bring them back by the end of the decade. But you talk about a BHAG, that is an enormous challenge to the country. But what it really was, it was a shared national mission to accelerate innovation, to make sure that we leapt ahead of the Soviet Union overall. And now, oddly enough, 55 years ago today, the Apollo 11 space capsule was on its way to the moon. And our success in this space race fundamentally changed history and our place in it. All right, so fast forward to today. It's a similar thing. The United States and our allies are facing an axis of authoritarian powers, all intent on disrupting the current world order. And the leader of that group, China, is far stronger than the Soviet Union ever was at its peak. So our response to this challenging moment has to be, we need to make artificial intelligence America's modern-day moonshot moment. That is for this generation, that is this generation's shared national mission to accelerate innovation so that we win. Now look, if we do this, if we win this AI race, we'll accomplish two strategic priorities for our country. First, what we're going to do is we'll have a decades-long advantage in security, economic prosperity, and global influence. But secondly, what we'll do, we're going to ensure that tomorrow's technologies are embedded with American values. And that matters of who builds the future. Now, you may be thinking, look, we're ahead in AI, we've invented the internet, we've done all these other things. We should logically win this competition. But here's the thing. Our technology edge has been eroding over the last 15 years. There's a number of studies that show this and bear this out, but I'll just talk about two. There's an Australian study that looked at 2 million points of data, and it concluded that China was ahead of the United States in 37 of 44 critical and emerging technologies. Shortly thereafter, a Harvard study came out that found that China is a near-peer competitor to the U.S. in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotech, all of the different technologies of the future. And so the challenge here is that not only is the competition fierce, but the race is short, because the winner of this tech race is going to be decided in the next decade. And so the choices we make now, the decisions we make now, and the actions we take now, both as companies, advocacy groups, and elected officials, are going to have an incredibly large bearing on the outcome of this tech race. So, to make sure that we stay ahead and win this tech race, I want to talk a little bit more about those three threats to U.S. leadership and how we make sure we can overcome them. The first threat is China. That's number one. China's stated goal has been by 2035 to become the global tech leader. And they have a very aggressive three-part plan that they're putting in motion to do it. The first is that they're investing $1.4 trillion into the technology of the future. They are putting an all-in. For those of you who play poker, you know that move. It is doubled in. Secondly, what they can't build, they're stealing. They have the world's largest hacking operation, and it's very aggressive. Each year we lose about $500 billion in trade and technology secrets to China. And that's just the U.S. alone. The third part of their plan is to make the world increasingly dependent on its technology, because that gives them economic, political leverage overall. Now, let's not fool ourselves. When China puts its mind to it, it can dominate a sector. We've seen that in manufacturing. We've seen that in solar panels. We've seen that in electric vehicles. We've seen that in batteries. We've seen that in rare earth elements. So we have to take this threat seriously and do those actions that counter it. Now, at the same time, the race for global tech leadership isn't just about national security and economics. It is fundamentally a values competition. And when it comes to this part, we have very stark differences between us and what the Chinese government uses technology for. The West uses technology for growth, for opportunity, to advance expression, and to foster democracy. Whereas China really focuses on using technology for censorship, control, suppression, and oppression. And so, as I said earlier, it matters greatly which country and which set of values builds the future. And for the good of the globe, that future has to be American-made. The second threat to American global leadership in technology is excessive global regulation, because it damages innovation ecosystems. And we've heard here throughout this conference that America has the single most powerhouse ecosystem of innovation in the world. It is kind of a core thing, right? A system that blends ideas, capital, and talent into new ideas and products that spin out to market quickly. But around that core are some really critical elements that help accelerate this all, right? So starting off with a supportive legal and regulatory framework so businesses have predictability in what they're doing. It also includes collaborative networks like incubators, market and customer access. As well, in our ecosystem, small startups and big tech innovators play crucial roles, as does research and development and mergers and acquisitions, which let companies come together to blend their skills and accelerate even faster. But the challenge here is there's, again, a lot of different threats to this American ecosystem. Just starting in the United States, over the last 5 years, there's been a series of antitrust actions aimed at critical parts of this ecosystem. It comes from Congress, it comes from the Federal Trade Commission, it comes from the Department of Justice. All of these things would undermine mergers, undermine that supportive legal framework, undermine some of our largest innovators, as well as hurting startups and make it harder to exit and to get capital back out. The states as well have a very aggressive approach on this. Just last year alone, states have passed 65 new tech laws that affect every single part of this ecosystem. And the biggest problem is that when states pass laws and there's no federal law, that creates this kind of thicket of state-by-state regulations that big companies can certainly navigate. But smaller companies and small businesses especially have a hard time navigating that mix. Now, that's just in the US, just two examples. Over in Europe, they've passed 77 new tech laws in just the last 5 years. Now, the challenge with what Europe is doing is their approach is regulate first, innovate second. And rather than doing things that help accelerate their innovation, they're targeting American innovators for handcuffs and slowing us down here. That's not good for them. It's not good for us overall. And then lastly, on what we've talked about here this last 2 days, is in AI regulations, there's 762 proposed bills at the federal level as well as the state level that are targeting AI for regulation. Almost all of these bills go too far. And so it would be a real strategic blunder if we overregulated AI to start with, especially at these earliest stages. Now, this is not an academic argument that I'm making here. There's real-life consequences to this. For example, nearly every single large U.S. tech company has refrained from releasing some version of AI to Europe because they're uncertain about the regulations. They're uncertain if they're going to be fined. Well, that hurts Europe. It hurts us. But additionally, even Europe's own companies are saying, holy cow, you got to back off these regulations. 150 of all their different brand names are writing open letters and lobbying their government to say, you got to slow this down because it's jeopardizing our ability to compete. The third factor here that's in the global tech race that's slowing down America's leadership is fear of the unknown. Right? Americans have historically had a fear of new technologies, from electricity to the internet. And you see that in recent polling, right? This is a graph here shows a bunch of different people in countries were asked, do you think the benefits of AI outweigh the risk? And China is at 80% at the top in pink. We believe it's great. We want to implement it. We want to use it. Whereas America, barely 35% of people, and it's kind of similar to what he was saying about the MBA class, barely 35% of people believe the benefits of AI outweigh the risk. And so that has real-life consequences where, because of that hunger, China is the leader in the world of adoption of generative AI. And so both our short-term and long-term missions of everybody in this room has to be about how do we change that mindset overall. Now, I know a lot of you are thinking, Doug, good Lord, we are all executives who solve some of the biggest problem, enough gloom and doom. Gotcha. Let's talk about how we solve this problem together. We need to advance a public policy agenda that's based on 3 pillars, and I want to walk you through these. And it's basically the same way you win any game: a good defense, a good offense, and no unforced errors. So the good defense part, number 1, is we need to check China's ambitions, right? That's boosting our investments in cyber defenses to protect our critical infrastructure and to protect our intellectual property. Second, we want to make sure we're depriving China of specific advanced technologies. Now, look, we want to trade as much as possible with China. It's an enormous market. It's good for global health. But there's certain technologies that we have to be smart about whether we're going to trade with them or not, because it can advance not just their economic capabilities, but more importantly, their military capabilities. And the third part that we have to do on checking China's ambitions is we have to aggressively compete in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, so that our tech tools, so that our tech companies, and giving them more digital assistance, so that they're using our platforms, they're using our technology, so they don't become more dependent on China's technology. That's part 1. So part 2 is we need to accelerate innovation, starting with focusing on the strategic technologies of chips, AI, and quantum. Specific policy things that your organizations have leaned on before are things like R&D tax credits, expanding capital access, investments in critical infrastructure and STEM education. But it also means encouraging a wide range of AI models, including open source models. Because what that does is that lowers the cost overall, it increases adoption, and it increases the amount of research that's being done in these models overall. That's a win-win for everybody overall. And the third piece that we have to do from this public policy agenda is that we have to replace people's fear and anxiety with optimism and excitement for the future. Americans, we are at our best when we're optimistic and forward-looking. We are at our worst when we're fearful and stepping back. A little bit like what the point was made there. The risk is if we don't use it. So that's our job here, to help change that. So we want your help in changing that, right? We want you to join our efforts in making lawmakers aware of what's at stake here, sharing with them how tech is transforming your community and your organization. And it all comes down to spotlighting the different AI positive impact that we're having currently and can have in the future with real life use cases, right? Like the Eli Lilly cases, the other ones that you've done. These are things that can begin to bend public opinion and then begin to bend lawmakers' opinion of what do we have to do to win this race overall. So I'll leave you with this. Feel free to take a photo of that. That can help you get involved. And I have a team of 3 other people over here. They're on the corner. Raise your hand if you would. Please see them after this so you can get involved. Feel free to connect your government relations people with us, and we'll take it from there. But achieving AI's promise under U.S. leadership, it's not going to be easy, but nothing worthwhile is. But I'll just encourage you to remember JFK's words about why are we going to go to the moon. And I won't attempt to use his accent, right? But we choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Because that goal will organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. And because that challenge is one we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win. Look, America can win this tech race. The world is counting on us to win this tech race. And together, this can be our finest hour. Thank you for your time today. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. We got, but you do what you want.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Yeah, we don't choose to do things because they're easy, because we love challenge. So that was great words, and thank you for that. And now is the lunchtime. So we'll take a break, and we'll reconvene at 1:40. So we'll get extra 10 minutes since we were running 10 minutes behind. But we'll come at 1:40 and reconvene with the next set of sessions. Thank you all. See you soon. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Again, just like yesterday, I hope everyone is more energized, active, and alert. Not feeling sleepy, right? Just FYI, we do have AI enabled here. So it's watching everyone. Just kidding. We're not. So continuing our sessions and the learning here, we're going to move on to our next session, which is an executive panel discussion on the topic of navigating the next wave, leveraging Gen AI and enterprise LLMs in the modern age. And for this discussion, I'm going to invite on the stage from Amgen, Vice President, Digital Technology and Innovation, Arpit Dave, the Boeing Company Chief Enterprise AI and Data Officer, Abhi Seth, from Lemini CEO, Sharon Zhao, and from Dell, once again, Senior Vice President of Corporate Strategy, Vivek Mahindra. And the moderator for this session will be AMD's Global Head of AI Marketing, Brian Madden. And this panel is held in partnership with AMD. Please, welcome to the stage.
Well, panelists, it seems like we got the top billing just after lunch on day 2. So hoping we can bring a very energetic conversation to bear. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brian Madden. I have the privilege and honor of leading AI and embedded marketing in AMD. And I'm here with a very distinguished panel to talk about AI. And I think you've heard a lot about this in the last day or so, but we've got some exciting questions and conversation to have. And as we introduce ourselves, maybe go through this, maybe as you introduce yourselves, could you just maybe tell us where you feel we're on this AI journey? Are we well ahead? Are we going fast? Are we just at the starting point? Starting with yourself.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Arpit Dave, and I'm responsible for technology teams at Amgen. Just a little bit about Amgen. We're a mission-driven company, and our mission is to serve patients. We've been on forefront of biologics innovation for over 4 decades. And being science-based and leveraging technologies to drive innovation is key to our core. So the way we think about it, to your question, artificial intelligence, innovative technologies, and data is going to be fundamentally a key driver for us to allow more innovation faster and reach more patients. And glad to be here and glad to talk more about it.
Fantastic to have you here. Very good. Let's move on.
Hello, everybody. My name is Abhi Seth, and I lead the enterprise AI and data team out of Boeing. We are airplane manufacturing company. We have a big distribution business as well as a big presence in the defense sector. I think in terms of where we are with AI, I think we are a 100-year-old company, and I think having deep expertise, we have 60,000 engineers, and having decades of experience, I would say, in the broader umbrella AI, how we define it today. A lot of experience in simulation, design, test, a massive amount of data from wind tunnels, for example. And then, if you think about where we are on the forefront of AI, I think there are areas in which we are experts, and then there is AI technology has been evolving at such a rapid pace where we are barely scratching the surface. So there we have services that we have sold in AI to end customers around, fuel efficiency, prognostics, optimization for crews, minimizing disruptions. And in other areas, for example, generative AI, we are still working on scratching the surface, like all of us, to figure out what the future holds for us.
Great, Sharon.
Cool. Good to see so many folks here. I'm Sharon. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Lemini. Lemini is an LLM inference and fine-tuning platform for enterprises to do so very efficiently with their developer teams. My background is I was previously computer science faculty at Stanford, leading a research group in generative AI, where I also did my PhD with Andrew Ng in generative AI, and I teach over 1 million people online in generative AI. And before that, I was in product at Google. And I think we're sprinting out of the gate in terms of where we're at. I think, we're still at the very beginning. We're still at the very, very beginning of scaling laws, which is saying, that data plus compute equals intelligence. And we're just scratching the surface on use cases. And everything that we see today, I think we'll see as very shallow over the next year and over the next decade. So I'm really excited to see kind of new opportunities. But I do think we're moving incredibly fast. And it's exciting to see so many organizations adopt AI effectively and also be able to ship them, be able to start, deploying these applications for real business value.
Wonderful.
Vivek. Excellent. Hey, I'm Vivek Mohindra. I was here yesterday, so I saw many of you yesterday. For those of you who were here yesterday, a little bit of it will be a repeat. We're proud to say I lead our corporate strategy for the company. We are sprinting ahead, to use Sharon's word as well, which you can kind of expect with us just crossing 40 years in the industry, founded by Michael in the dorm, Michael still at the helm. You can imagine. So we are sprinting ahead. We have defined the use cases very precisely and methodically. We are marching forward, and we believe we are in the early innings, frankly, but we are sprinting ahead.
That's great, because I want to stick with you for a second, if that's okay, and just, Dell has been at the forefront of infrastructure innovation and forefront of AI infrastructure innovation. What do you see as being the main infrastructure challenges with enterprises with regards to adoption of AI, and what cool technology are Dell bringing to market to help, alleviate some of those concerns, help address the challenges, and open up opportunities at enterprises?
Yeah, great question, Brian. So let me anchor my answer to the 5 core beliefs we have about using generative AI, and it is reflective in the challenges that we see and the opportunities too. So the 5 key beliefs we have, it's all about the data. It's better to bring AI to the data than to bring data to AI in a world where 83% of the data sits outside the clouds and 50% is generated at the edges. Third, there'll be a whole plethora of models all the way from large to small to purpose-built to general purpose that will play a role. Fourth, you need an open and modular architecture, which allows you to mix and match things evolving at different speeds. And fifth, you need to have an open ecosystem to bring it to our customers. The challenges we see are kind of mirrored in that and anchored in that. And because we think of ourselves as customer zero, it helps us, it provides us immense clarity in terms of what our customers are seeing. Number one, which use cases should we focus on? Number two, what should we do with our data and how to get the data in shape? Number three, how do we balance between training and inferencing, with most of the workloads going towards inferencing side? And then also, culturally, what do we do with our teams and talent and people? And our product strategy reflects that. We have a great partnership with AMD, of course, so thank you for that. Our portfolio, which straddles services, server storage, networking, data protection, PCs, it gives us the full suite to be able to tell and help the customer figure out where they should deploy Gen AI, as well have the entire layer so we can help them optimize and execute in the best place possible.
And it's 2 things that struck me as you were talking there. First of all, this is an end-to-end opportunity.
Absolutely.
From edge to cloud. Not all workloads are created equally. They can, as you said, you can deploy AI very close to the source of data for latency and privacy concerns. But I love the term customer zero. I think for companies like Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, Dell, and the OEMs to understand their role in enterprises as a customer zero and taking on board their own learnings and ingesting those and then bringing those out to the enterprises. And I'd like to turn to our 2 enterprise companies here in Boeing and Amgen being a leader in biotech, Boeing being a leader in aerospace. How are you adopting AI within your enterprises, it's a two-part question, and to two people, so it's 4 parts, right? This second part of the question, which is, how are you using AI to develop your next generation of products? So for Boeing, the next airplanes, for Amgen, the next biotech discoveries. Would you like to start?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Amgen, as I said, our mission is to serve patients. And we serve patients with very serious diseases. To do that, it requires ability to reach patients with uninterrupted supply. And we have a history of doing that consistently, despite of all the challenges that world had faced over the last 4 decades. So as we think about the next era, we think about a few things. So starting with the outcomes. What outcomes are we looking for? So there are 2 key outcomes that we think about. One is improving patient care. By reducing the cycle time it takes us to get the patients the drugs. So how can we reduce the cycle time and reach patient faster? That improves our ability to reach more patients with unprecedented speed. And the second outcome that we think about is, especially with AI and generative AI, is allow us to think about our business in a continual improvement zone. So how can we think about ways of working with AI at center and reimagine it? So as to your question, as we think about these 2 outcomes, we really look at, and I loved your word end-to-end, but we apply it in a little bit different context. We look at end-to-end business process. So one of the key outcomes we talked about is reaching patient faster.
Sure.
There are many steps that organization has. And what we're doing is applying AI at center to help optimize all of those steps. Second one, we talked about changing the work and how we operate. We do that certainly drive productivity, but the other reason is also to help future-proof the workforce and the skills that they will require professionally and personally. So we keep those 2 key outcomes in mind. And then as we think about applying that, we think about building a full stack. So, this group is very familiar with that, and you touched on it, Vivek, which is the importance of data. Mm-hmm. So how are we ensuring that we're thinking about data-first approach, bringing models to it as appropriate, and then apply the right guardrails and governance around it? So let me bounce off to you, and then I'll come back to add more.
Sure. Yeah, I think at Boeing, I think a lot of we see analytics as AI outside, AI inside, if you think about it. So for AI outside, if you think about, we have been offering AI to our end customers to drive disruption management, right? So a lot of times, all of us travel. I had like 4 canceled flights last 3 days. Anyway, so
I can understand.
Jokes aside. Okay, so I think a lot of the focus is really on how do we drive, failure prediction, prognostics, and the whole idea behind that is how do you bring, I think you do AI inside, AI outside, I think is bringing domain, data, and AI together, right? I think that's kind of how I like thinking about it, to create a business capability. And to your point, Arpit, it's really outcome-driven approach, right? So a lot of the focus has been on how do we work with our airline customers to drive disruption management, in able to predict the disruption that's going to happen, but not just predicting the disruption, but also providing, the recommendation systems and making sure that the right part is at the right place at the right time. So we can provide, hey, here is what's going to happen. Here is the recommendation. Here is the maintenance manual procedure you can go do. But at the same time, leveraging our vast distribution business to make sure that we are able to provide the right part so that you can actually proactively do that maintenance. The other areas we are doing AI is really driving, a lot of focus on sustainability, right, for our end customers. So how do we drive fuel efficiency and reduce carbon emissions? That's a big deal for us. And how do we drive our sustainability agenda, help our customers in saving fuel, making flight, more carbon neutral, the whole industry. I think we are leading a big charge on that. I think if you think about internal AI applications, we have done, heavy investments and a lot of focus on the simulation side and the product design and test analysis side. But then we are shifting into really going deeper into supply chain analytics, right? I think supply chain analytics, engineering and safety, and a lot of focus for internal is really safety and quality, as you can imagine at the moment.
And I think just taking on something you said there, it's this theme about sort of AI good, right? Sustainability, I think we all understand the requirements around that and the challenges within our society. So it's great to hear Boeing stepping up to that challenge. And Arpit, you wanted to come back on that as well?
Yeah, I wanted to give you stage just to one allow, like, even though our industries are very different, I think the type of application we're thinking about of AI and technology is very similar. You touched on it, and the way we think about it is really predict and prevent. In past, there's been many attempts to leverage data to achieve the status, but especially with generative AI, predict and prevent becomes a thing that is very much in arm's reach, allowing our customers to leverage those type of concepts. And one example that I wanted to bring to light is we have a new manufacturing facility in Amgen at Ohio that we launched earlier this year. And we designed this facility as a good example of how keeping AI and automation at center, unprecedented efficiency, productivity, but more importantly, agility. So this is where not just think about AI as a panacea or standalone component, but how do we integrate that with image recognition model, but also robotics and also predictive analytics. So bring the whole tech stack together can help achieve this outcome much better. So that's one insight I wanted to just leave with when we think about AI, we think about broader technology stack and AI enabling it.
Yeah, and it's an area where AMD is focused on the edge, what we call the edge, this new frontier for AI, which is whole application acceleration, and on the factory floor where you're taking vision applications, you're processing those the data, and you're coming out with outcomes. It's really great to hear. I want to switch over to Sharon for a second, if that's okay. And Sharon, you've been working with enterprises for a while on their adoption of LLMs and generative AI. What do you see as being the biggest challenges that enterprises are seeing in adoption of LLMs, and how is Lam&I helping them? And Lam&I, even in AMD, helping them as well. And the second part of the question, because it's a two-part question, is what is the role of an open software approach and an open ecosystem, transparent ecosystem play in this as well?
Yeah, I might start with, what are the opportunities, and then what are the challenges to getting to those opportunities? So I hear these incredible use cases here, right? And if we were to extrapolate that into the future, what does that mean? Maybe drug discovery, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's a decade-long process with maybe a 90% failure rate. What if you could drop that down to 1 or 2 years with a 20% failure rate? That would be a dramatic difference. How long does it take to, create the next airplane? Actually, don't know that answer. Feel free to answer. But if you could drop that down, that would be a dramatic difference to society at large, but certainly for these enterprises. And the reason why that is still possible, that next step has not even been close to breached, is because these magical GPTs, these magical general purpose models, have only been trained on a minuscule amount of data that's available in the world. It's all the public data, but there's so much private data. Even with some of the smaller companies we work with that only have, there's one that has a couple billion in revenue. They every single one of their use cases, they have more data than it was to train GPT-4, more than 15 trillion tokens. And so that's just incredible. And I don't think they even realize that. So I do think, intelligence is very much supported by that. Now, what are the challenges to getting there, right? Not every team out there has OpenAI's or Anthropic's team. And I think that can make it challenging and a completely different paradigm. Not every team out there wants to invest several $1 billion upfront before seeing ROI, right? So I think some of the challenges are around, we see security being a big piece. Like if LLMs are the most valuable derivative of data today, as a deep derivative of your data, you probably want to keep it somewhat secure because your data is both very proprietary for your proprietary advantage, and also to be able to meet compliance. So security, huge piece. Be able to do things on-prem, be able to do things without internet access even. This is a very complex technology, and running these things on GPUs, like AMD GPUs, very different beast than hitting some web server on CPUs. So it takes quite a bit to make that happen. And then the next piece is around hallucinations, like getting these models to accurately be able to answer a question and not say something similar to that answer, to that fact, is very, very challenging as a machine learning problem. We've been able to, we have a customer, who's a Fortune 100 customer. They previously had a team of three data science teams, spend 9 months using advanced RAG and instruction fine-tuning. They were able to get a 50% accuracy on a text-to-SQL use case. And we've invented this new way of fine-tuning called memory tuning, and they were able to reach 95% accuracy. That was really important to them to now then say, hey, we can actually deploy this to our business analysts, and we can do it on our own. And so I think that's really powerful. So yeah, to enable, I think that, the third thing is around being able to access, you have your data within your enterprise, but to turn that data into intelligence, you absolutely need compute. And you need compute that can actually efficiently turn that into intelligence. We've partnered very deeply with AMD as a compute partner. We've actually for us, for our personal development and also for some of our customers who use our hosted cloud, we only have AMD GPUs. So we've only bought AMD GPUs.
And you've only had AMD GPUs for the
past
18 months?
Several years. Yeah, we actually started on AMD GPUs. So my team, we're all deep experts in the space, and we started AMD GPUs before ChatGPT because we knew what the role of compute would play in the story of intelligence. And so we made that decision very early on in the company, even before the company was founded. And my co-founder is actually one of the original architects of CUDA. So like he also very much knew that compute was incredibly important, and it's compute plus data equals intelligence is kind of the formula. So yeah.
And speaking of compute, I want to turn to Vivek for a second, if that's okay. It's a great segue. One of the key enterprise challenges with regards to infrastructure, data center modernization, if you will, is energy. The role of energy, the cost of energy, and of course, we know GPUs and CPUs require many kilowatts. How is Dell approaching energy efficiency within its server strategy, and what sort of innovations are you bringing to the market to help, alleviate those challenges?
It's a great question, Brian. I was looking at some numbers recently to put some dimensions to the problem you described. A traditional server rack, give or take 10 to 12 kilowatts. The new GPU server racks, 100 to 120 kilowatts. New scale clusters of data centers, 150 megawatts. The power consumption for a scale cluster, about 1.6 terawatt hours per year. That's a massive amount of energy consumption. So we've been laser focused on this problem, and being end-to-end really helps us significantly. What we've come to realize is we need to architect each of these components to be most energy efficient possible, and also make sure that we architect the entire system to be energy efficient. So by way of example, we have our flagship 8-way server that we launched, the 9680.
Yeah.
It was the best, highest performant air-cooled at 35 Celsius. A lot of engineering went into that. We have now recently announced and launched 9680L, which is the direct liquid cooled version of that. It is 33% more dense in terms of how many you can stack in a rack, as well as 2.5 times more power efficient. And that means a lot when we're talking about these massive energy consumptions for these data centers. We also know that you cannot just optimize the server layer without thinking about the other problem in terms of how do you get the data there through the networking layer, and what kind of storage do you put in place. So we have a robust family of offerings, and with our power scale and object scale portfolio, which is a software-defined storage portfolio, which has much better speeds in terms of write requirements and others, and we launched a whole set of them at Dell Tech World too. And of course, same thing on the networking side. What we're beginning to find out, interestingly, with the initial customers being tier 2 CSPs and now rapidly moving into enterprises, is that the tier 2 CSPs require a lot of optimization across the whole stack to be able to extract the most out, and that's where our engineering teams go in and help a lot. So our view is this is something that we'll all have to grapple with as an industry. All of us have a role to play in that, in the entire chain. I know you are doing your bit, and others are as well. And we are doing our bit using our strong engineering capabilities to be able to extract the most out of these systems at the least power possible.
Yeah, and I think from an AMD perspective, we completely agree with that. We're maniacally focused on bringing CPU and GPU technology to market that's very energy efficient, with our EPYC CPUs in servers all the way through to our Ryzen processors and PCs even, right? It's an important aspect of our value that we bring, and it's great to partner with the likes of Dell. I want to bounce back to a topic that's close to my heart, responsible AI, or ethical AI. And without belaboring, because I know we all think about this a lot, but in AMD, we took a decision to approach how we adopt AI internally in a very methodical way. We worked with the Responsible AI Institute and got audited, and we put practices in place to vet the applications that we want to use both internally across things like HR, marketing, sales, silicon development, software development. Can you give maybe an instance within your companies how you're also looking at responsible or ethical AI as a cornerstone to your strategy as well?
Yeah, trustworthy AI from NIST is the framework that we're adopting. Building trust in the AI is going to be the most critical success factor to think about adoption. As my colleague said, right, we're sprinting, but eventually there's a fatigue in the sprint. And if there's lack of trust, then people will stop using these tools. So building trust is critical, and that's where we're implementing, this entire framework of trustworthy AI, but also ensuring that there's right governance in place. So we have set up the Governance Council within Amgen that is participated across functions, so compliance, quality, technology, our data group, so all cross-functional folks coming together to think about it. And when we think about governance and applying this trustworthy AI framework, we think about all the stack. So starting with use case governance, it's really important that you first understand how the technology is going to be used. Is that the right way to use it? So start with the use case, but then also think about data and content governance that's going into the models. The third one is, of course, the model and the platforms on which we're running the AI, so we're governing that. And the last one is really security, so not just information security, but the entire security package. How are we applying it? So we think about those four as a key component to ensure that AI is staying trustworthy, ethical, and compliant.
Yeah, the idea of this council, I think it's something that's central. I've heard from side conversations we've had here. A lot of companies have taken the same approach we have done in AMD as well.
Yeah, I think it's a similar story. I think you can't go too far. You're absolutely right. I think you can't go too far in the AI journey without really, and I think it's without establishing what are the right ways of working for responsible AI. So we have a responsible AI program as a part of our Boeing AI community where we have actually created a governance model. And I would say it's kind of four key things we are looking at. The first one is really robustness, repeatability, and reliability of AI, right? So can we get repeatable results? Can we get robustness? Can we get reliable outcomes? Second one is really explainability and transparency, which is very important because I think in our case, it's really, as we talk about data domain and AI, it becomes very important to understand. I think if you don't drive trust and if you don't drive explainability, I mean, trust comes from explainability and repeatability, right? I think that's kind of where it gets derived from. So having that explainability is key so that you can actually drive adoption and you can drive understanding. The third one is really, I think, security compliance, as you talked about, and bias. More importantly, I think some of the panelists this morning touched about it. I think understanding and how do you train our data science community of thousands of AI scientists on how to think about bias, how to think about these elements. And the last one is really human in the loop, right? So every aspect of AI that we are driving at Boeing is really having, some level of monitoring and control from a human being. A lot of the focus today is really augmentation of the human versus like really driving AI out of the gate. So that's kind of how we are thinking about responsible AI as a program.
And it's about trusting your data, right? The integrity of your data within your organization and making sure that you keep that sacrosanct.
I think the data story is very interesting because I think all of us have been in the industry, including the audience, and you will see that we started in the late 2000s, early 2000s from big data to machine learning to deep learning, now GPT, and I think analytics capabilities and modeling capabilities have transformed, to an exponential pace. But I think how many people have actually been able to keep up maturity of the data at the same pace as the algorithms, right? So our data maturity still for all companies have kind of crawled up a little bit, people who were really focused on it. And then the algorithm capability have actually skyrocketed. So there is a huge divergence there. So focusing on data is really, really absolutely essential.
Couldn't agree more. Sharon, a different approach in Lamini with LLMs, right? You have an ethical approach in how you work across the ecosystem. Do you want to maybe talk a little bit about that?
Definitely. It varies across our customers because they vary across industries. But I will say data is a huge piece of this because now your data is so much more valuable because you can turn it into something like LLMs. And as a result, security is incredibly important, right? Like how much you've been securing your data, you should double down on that for your LLMs. So that's something that we help our customers be able to deploy to air-gapped on-prem, no internet sites, to all the way, of course, to CSPs, et cetera. So that's one. I think another thing is, again, very industry specific. We work with insurance companies. It is pretty bad if they misquote a claim or something like any number, getting that wrong inside of an insurance contract or the like is very detrimental to both you and me, right, to all of us. And so for them, this is mission critical to get those numbers correct, get the facts right. And the LLM is a very probabilistic system unless you're able to embed facts deterministically into them. And so that's also how we help. We have algorithms to help with essentially injecting determinism into the model itself, into the weights of the model itself. So those are the two different ways. Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic, and you're right on the tip of the innovation curve with that as well, which is wonderful. Vivek, from Dell's perspective.
Yeah, look, it's a big focus area for us as well, and I'll echo a lot of the comments that Arpit, Abhi, and Sharon have made. Start with the data. Are we using the right data? Do you have the right to use that data? Is it free of biases? Models, what are you modeling, and do you have explainability within that? Humans in the loop. And very similar to, I think, what Arpit you were describing, we have also set up a very strong governance around at an overall level as well as around this particular topic internally. And of course, we also participate with the industry forums around that. Mm-hmm. I think the good news, as far as I'm concerned, is I think our entire industry seems to be coalescing around the same ideas and the same types of benefits and the responsibility that all of us individually have to play. Because if any deliverer of this does not abide by that, then the whole model breaks down. So I think I'm encouraged by how we all view it as a shared responsibility.
But it also comes back to that customer zero ethos, right?
Absolutely.
You need to be the pioneer to help drive what those policies will be into the industry as well, and subsume them within your own organization and make the mistakes and learn from them and iterate, right? So you can teach others as well.
You're absolutely. I think being customer zero is immensely clarifying and immensely focusing. So that's the approach we take.
One other question, Sharon, I want to go back to you, and it's around ecosystem. Deploying LLMs at scale at enterprises requires collaboration. It requires our ethos is an open approach. How do you see the ecosystem forming together to support enterprises as they scale generative AI into their businesses? And what are the roles of an AMD, a Dell, Boeing, and an Amgen play with the Lamini in that approach?
Yeah, there's a huge amount of partnership that's involved here, right? I think Dell and AMD enable compute to be leveraged at scale and in an energy efficient way. And then, of course, Boeing, Amgen you have like the deep data sets that are going to be made valuable and that are going to actually influence those business processes. And Lamini, of course, is trying to translate the data into LLMs that are actually valuable. So this is a multi-layered kind of deep partnership across all these organizations to make this possible. And the reason is because, like, let's just step back. This is a very complex piece of technology. Some of our customers are if I were to tell you who they were, you would say, wow, I can't believe they need help building LLMs, right? They are some of the top machine learning organizations in the world, and yet they're like, this is a different beast entirely, completely different. There's one, they spend $14 billion a year on IT, and they have many thousands of data scientists, and they constantly get their infrastructure escalated to the CEO, right? So that's a very big deal because that doesn't usually happen in a space, right? And so having a deep partnership across all of these layers is incredibly important to making it possible. But it's very exciting, and I think we actually are only at the beginning. So
yeah, I think so. Going back to our first point, I think we haven't even reached off the starting block.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
The gun is just gone.
So we might have done that.
Exactly. We're coming to the close of our session, and I've really enjoyed this conversation. But I think I want to have a bit of fun now, and I'm going to ask you to be the Nostradamus in the room and predict the future of AI. But at the same time, there's a couple of questions that have come up in Slido, and as you answer the future-looking question, maybe you can also answer, what's the one single biggest business benefit that an enterprise can get from AI, and then maybe come in with your futuristic view of where AI is going.
Yeah, I'll get us started on a lighter
please.
note. Not predicting future, but tell you the future.
Good.
One thing that's certain
Okay.
is that globally, the population is aging. So across the globe, we have aging population, and we need more innovation.
Mm-hmm.
So we are very confident that with the use of technology, biology, and especially the human data, we have a high degree of confidence in developing the therapies that can help patients who are struggling with grievous diseases. So to me, I think building on the second question you were asking, it really comes down to speed. Enterprises can get unprecedented speed. You have to be really thinking about that deeply to know where the bottlenecks are in the process. So you're not just solving for one bottleneck and creating the next one. But if you truly take a look at end-to-end view of your process, your organization, and really try to optimize for speed, I think AI and generative AI can be a huge benefit to help advance that. And of course, efficiency is always there as these tools make all humanity more and more efficient.
And there is another question around what industry outside of your own is more ripe. So I'm going to speak about your industry. I think healthcare and science and research, I think is absolutely ripe for AI, and we're already seeing the benefits of that in drug discovery and in cancer cures and things. So I'm very encouraged to hear that you're doubling down on that as well.
I would say, I think in terms of transforming is really, I think the ways of working. I think the key change is like speed is an element of it, but I think the way we work and the talent, right? I think the people who are going to come tomorrow, like I was 7-year-old, I was trying to push him for learning Python, and then after last year, I'm like, okay, is there any point of doing that? Yeah. I think so. The ways of working are going to completely transform. The way we grew up and the way we have been using AI, I think how the next decade and the 2 decades is going to be. I'm not going to be bold enough to predict the future, but I would tell you that we rolled out our Gen AI platform to 170,000 users, so 22,000 active users at Boeing, and it's became a test platform for people who don't know a single line of code but have the domain and the data expertise to actually try Gen AI on what it could do. Mm-hmm. We are not productionizing it, but all kinds of innovative things coming to us which we did not foresee. That is really the most interesting fact. When we just had a Boeing AI Summit, a lot of people came in and talked about how they're leveraging it, which we did not really foresee. And really the structure and the responsible AI aspect really now goes into how do you think about providing a platform to drive unhinged innovation, but then what is the structure and responsibility, and how do you really be outcome-driven as you put things into production? So that's kind of how I think, a huge opportunity ahead of us. I think doing it responsibility versus getting the horse out of the barn and then try to catch it, it's really important. But at the same time, balancing it with all the unknown opportunities that are.
And it's interesting to hear a company the size of Boeing, that you have so many unknown AI projects going on until they all come together and you realize you actually have this. It takes a village to build this AI child, right? So,
absolutely.
Very good. Sharon.
Yeah, I think the future is going to have, I think the best models of the future are not going to be the ones we actually know and love today as household names. I think, especially that are domain-specific, industry-specific, I think there will appear much stronger models for every single one that are deep experts in them. I think that will be a dramatic departure from what we have today. Not saying the ones that we have today won't be there. It's just I do think the ones of tomorrow are yet to be built, and we don't see them even emerging yet. And I think they will be built by other teams. I think kind of to the idea of, my son's not learning Python, I think, more and more will be comfortable, each and every one of us, building these models. Right now, it's a colossal effort. If you want to pre-train, even fine-tune, it can be difficult, right? I think that'll be super easy in the future. So you'd be like, okay, I'm going to go do that there. Okay, that there. And it would be very easy to build out these experts, essentially expert assistants for each and every one of us.
And it was fascinating hearing yesterday on another discussion here about a farmer who was able to build his own model without any coding experience. So I think we're already there.
That is exactly the key thing is like you get surprised with generative AI that you could not do with machine learning.
Exactly. Yeah. So Vivek,
I'll try to be quick. Look, I think we are seeing huge productivity improvements, and industry studies have shown anywhere between 20 to 50%, depending upon where you apply it. There are two stats I remember, or try to remember. First, 60% of the jobs today did not exist in 1940. 85% of the roles today, 85% of the new roles created today since 1960 are because of technology-driven innovation, which is, Sharon, to your point, we don't even know, but we are really early innings, and the future's so bright, you got to wear shades. I think there was a song around that, right? So.
Well, on that note, I'd say thank you very much to our panelists. You've been wonderful conversations, and I wish you luck on your AI adventures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thanks a lot.
All right, let's move on to the second last session for the day. But I agree, future is very, very bright, so get your shades ready as well. The next session is an executive interview, and this will be from Crusoe, co-founder and CEO Chase Lockmiller, in conjunction with Edelman-Smithland's EVP and Head of Strategy, Chris Donahoe. And this interview is held in partnership with Crusoe. So I would like to invite them on the stage, please.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. Chase, really excited to speak with you this afternoon. I think over the past day and a half, we've been putting together different pieces of the puzzle for how you build an enterprise AI strategy, how you deploy it and scale it and make it work, govern it. I think what's so interesting to me about the work you and your team are doing in Crusoe is you guys are kind of placing the last piece of the puzzle into that framework, this infrastructure piece. Can you walk us through kind of the problem you set out to solve, what you're seeing in the field, and why you think infrastructure considerations need to have a seat at the table for these kind of conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. So, just starting off, kind of introducing Crusoe, we are a sustainably focused, vertically integrated AI infrastructure business. So building everything from sourcing the energy to building the data center and operating a high-performance managed cloud services platform. And I think, when you look at AI and its potential to transform the world, I think certainly the demand is very clear and the value creation is very clear in terms of driving massive productivity gains in terms of how we work, how we operate, and just everywhere across the entire human experience, and work and productivity stacks. So very, very clear value proposition for enterprise, which is driving tremendous demand. And, because AI is sort of this digitally native experience, I think oftentimes we overlook the actual physical infrastructure impact of AI. And, I had this professor at Stanford, Andrew Ng, many are probably familiar with him, he had this saying that AI is like electricity. You can't actually name one thing that electricity is good for. It's sort of good for everything, right? It sort of lights the room, it powers cars, it, enables industry. There's all these incredible things that electricity does for society. AI will be very similar in terms of its global and broad impact. But I like to sort of comment further on Andrew's comment there, which is that AI is like electricity. It actually uses a lot of electricity too. And so, when we think about the infrastructure layer of AI to sort of make all of this happen at scale, what we're looking at is the largest infrastructure investment in human history. This is like the New Deal on steroids, right? It's going to create massive jobs too. I think that's something that's oftentimes overlooked in terms of AI being this great job killer. It's going to be the greatest catalyst for blue-collar workforce that's ever existed. The sheer number of electricians and welders and painters and plumbers to build out next-generation infrastructure is completely staggering. And I think it's a very complex problem to solve, and it's trillions of dollars of capital that need to be invested. Yeah. And so this ranges from everything from the obvious things like new chips coming from NVIDIA and AMD and Intel and a lot of the interesting startups building new AI accelerators, but it's also new data centers. Data center vacancy rates are at an all-time low. They ended 2023 less than 2% vacancy rates across the data center industry. When you think about what that means, it's these are tiny crumbs of data center capacity that are available, maybe 500 kilowatts here, a megawatt there, but no real capacity to enable these bigger clusters that are really in demand for AI. And then, the final piece really is energy generation infrastructure. We are currently pushing up against the energy limits of what can be utilized for data centers, which is actually driving new investment in new generation to power this wave of AI-led computing infrastructure.
It's a great overview. You mentioned this is going to be one of the biggest investments in human history. You also alluded to the demand for chips and GPUs, which right now is taking up a huge amount of that investment. And the pace of innovation with hardware and with chips is incredibly rapid right now. Can you give us any advice for how to keep up with that pace of innovation when we're thinking about things like infrastructure planning, which so often require a lot of lead time?
Yeah, I think this is one of the areas that leveraging cloud service partners is a major advantage in that, the CSPs are great partners that are always, working with the hardware manufacturers and staying current with, what the next generation architectures look like, and can really help people grow as sort of advancements in the hardware ecosystem are rapidly being deployed. The complexity of these systems has also grown exponentially in terms of, it's not a simple network connection per server. You're talking about these very complex, high-performance networking architectures that involve these, interconnected RDMA fabrics. So RDMA is remote direct memory access, where you're basically connecting all of the GPUs into a shared cluster in a non-blocking fabric, so that you can basically share data across the GPUs in a very high performance and high bandwidth capacity. And basically staying current with all of the different components. It's not just the GPU. It's the NIC. It's the switch. It's the transceiver and the optics. All of these different elements. They're very, very complex, and so I think this is where, for a lot of big enterprises, leaning on cloud service partners that are very focused around AI is a great strategy to adopting AI infrastructure solutions.
Do you have a point of view on whether folks should self-host AI tools or host those tools in the cloud, or should they build purpose-built clouds? Or
yeah, I think my answer before kind of alludes to how I feel about it. But I really do think that just with the exponential growth and complexity of building clusters of compute infrastructure, because again, it's not just about the GPU. It's not even just about the server. It's about the cluster of compute. When you're talking about interconnecting these things in a very high performance way that enables you to unlock the potential of what the hardware is capable of, it's really helpful to have cloud services partners like Crusoe that can really help unlock the potential of the hardware.
One of the physical manifestations of the AI revolution has been the proliferation of data centers. I live in Washington, D.C. Right outside of Washington is Leesburg, Virginia. There are a gazillion data centers there, and it seems like they're building more every day. It is really something to behold. So as AI's kind of turbocharged that demand for data centers, how big do these data centers ultimately need to be? How available do they need to be? And how should we think about co-location or kind of proximity to the demand as we build out these centers?
No, it's a great question. And sort of what we're seeing unfold is actually a complete platform shift from the way computing was done during this web application era to the way AI computing is done and structured. They're very different use cases. They're very different applications that require very different infrastructure needs. And so on the one hand, what you're seeing is a massive increase in size of total power capacity, but the densities are much, you're seeing way higher power densities, which result in basically smaller square footage footprint per megawatt of deployed capacity. But with all that being said, I think it's worth kind of reciting some numbers here. So, a traditional data center rack is anywhere from 7 to 15 kilowatts per rack. When you look at next generation hardware, like the NVIDIA NVL72 GB200 configuration, that requires 120 kilowatts per rack. And we're looking at even higher power densities for next generation hardware. So you're looking at a 10x growth in power density per rack. This has introduced other complexities in terms of managing the heat and managing the cooling of the system, right? Because you just have a lot more power in a tighter space. You need to get rid of that heat in some way, shape, or form. So these next generation hardware architectures typically require direct-to-chip liquid cooling. So you have to run a cold water loop through the facility, and whether or not you're using a fresh water supply, which can sort of create a massive environmental impact in a different way aside from energy, or a closed loop system, which is kind of what Crusoe favors to, you basically chill the water in this cold chilled water loop, and then it sort of feeds back into the system to cool the chips. Is another big element to sort of think through in the overall data center design. And then the other big piece is because people are very focused on the cluster, right? So what you care about for AI is actually the local network. So being able to get from one GPU on your network to another GPU on your network in a very tightly networked and tightly coupled capacity. And you care less about the latency it takes to get to the data center. So this has resulted in and opened up new geographies for where we can actually build a lot of these next generation AI data centers. So
what's an example?
So Northern Virginia has sort of been the data center corridor, right? Ashburn and all these towns have sort of experienced this boom in the data center industry over the last 20 years. But an area that we're building, we take a very energy first approach to building AI data centers, is an area like West Texas. West Texas is an area that there's not a lot of industry there today, but it's a place where you can, in a very low cost and low impact way, develop renewable energy resources. There's tremendous amounts of low cost wind and solar available in a market like West Texas that enables you to power AI infrastructure in a way that's good for the world and good for the environment, as well as good for your pocketbook and sort of drives down your overall costs.
So I want to stay on this topic of energy intensity, energy consumption for a minute. Certainly, we've seen headlines and news about the big tech companies and the energy demands and consumption that they are employing in the business and what those growth rates are like. But we have a lot of other industries represented in the room here. Do you have a view on kind of when we look across various industries, which might be more exposed to this bottleneck or constraint, or in some cases reputational risk as it relates to that industry's use of energy as it relates to AI?
Sure. So, I think oftentimes it's a bit overlooked in terms of people want to deploy an AI solution. Again, it's this inherently digital experience, but it has a massive energy impact behind the curtains.
I think I saw the other day that when you post a photo to Instagram, you turn on a light bulb for eternity.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good random analogy that
it got my attention.
Yeah, no, it's great, and I think that's probably the point of it. But I think what you're seeing, with this AI computing paradigm is this mass convergence between AI or between energy and computing. And if you reflect back 20 years ago, a large data center was maybe 10 megawatts. Sure. You can sort of fit a 10 megawatt load anywhere on the grid. I mean, you can sort of find a utility. It's a big load, but it's not overwhelming. Today people are talking about there's a number of people we're talking to about building gigawatt scale data centers. There's Sam Altman was very public about trying to build a 10 gigawatt data center. These are such crazy scale deployments of infrastructure that if you're not thinking about the energy required to power that, you're not going to be able to build it in the first place, let alone build it and also meet your sustainability goals. So, Crusoe, our core mission as a business is aligning the future of computing with the future of the climate. So how do we actually unlock all of this incredible innovative potential taking place from AI, and how do we enable people to benefit from it without accelerating a climate crisis? And that really comes down to the way in which we approach infrastructure development by taking this energy-first approach, partnering with wind, solar, geothermal, hydro, nuclear, gas generation with carbon capture and sequestration, just unique energy solutions. And we actually take the computing to the areas where we actually have low-cost, clean, and abundant energy resources to power them effectively. This sort of, solution enables people to benefit in two different ways. One, they're able to sort of get meet their sustainability targets, and I think many larger enterprises have big ESG goals that have been sort of set up for themselves. And AI, one of the potential risks to it is that if you play out large-scale adoption, it can sort of cause people to not meet those goals. And Crusoe's goal is really to enable folks to sort of have their cake and eat it too, in terms of being able to provide high performance, low cost infrastructure that is sustainably powered.
So I think we'd all love to have our cake and eat it too. And I think the work you guys are doing, what you're enabling, is a really useful tool for a lot of people in the room. But what else can the rest of us be doing to sort of support the growth of electricity availability and the amount of power availability that we are going to need to power the workloads and the growth rate for those workloads that we're all looking and planning and anticipating for over the next many years?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I come back to this notion of with data center vacancy rates at an all-time low, any way you shape it, whether you're, the biggest AI bull or, a bear on the space, we're at capacity today, which means any net new capacity we're bringing on, and there's a lot of it in the queue, there's a lot of it planned, is going to require a lot of net new energy generation. I think this is an incredible moment in history for us as an industry to actually be able to shape what the future energy infrastructure looks like to power the future of computing. And, in a lot of ways, this can actually help accelerate a lot of next generation energy technologies that have applications that, go well beyond just data centers and computing infrastructure.
So are AI companies or AI first companies becoming infrastructure companies, whether they realize it or not?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to. Absolutely. I mean, there's no way to basically do AI at any sort of meaningful scale without significant amounts of energy requirements. And so you really do have to be thoughtful about how you're sourcing that energy. My only point here is I think there's a massive opportunity because cleaner solutions are becoming cheaper. And if we can really lean into that as a society and recognize that we don't need every AI data center to be in Northern Virginia, in your backyard, right? We can actually have those data centers many places across the world. Give you another great example of a great area that Crusoe is building in is Iceland, right? Yeah. Iceland is sort of this geological phenomenon in terms of it's sort of low-cost geothermal and hydropower that's present on this very small country. It's only 300,000 people. And, the aluminum smelters really figured this out, and, aluminum smelting is a notoriously energy-intensive process. And what they do is they actually ship raw aluminum ore across the ocean to Iceland. They run the smelters there, the very energy-intensive process, and then they ship the finished products out. Training a large language model is just a way better manifestation of this same trade, right? Moving data to Iceland is very low cost, cheap, and effective. You can train a big large language model powered by ultra clean, low cost geothermal and hydropower, and you can sort of ship the finished products, whether it's training or inference, out to where you need them to be. So I think there's great opportunities in terms of how we think about this convergence of energy and compute infrastructure.
It's a really neat example, and I love seeing small, unique countries like Iceland finding a way to really provide value in this evolutionary period. I want to wrap us up here by tying together a couple thoughts or ideas or points that keep coming up over the past 24 hours or so. One that seems to be emphasized in every conversation is that your AI strategy must be intimately linked. It is intimately linked to the business and enterprise strategy that you are already executing. And I would love your thoughts in conclusion for thinking about, how should we think about the risk of our AI strategy and our approach to infrastructure as it relates to the AI we're deploying? How can we think about infrastructure helping to align the AI strategy to the business strategy and not upending some of those larger enterprise goals that folks may have?
Sure. So I guess with anything, right, there's always a risk and there's an opportunity. And, I think there's such an arms race going on right now in terms of getting more GPUs, getting, more capacity, getting more data center space online, that it's sort of left people in a position where a lot of them have sort of pushed their sustainability goals aside and said, we'll revisit those later.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot.
We've seen that a lot. I mean, Microsoft is sort of famous for saying we're going to be a net negative company, and then they said, well, maybe we might take a few more years to make that happen. But this AI thing's like too important right now for us to be worried about that. Now, I think my point in all of this is that there is an opportunity for us as a society and for us as an industry to actually thread the needle of actually meeting both, where it's like we can actually catalyze new development for new clean energy to be developed to power this infrastructure, while also enabling people's AI strategy to work at scale, work in a very, very high performance capacity, and meet the modern AI productivity needs that are being demanded by the industry at large.
Thank you, Chase. Thank you for helping fill in kind of this last piece of the puzzle. Thank you for making me smarter and the rest of us. Appreciate your time.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to be headed to our last session for the day, but I can assure you it's last but not least, and it's going to be a good panel discussion around unleashing the power of AI in the custom experience and marketing. And as we all know, that's one of the areas which is a big customer and user of AI. And of course, there are a lot of good business use cases happening. And in order to have the discussion, I'm going to invite on the stage eBay's Chief Marketing Officer, Adrian Fung, PayPal's VP of AI, Kature Kodaworthy, Adobe's VP Business and New Venture Incubation, Strategy, Design, and Emerging Products, Hannah Elskar, and George Kaiser Family Foundation's Managing Director of Technology, Astin Thomas. And this session will be moderated by Marketing Exec.US Fractional Chief Marketing Officer, Brendan Cobb. And this panel discussion is held in partnership with Adobe. So welcome everyone to the stage. Thank you.
Well, hi everyone. Welcome to the last panel of today. And this is where we're going to integrate all the AI that we've learned about the responsibility, the organization, the implementation of AI into affecting the experience and the marketing for consumers. So I think that's a natural next step after, again, all this responsibility we've listened to through the conference. And we're joined by some distinguished guests today from eBay, Adobe, PayPal, and the George Kaiser Family Foundation. So I'd like everybody to introduce themselves. And Adrian, will you go ahead and start?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's got some energy left for us at the end of the day. I'm Adrian Fung. I'm the Chief Global Marketing Officer for eBay.
Hello, everyone. So great to be here today. My name is Kature Kodaworthy, better known as KK, and I'm a Vice President of Data Science and AI at PayPal.
I'm Hannah Elskar. I'm running now
the launch of our generative AI businesses for the enterprise. And in my spare time, I'm also the VP of Innovation and New Businesses.
Hi, I'm Aston Thomas. I'm the Managing Director of Technology at the George Kaiser Family Foundation, which is one of the largest philanthropic offices in the country.
Awesome. Well, to kick us off, Adrian, starting with you, you have over 130 million customers, but over 2 billion listings. So you're having to try to pair and match the perfect listing to the right customer. And I'm guessing AI-powered personalization goes into that. Can you tell us a bit about how AI has improved the eBay customer experience?
Yeah, it's hugely important for us. And like when you say those numbers, first of all, you said 2 billion, not million. So like just think of the scale of that. That's with a B. And it actually gets even more complex than that for us because of those 2 billion listings, most of the content for them are user-generated. So we've got millions of sellers that are generating this content. And so we have to figure out how do we map all this to the right user so that they get the most relevant experience possible. And so we've been investing in AI for a very long time to make sure that we get at match right. And so it's everything from making sure that we really can figure out, like, if you're a fashion buyer and you're browsing fashion, what kind of styles do you like? How do we surface the right items for you along those lines? But as we continue to get better at how do we surface the right items, we also want to figure out how do we surface them in a most compelling way. And so in the past, like, all we've been able to do is sort of say, okay, we know what you like. You're a fashion buyer. You really like to soup up your Audi, so we show the right items to you. But now we've been taking capabilities to sort of say, let's create interesting content around that. Let's leverage generative AI to move beyond just the item level to something that's more interesting. So we've been experimenting with things like how do we create custom banner content on the website that really understands who you are, that we can deliver a message for you around, hey, it's sort of summer road trip season. Here's the things that you might need that will be interesting for you as you go along that journey. We've also been doing things where we take all this user-generated content and make sure that it shows up in the right place in the right way. And so you can imagine that someone might write a very long item title, but that's not exactly what you're going to need in a quick marketing snippet. So we take AI and repurpose some of that content for the right channels.
Okay. Well, and I mean, I guess when you're talking about that content really matching what they may be going out and have interest in, it adds, is it relevancy, or I guess it makes it relevant?
That's absolutely the right way to think about it. What we're trying to make sure of is that it's a combination of relevancy and what I'd say is inspirational sort of calls to action, right? Like, first of all, the things that we show you have to be something that's meaningful to you, but then it has to show up in a way that actually inspires you to want to take action. And so it's the combination of those two goals that really drive how we think about leveraging AI.
Awesome. Well, Hannah, hopping over to you. We saw in the vendor hall, there was a demo over there, and Adobe's clearly at the cutting edge of the digital creativity and technology movement. Could you explain, I guess, an example of how Adobe's used AI to enhance the customer experience?
Sure, and so great to be with all of you. This is such a of-the-moment kind of conversation. One thing I would say is Adobe's mission is really changing the world through personalized digital experiences, whether that means, you're a K-12 student, or you're a creative artist, or you're a marketing executive in a Fortune, 1,000 company. We really want to arm everyone with those tools. So AI is something that we went into very, very thoughtfully, our approach to it, and I just wanted to explain that to everyone. We train our models on data that we know we are permissioned and licensed to use. That was really important for us, not to be first to market, but what I like to call right to market on that front, which means that any CMO or any artist can use our models to produce images and delightful experiences that they know are safe for business. So that was like a really important part of our technology philosophy. And because of that, we don't know your IP. We don't know eBay's IP. We know your brand. And so we've also launched this incredible thing called custom models, where you can train our base model of Firefly on your own IP. You own that IP and your brand, and it becomes something that is unique to what you can generate off of. So that has been a huge reception in the enterprise space. Obviously, people want to protect their IP. They don't want models trained scraping the web, obviously. And I'll just give you three quick examples that are recent. We're working very closely with Mattel. You probably know, makers of Hot Wheels and Barbies. They do 4,000 toys a year. They're using Firefly Generative in their process to speed up their time to market, both with pre-production toy ideation. What their designers have said is, gosh, I can get my ideas to paper so much faster and with delightful variations that I never thought of. So that's kind of one. And then in packaging, which is really important. So they've been able to crunch their time to market really fast, which in the toy market is an important thing. We're working very closely with IBM, a great partner and customer. They've used it in their marketing department. So they did a big activation at the Las Vegas Sphere, this big kind of fish tank activation. We worked really close with them to generate a lot of ideas out of that, and then they were able to move to scaled production in a matter of hours, not weeks, like it would normally take them to do thousands of assets. And maybe the last example is a global agency, advertising agency we're working with. They used custom model in order to rebrand their entire agency branding, and they have a brand ambassador. So they used structure reference, again, off of Firefly. They put that into their creative process, and then they were able to do all the assets for website, for social, for demand marketing, again, in the matter, what they said, in a delightful matter of days, so they could get back to customer client work, not the weeks and months it normally would take them. So those are just some of the impacts that we're seeing when people are embracing generative AI in their processes.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of variations that you can pump out so quickly, it's really impressive. So Aston, over to you, and then KK next to finish out the first round here. So Aston, with the George Kaiser Family Foundation, your customers are really reaching people that are in need of your programs and services. So how are you using AI to effectively reach the right people?
Yes, no, it's interesting. Working in impact and social good is fairly challenging, but the ability to fail quickly when you realize that something isn't working and pivot, that's a hallmark of that space. So bringing in AI has been a game changer for us. Most of the work that the foundation does is centered around children and early childhood education, when the brain is still malleable and so on and so forth. However, on the other end of that spectrum, we have services for adults, and one of the things that we use AI for is we have a reskilling initiative where we have people that have college degrees, in some cases master's degrees, but are not working in the new economy, or they're underemployed, or never really got into their field. Being a millennial, my cohort is the poster child for that. So what we do actually is we take these individuals, given that they're educated, given that they already have careers, but they're just unhappy, or those careers aren't as economically viable, as maybe careers in tech. We have a few technology roles that we specialize in placing, all the way from sort of non-technical around business analysis, project management, all the way up to back-end full stack developers, Salesforce engineers, and so on and so forth. And what we do is we take that individual's college courses. So we have them go to the university's website, provided the college still exists, and just give us the courses that they took. We load that into the agent that we built. The next thing that we do is we look at their job history. And again, these are non-technical degrees that these individuals have. We look at every job description that they've ever had. So we'll pull that from any company, and we get the individual to say, is this kind of what you did when you had this job title? And the answer is yes. What the agent does is it takes all of that and makes a predictor of the top 2 tech jobs that this person is best suited for. And these people have no technology skills. And then what we do is we navigate them to a university partner or a certification program, help out with the costs, provide case management so that they can stick with these programs. And then as they go through their programs, even before they even complete a certification, we're already working on how do we get these individuals employed into those new jobs right where they live today.
Awesome. Well, there's two things that connect back with Adrian and Hannah on this. Is one, the way you're using it is creating relevancy for them. And two, it sounds like you're using AI to align with your brand, which Adobe is as well. So, KK, PayPal also has some impressive numbers. You're processing a quarter of e-commerce transactions. So how are you using hyper-personalization to affect and craft the tailored customer journey?
Yeah, great question. So I would start with our mission is to revolutionize commerce. And the beauty about our business is that we are not a retailer. Basically, we are a facilitator to both help consumer and merchants be more successful as part of the journey. As part of that, for consumers, helping them have seamless payment option to, check out what they love to buy, or to actually help them find personalized items to start actually making their shopping journey more efficient. For merchant as well, the beauty of our business is that we don't have only visibility into the transaction that is going through their merchant. We know customer preferences from understanding and having observability of consumer interaction across multiple merchants. So what we can do is that I like these concepts of coming up with consumer commerce DNA to start knowing people's DNA around their commerce through AI and being able to help show personalized experiences on us. Like for folks who use our products, like historically our app has been more of a utility app that you go and get the payment done. But we announced a bunch of suites of different actually personalization products that when you go to our apps, actually you see personalized offers that from the brands that you love. Actually, you started seeing item-level recommendation from the merchants that we have visibility into their SKUs to provide the discovery experience for the customers to do that. With all of these, our point is that, okay, we start actually bringing value to our merchants that people start shopping again, so we are providing lead for the merchant. But more importantly, we don't think about personalization, more about, this is a magic like black box that we go and build a hyper-personalized experience for them. We truly believe that this is a collaboration of actually human and AI, and we would like to build experiences that we can get feedback from our customers to build reinforcement learning and close the loop. So you actually give us feedback. This is the DNA that I know about Hannah. Hannah, come and interact with our recommendations so we get smarter and we close the loop. And last not the least, it's not only about providing hyper-personalization, is about explainability. That why you are seeing these recommendations and the reason behind it, because that would be the cornerstone of building trust with the customers that you have.
Yeah, well, two things. I like, just even when you're thinking about it in the DNA aspect, that means you're thinking at it in a one-to-one basis, because no two people have the same DNA. So you're already realizing that a lot of people have similarities in a lot of aspects, but there are still elements that are different. So very good. And then also the human aspect, keeping the human in the loop. Humans are powerful, AI is powerful. Together can be the most powerful. So Adrian, sticking on this trend of just personalization and kind of looking ahead at other ways you may use AI now or into the future, can you, I guess, tell us a little bit more about personalization and customer satisfaction? Are you measuring customer satisfaction?
Yeah, we're absolutely looking at how AI can help sort of improve the overall customer experience, right? And so we talked a lot about how kind of the relevancy of what we're showing our customers, but also, like I said, how do we inspire them to take action? How do we get them to really feel connected with the brand and the experience that they're having on eBay. And so we measure those elements, and as we add AI capabilities on top of that, what is it doing for our customer satisfaction? What is it doing for our engagement levels? All of those elements are being tracked to see what the net impact of AI can be. And so, I'll give a few examples of things that we just released this year that really help us move the needle on those areas. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier was that of our 2 billion listings, a lot of them are being generated by everyday people, right? Not professional sellers. And so they're taking a photo of, a pair of Nike Air Jordans, and usually they're taking it on their kitchen floor or something like that. It's not exactly the best photo all the time of what that item could be. But we just recently released a feature where they can enhance the background of that. So now you can take those Jordans from your kitchen floor and put them on a basketball court or something else like that. And that helps improve conversion by a tremendous amount and helps the sellers actually drive velocity of the sales. So that's been an important factor for helping improve the quality of our listings and the experience overall. Similar feature, well, not similar, but another feature that we released recently is what we call Shop the Look. And so this is, again, I mentioned earlier, we may know a lot about what kind of fashion items you're interested in, right? But you may not want just the shirt or just the pants. You're looking for an entire outfit. And so how do we take the collection of things that we have together and put it in an inspirational outfit for you? We've developed this capability called Shop the Look, where based on the types of items you've been browsing, the types of searches that you have, we can suggest various looks of putting together the pants, the shoes, the top, as well as for females, a handbag all together. Now all of a sudden you can see the entire options that you have for you. And again, what we've seen is an increased level of engagement in these type of capabilities. We've seen increased customer satisfaction, loyalty, driving improvements across the board.
Have you got any feedback from your sellers? Because I love that you're not just looking at your markets. I mean, your customers are both the buyers and the sellers, so you got to keep them both happy. So yeah.
Yeah. So sellers love of these kind of features because one, it just makes it easier for them to sell. It makes the listing process easier. It makes the velocity that they can get on those items quicker. And so anything that we can do to help sellers improve their capability to sell their items is something that ad sellers are absolutely sort of falling over for.
Okay, great. Well, Hannah and Aston, I want to kind of combine this question with you on you're both. So you're working with Adobe's going to have a lot of different clients out there using this product.
For sure.
And Aston, you're trying to also use AI to help a lot of different people. So I'm curious if there's any sensitivities or anything that we need to be aware of when we're implementing AI. And any issues you've ran into as you're putting it out there.
Do you want me to go first? Okay, I'll go first. I mean, in the creative and marketing world, I think generative AI is like a tectonic shift, right? And we've kind of been talking about some of the other points in history, and I'll go back to the 1800s. Photography comes out. Painters like LaRoche are saying painting's dead. We all know that's not true, right? It unleashed all this new styles of painting, Impressionism, Monet, you've got Cézanne, you've got exponential creative growth coming. We also saw the same thing when we launched Photoshop in the 1990s, right? Now it's a beloved tool by a lot of people, but when it first came out, again, artists were saying, what about me? What am I supposed to do now? We actually our creative directors brought in artists like David Hockney and demoed that product for them. They have made digital art a real type of art, right? If you walk into MoMA, if you go into the Met, if you go to De Young, there are huge digital art exhibits, millions of people going. And so I think of this as the next shift, right, and how we're embracing it. I'd like to say that, Adobe, again, has taken a very responsible approach to this. We have an AI ethics and governance board that governs every AI release that we may or may not do. We have a very good, diverse conversation around that. We also have a lot, 30,000 employees who are also creatives at our company. We drink our own champagne first. Like, that is number one thing. We launch our features internally. Believe me, our employees give us very strong feedback on how they're perceiving, how it's delighting them and those types of things. So I think it will change. We're seeing how creatives are bringing this, marketers are bringing this into their process and kind of 10xing what they could do before. The example I give is localization. Our marketers were saying we couldn't support all 100 markets. We could only support top 5. Now, by you giving us these tools and keeping me on brand with a generative model, I can support the markets, and that means more personalized messaging in their languages. That could never be done before. So
so it's educating them of all the benefits and possibilities, and I love, because Adobe, this AI marketing and experience just aligns perfectly with your brand. So ask then on the when you're helping and trying to work on social good, are you worried about like, I guess, the accuracy of AI?
Yes, everything that we do is related to another individual that's in our community. So we take this very seriously. It's not a product where you can have a defect rate. We were discussing this earlier. It's our reputation in town. Our work is only in our metropolitan area, and the foundation is a $6 billion foundation that works in a small area. So our reputation is what matters most to us. Similar to how Hannah ended, we know that we can't take care of every problem in our community if we don't embrace these tools.
That's right.
At the same time, our organization's DNA is built around service and being in service to our community. I think what our employees have realized is that I need to use this tool so that I can do more of what I'm good at. For us, I think up front, me articulating to the team, this is not about automating our services. This is about giving you a leg up so that you can do more of the things that systems cannot do. And for us, that's been a big leverage point. So even if AI makes a mistake, it's fine, because all the AI is an aid to someone else who's actually doing the work. And that's been a differentiator for us.
Well, Adrian, looping it back to you on this accuracy aspect, because we were talking about, can you give an example of what type of content you're willing to take more risk versus which kind of content you're not willing to take as much risk?
Yeah, it's something we look at a lot to sort of say, hey, there are things where we absolutely have to get things right. So, for example, if we're going to use AI to help manage sort of a seller's item description, well, that's super important that the seller looks at and can verify that that's right, because we don't want the seller misrepresenting what that item is, right? And so there have to be the right checks and balances for how does a human and sort of look at it and make sure that the AI is accurate. What I mentioned earlier, sort of this shop to look idea, right? Like, well, if we're showing you just an inspirational image of different things, like, that doesn't have to be perfect, because it's meant to be inspiration, not like accurate to the level of detail. Once you click down onto that item description, then that accuracy has to be a lot higher. So depending on sort of how we leverage AI, make sure that we have the right checks and balances in there so that we have the level of accuracy that's needed.
And I guess like a subtext may not be as important as the main hero image, right? So
that's right.
KK, coming over to you. So, the way we're tracking consumers is changing, and the way you're able to utilize data and everything, kind of moving from a deterministic to a probabilistic method. And I'm curious how this shift has affected your strategies and what your kind of, I guess, what your customers should expect as a result of the probabilistic approach.
Yeah, great question. And there are overall like two kind of type of trends I'm seeing in the market. One is that overall in marketing, it is super important to like prove the ROI. Like Adrian can back me up that at the end of the day, in order to justify spending millions of dollars on marketing, you need to be able to actually report back on the ROI and what is the value for the company and is it the profitable way to grow the company. And the reality is that with all these changes in the landscape of cookie tracking, deterministic approaches are no longer feasible. So there has been significant shift in probabilistic marketing measurement, such as mixed modeling or bunch of other probabilistic capability to be able to report back not only how much the marketing is driving value for the company, but which of the tactics that the marketing team are deploying have better ROI so they can actually shift quickly and maximize the return for their investment. I think that is one around the measurement stuff. The second part was that, hey, historically, a lot of company has this probabilistic approach of propensity models, getting to know the customer, what is the best product to sell. These are no longer like nice to have or table stakes. You need to have a probabilistic approach to understand your customers. And for me, the whole beauty of it is that it's making a landscape more dynamic. Because as you get more information, more interaction with the customer, you are updating your models real time. So actually that whole concept of hyper-personalization will become much more real and realistic.
Yeah, there's a couple things. When you mentioned you have to be proving ROI, I mean, as marketers, we have to obviously prove ourselves to be there for the long term to implement, this long-term constant adjustment. And I actually, to kind of put a picture of how that constant update of the customer profile, I kind of think of it like if anybody has 23andMe and it tells you where you're from, but the more contributors to the database, the more it keeps updating, it keeps changing. So the more information you're getting on your consumer, the more it's updating. But I'm also curious, not just on what you're observing and monitoring with the customer, but are you listening to the customer in any way, and are you allowing the customer to help shape your approach?
Yeah, actually, absolutely. That whole concept of customer DNA that I talk about, our Uber vision down the road is that people can come and actually edit their DNA with us. Like, hey, I might have this type of a style for, shopping clothes. My style has changed and I want to edit this. The reality is that there are two types of edits happening real time. One is that as we get more kind of new information from the customers, and also the time decay factor of if I have an information from someone a couple of years ago, probably I'm not relying too much on it, depending on what type of information I'm getting. So either from the interaction, I'm getting signal from you, so you're implicitly giving me that, or I give you actually information to go and add information, either in an easy kind of swipe left and right approach to add and complete your profile. But to your point, the more you contribute to the ecosystem, so we get to know you better, hopefully you get more value out of the ecosystem as well.
Awesome. Well, and we see a lot of questions coming in, so please continue to put in your questions. We're going to come to those right after a rapid fire session with all the candidates or the panelists here. So you guys are all leaders. So yeah. Okay, Aston. So rapid fire. As we move into AI being operationalized and just kind of adopted more and more through the organization and being used seamlessly, is there anything that companies should prepare for, should be looking ahead to now, so they're in the position to succeed later?
I think governance is the most significant issue, how you start. And luckily, NIST and ISO have published frameworks on how to set up an AI management system. I think governance is the most significant issue.
Hannah?
I was going to say governance, so I'll add to that. I think thinking about how you want to finally fulfill the promise of hyper-personalization, the one-to-one personalization. The pipes are all there. Your MarTech stacks are there. You need to fill the pipes with personalized content. And I think from our perspective, that's where generative AI actually unleashes your ability to reach people at that one-to-one scale. And just the other theme that I would leave with you is 2024 is really the time to move from playground to production. I think people in 23 were dabbling, doing experiments. You probably have figured out the use cases. I mean, Adrian talked about remove background or, upgrading a background. You probably understand where the pain points are and the big lifts could come from. 24, I think, is the time to move into production with generative AI.
Yeah, in addition to all the great points that they mentioned, I would say actually cultural changes in the company for me is that the more the employee embrace this power of generative AI and play around with it, the better they can actually design better experiences, for the customers. If you are a product manager, for example, there's so many creative ways you can use Gen AI on a day-to-day basis to build the more, amazing experiences for the customer as well. So really investing in both up-leveling the employee skill set, but also creating the culture that everybody feels like actually AI will help me to become a superhuman and get more productive and much better at my craft.
Yeah, I just want to maybe put an exclamation point on that last point. I think the change management around this is super important, right? That you have obviously early adopters within a company that are willing to sort of push the envelope, but then there's a lot of laggards. People are worried about well, what does this do for my job? Am I really prepared for this future? So how do you get the entire company to embrace that? And it's a combination of how do you change the culture? How do you create the right set of processes is that people can change the way they work around this? And how do you set the vision in the company for what is AI going to deliver? How do we actually improve on our customer objectives and our business objectives through AI to get everyone on board around that? And ultimately, the landscape is changing so quickly, right? That the capabilities that are here today are not the same capabilities that we had even just 3 months ago. Right. And so getting people to think about sort of the old adage of skating to where the puck is going to be, right? Not being afraid of sort of taking those leaps, starting projects now where you're like, I'm not even sure if AI is going to be there yet. Mm-hmm. But by the time you get to the end of that project, the capabilities might be there.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect analogy, skating where the puck's going to be, because, if you skate where it is, you're going to miss it. So, well, let's go to some questions. And Hannah, I think this bottom one right here is one that you can easily knock out, because I know the way creative writes when creating images and scraping the web for art, how Adobe it's using already pictures that it has rights to and authorized.
And again, back to our philosophy when we went into this, we believe in human creativity at the center, right? So AI should just boost, should just enhance, allow even someone like me to be creative by putting what's in my mind onto digital paper. So we were very clear that we would only create proprietary models that were trained on content that we had rights to, high quality content. We also are a founder of something called the Content Authenticity Initiative, which is, think of it as a nutrition label for content, where you can see the author, you can see edits made, you can see what tools it transitioned through, and we've been working with a lot of publishers and creators to adopt that standard. So this is something that we feel very firmly about. Back to governance, check what kind of AI you're using. Where were those models trained? Ask those questions. Have your legal partners and privacy partners ask those questions, because you don't want to be caught, I think, on the wrong side of that. And for Adobe, we want to be a trusted partner to our creative community, to enterprise, and everyone in between.
Okay, great. And there was a previous question that hasn't got liked up, but I wanted to hit on it as well, which is, do any of you have any customers who are weary, they want to opt out of AI usage, and how do you approach that? KK or Adrian, would you like to start?
For us, it's always give people a control over that, and for me, it's that whole feedback loop of, hey, if somebody doesn't like the AI, and you are monitoring the engagement of the customer with different part of the apps, so you can actually see what type of content they like. Do they like recommendation, or they don't like the recommendation? So it will come at, customer willingness. But right now, our recommendation in our app is actually populated for all the customer base that we have that they're visiting our app. The reality is that like any other kind of businesses, we have some customers that they are very engaged with us. We have a lot of data. We can build a hyper-personalized, experience. And if the customers are new or they are not super engaged with us, we have a cold start problem as well. So we are starting, to show them, some recommendation based on, more of like similar group of customers, more traditional kind of collaborative filtering approach. And as we learn more, hopefully they will get, more engaged, or we get signal that, they might not want the recommendation.
Awesome. Well, Adrian and Aston, is there any company that, or whether it's within your own organization, of a use case of how you just think this is just hitting the mark right now, and this is the best case use of AI at the current time? Or is there a company that you kind of look to and kind of benchmark against or look up to?
Yes, this is an interesting question. I think when you take the cloud service providers out, so you take out Amazon, Microsoft, Oracle, so on, I think Adobe and Apple have taken a really responsible approach here.
I appreciate that. I didn't give him anything beforehand.
and Adobe's only recently, like within the past maybe 60 days, really getting the recognition for this.
Yeah.
And so is Apple. I think Adobe and Apple on the same sort of similar time frame with this. And it's responsible, it's tailored, the market is reacting positively to it. So I think in the wild west that is AI, or what AI was, our reputations are at stake here.
Correct.
But I look at Adobe and Apple as two reputable role models in the space.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I would say there are a lot of companies that are doing some amazing things out there, but in the grand scheme of sort of what's possible, to what I was saying earlier, of like skating to where the puck's going to be, I feel like we're still sort of in the early stages. Mm-hmm. And so we don't want to benchmark ourselves against sort of where we're at in the early stages right now, but like, what's the customer expectation? What's the possibility? And I think that's where we really are looking towards, like, how do we know if we're getting there? Well, our customers will tell us, right? And all the different things that I talked about earlier in terms of the levels of engagement, the adoption of these capabilities, does it drive sort of the inspiration and to take action? The more we're able to do that, that's what we want to benchmark ourselves around. Because if AI is not helpful to the customer experience, then why are we doing it, right? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what our mentality is to just sort of think forward of what is the best way we can leverage this capability to help the customer journey, to help the customer experience, and how high is high there. That's kind of our benchmark.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong co-creating with the consumer. So that's great. Also, Adrian, when they were talking about the rights to photos and stuff, so you were talking about putting background images and whatnot on the sellers' pages, but is there anything that you worry about with like rights of, it is the product photo, but maybe that photo shouldn't be being used right there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that is an important element that we have a whole team around on sort of the responsible deployment of AI, and like as we think about these capabilities and these experiences, we sort of bring them together immediately to sort of think about what's the best way to do this and what are some of those potential risks out there. And so as I talked about that, how do we mitigate risks, right? Part of it is like, how do we develop the capabilities and the features in a way that have the risk mitigation built in? And so when we have those issues, that we can catch them quickly.
Awesome. Well, KK, you talked about ROI earlier, so I'm curious if you're using Gen AI at all for your attribution, post-spend attribution, or your pre-spend forecasting in any way. Yeah.
I think one of the actually use case of Gen AI that I really personally like is leveraging Gen AI to make our own AI ML team more efficient. That basically, the recommendation, like it can be subjective a little bit as well, but you can benchmark them. So we are leveraging Gen AI to actually benchmark our recommendation and give us if our recommendation are relevant. And some of the recommendation capability that we build in a very short period of time would have been like impossible 3 years ago, like to build in this time frame with all the Gen AI, advancement and capability. Some of the stuff that you would have think that, oh my God, like this is such a heavy lifting to build, it's becoming much, much easier, to build.
Okay. Well, you know what? We'll end right on time, and would like to thank Adrian, KK, Hannah, and Aston for sharing your great insights today. Hopefully everybody found something you can take home and implement, and we wish you safe travels home and look forward to seeing you at a future event.
Well, that concludes our Momentum AI conference. But what I'll probably say, so much that we learned in over the course of the last 2 days here. A lot of key takeaways. One of the things that I read recently was that the machine intelligence probably will be, if done right, will be the last thing that we want to have to invent in a human mankind race. Which means if we make machines more intelligent and they can start doing the work that we as humans do, all other inventions will follow the course. Which means the success of creating a meaningful artificial intelligence is so critical, and hence why this knowledge exchange, the forums like this are so critical to really kind of have this dialogue. And I think as you learned, there's no artificial intelligence without human interaction either. It's such a part of core, and you saw the clinical use cases, you saw other use cases that they would not even allow to really kind of do artificial intelligence or make decisions which humans make, which means it really works in tandem, not in isolation. And of course, there are many more things. Please feel free to watch on the Reuters app live, the different sessions. But I would like to thank everyone for whoever has participated, attended. In fact, a big round of applause for all of you staying till the end of this conference here, please. I also want to thank all the speakers and the panelists for spending valuable time and sharing such a valuable insights with all of us, and of course making this an enriching experience. One housekeeping item, if you don't mind, when you go out, there is a bucket, if you drop the badges, so for the recycling and other things, that can really help. But yes, on behalf of Reuters, and of course as a chair for this conference, I really want to thank you all for being such an engaging audience. And I hope we get to see each other again at some other places. Thank you.